and is capitalized like it's the brand of camera. I know most of these are probably just like jokes and people, you know, made these to be funny. The thing that bothers me about Wattpad, and maybe this is just my age showing, but it's really hard to tell sometimes when people are joking. I'm almost positive this one's a joke, but it's still funny to read them, honestly. I'm still gonna read it, and I'm gonna make fun of it like it is real, because you can't prove it's not. But first, this video is sponsored by Native Deodorant. I was already a big fan of Native Deodorant before they reached out to sponsor this video, so my first reaction when they asked if they could sponsor a video was like, yeah, as long as you send me more deodorant. And they did, so thank you, Native. In case you haven't heard of them before, Native Deodorant is aluminum-free, it's paraben-free, it's vegan and cruelty-free deodorant. Native Deodorant applies great, it's not sticky, it dries really quickly. They've got some really great scents. This one is charcoal. I think this one's my favorite. They've got sea salt and cedar, which to me smells like, kind of like foresty. And they've got coconut vanilla, which honestly reminds me of like a really nice smelling candle. They actually offer plastic-free versions of their deodorant too. It's like the same formula, same deodorant, but the packaging is more sustainable, which I think is a fantastic idea. I wish more companies would do stuff like that. And now Native has more than just deodorant. They've got toothpaste, they've got body wash. Usually 3 deodorants would cost you $39, but if you click the link in the description and use my code DannyFurious, it's only $26. That's over 33% off. And with that same code DannyFurious, you can also get 20% off body wash or toothpaste. Thank you to Native Deodorant for sponsoring this video, and thank you to you guys for checking out Native Deodorant. Head on over to the link in the description if you want to check it out. And now let's continue with the video. I feel like you could not pick 2 people that I would like to see become romantic with each other less. Between John Cena and Bill Nye, dudes have probably never even met. I don't understand how you could ship such random people. All right, the first chapter is called Teach Me How to Wrestle. John Cena walked over to Bill Nye's house. He could drive, of course, but lately he wasn't feeling well. Thank you for clarifying that John Cena does know how to drive. This person's very careful not to slander John Cena right before talking about how he's probably gonna have sex with Bill Nye. He's like, okay, let me get the record straight though. This dude does know how to drive, and he could if he wanted to. Is this like comments on this particular part? Okay, I didn't know there was this feature. You can comment on every specific paragraph. Here we go again. This is the beginning of the story, dude. Oh, John Cena's going over to Bill Nye's house? Oh, brother, this ought to be good. We know how this ends. Do we? Why is this on my recommended? Kind of sus, I'll read anyway. You do kind of gotta be in a weird corner of Wattpad for this to show up on your recommended, right? It's not like you're reading like, what's a normal thing to read about on Wattpad? It's not like you're reading Harry Potter fanfics and this shows up, right? Bill was so perfect. His skin stayed scientifically ageless with each year. All the facts he spoke, it honestly turned John on. Thank you for being honest, I appreciate that. I can't lie to you guys, John was horny as hell. He was going to have what he wanted. He is John Cena after all, that's right. Let's see what people have to say about that part. Okay then. Anyone know what John Cena looks like? I've never seen him. Wait, this is the same guy that commented before about how did this end up in my recommended. He's reading the story and he's like, I don't know who John Cena is, even though there's a picture of him right here. But I'm invested in the story. John opened the door and stepped inside Bill's house. John Cena is here! He screamed, making sure Bill can hear. Scientifically, I suppose so, Bill says. I love that everything Bill Nye does is scientific. He supposes so scientifically, his skin stayed scientifically ageless. I can't wait until they start scientifically making out. John was going to take what was his. I forgot my swag hat last time I was here. Sure, that was his, but that wasn't really what he wanted. Bill raised an eyebrow as he reaches in a shelf, taking the hat out and handing it to John. The atmosphere suddenly changed. Oh shit, pollution. That's so fucked up. It wasn't innocent anymore. It wasn't swaggy anymore. I don't think it was ever innocent. It's just he showed up screaming. I don't really think you can say it was innocent. He showed up with blood vessels popping out of his head. I'm here! Just an innocent little boy, I'm here. John looked into the hat. There was a condom in it. Sort of a swag hat within a swag hat when you think about it. Let's see if anybody else made that joke. There's 100 comments about this one line. Oh, little plot twist. Seems like they got some people surprised. I love how invested people are in the plot. That crazy old saggy swaggy scientist knew he'd come back. So that just happened. Bill winked. Suddenly, John's right muscles made him want to do some biology. His right muscles? Is that like all the muscles on the right side of his body or like the correct muscles? Teach me how to wrestle, Bill said. Wait, so the last spoken thing was, I forgot my hat last time I was here. So in Complete silence. Bill goes and gets his hat, gives it to John. They look inside. It's a condom. Bill looks up and says, teach me how to wrestle. Now. Later, they made love to John Cena's theme song on repeat. Later? What happened right after this? Teach me how to wrestle. And then they wrestled for a while. Oh, you thought that was gonna lead to them making love? No, dude, they did a lot. They did a lot of other stuff. Later on, they did have sex, though. Yep, they did. Not related to anything that we talked about, though. It was a different thing. Okay, next part, biology. Bill hadn't seen John Cena in what seemed like a million light years. What kind of fanfic is this? They just skipped over all the juicy stuff, I guess. Now it's far in the future. Also, light years is a measure of distance. It's the distance that light travels in a year, not a measure of time. So that's like saying Bill hadn't seen John in what seemed like 10 meters. He missed his shouting in his theme song. Oh, how they made love to that theme song on repeat. He still remembered that day. So the things he misses about John is his shouting in his theme song. It's funny, it seems like the person who wrote this doesn't seem to know that much about Bill Nye or John Cena. They just know that like Bill Nye's a science guy. Everything he does is scientific. And John Cena wrestles, yells, and has a theme song. And Bill Nye has a theme song too. And they haven't mentioned that at all. Give Bill a little credit here. He also has a theme song. John was going to visit him that day. He got a text informing him. And it looks like a very informational text indeed. Get ready to see John Cena's dick. Glad they're starting things off innocent as usual. John was always so forward. Bill loved it. Bill heard his doorbell ring a familiar sound. Yeah, the ringing of a doorbell. That should be pretty familiar. As he heard John screaming into the house. Bill was surprised his neighbors hadn't called the cops. John almost ran up and embraced Bill. Ready for this swaggy dick? Jesus Christ, man. Am I gonna have to edit this whole thing out? Am I gonna have to bleep this? I'm gonna have to review YouTube's monetization policy. Okay, let's see the comments. No comment. I'm gonna tell my crush this. Ready for this swaggy dick? You're gonna tell that to your crush? You know what would be a crazier pickup line? Get ready to see John Cena's dick. Hey, baby. Thanks for that tasteful nude you just sent me. Now get ready to see John Cena's dick. He's like, what? Wait, whoa, what? And then you send a picture of nothing because you can't see John Cena. 1 minute and we can do some biology, Bill said as he walked over to the stereo and played John Cena's theme song. Okay, this chapter's like a carbon copy of the first chapter. John Cena bursts in loudly. They talk, and then they make love to the theme song on repeat. They made love to the theme song on repeat for a second time. Is the next one gonna be the exact same thing? To be continued. Bro, that was the end? It's just 2 chapters of the exact same thing happening twice? I feel so cheated right now. Last updated in 2016. This is a tragedy. Shawty, it's been 6 years. Shawty, please come back. I have to know what happens next. I have a couple of pretty good educated guesses, but I'd really like to know for sure. All right, shit, well, I guess that was that whole story. You know what? I feel like we're just gonna end it there. That was a little bit too much. All right, well, thanks for watching, guys. Keep it real, stay safe, and most importantly, keep it real. I'll see you guys next time. What's up, Greg? I hope you're all having a great day. Welcome back to my channel. This, of course, is another episode of 1, 2, 3, No. Real quick before we get started, I keep forgetting to say this, but thank you guys for 3 million subscribers. I think the reason I keep forgetting to say it is because it doesn't feel real. Sometimes when I think about how many subscribers I have, I get too weirded out, and it feels weird to me that I even have more than 100,000 subscribers. If a couple years ago you told me that I had 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, I'd be like, oh man, I'm living the good life. That was like my goal a couple years ago, to hit 100,000 subscribers. So the fact that I now have 30 times that amount is insane, and it doesn't feel real. But thank you guys for supporting me. It really means the world to me. It's very cool that you guys watch my videos. And then the other thing is, thank you to those of you who came to the tour. The tour is over now. It ended in October. I also keep forgetting to mention this. The tour was so fun. One of the coolest things I've ever done. Getting to hang out with Drew and Curtis all day, every day was so fun. And probably my favorite part, I got to meet a lot of people that watch my videos and like comment and tweet at me all the time. So even though I'm really glad to be home, I miss Laura, I missed my whole life. It's definitely something I want to do again someday, so if you didn't get a chance to come, I'm sure there will be another chance to see me in the future. If you did get to come, thank you so much. Anyway, enough being sappy. It's time to complain. Guys, Troom has a new competitor. A new foe has entered the match. A new challenger has appeared. 1, 2, 3, go. I found this channel a couple of days ago. They're pretty much just like Troom. They do pranks, they do DIY stuff, life hacks, crafts, anything that Troom does, 1, 2, 3, go does. And they're coming for the crown, baby. They're coming for that sweet, sweet crafting crown.
Check out your new dresser, Mia. Well done.
They want to be the crafting kings. When I say 123go is a channel, what I really mean is that they're like a conglomerate of like 1,000 channels, I think. The reason I found them is because the other day I was scrolling on the trending page and they had 3 videos on the trending page. They had one at number 15, one at number 4, and then one at number 1 on the trending page. They were dominating the trending page on YouTube for like an entire day, which doesn't seem legit at all. It seems very suspicious. I don't know how they manage that. It's very strange. And the other weird thing is that they're all on different channels. The video at number 1 on trending was on the main channel 123go, but then there's this other video that was on 123go challenge, and then the third one is on 123go gold. I don't know why they have so many channels. It seems like they pretty much do the same thing on every channel. I don't know if it's some way to like trick the trending or manipulate the algorithm or something. I don't know. I'm not smart. But I watched all of these videos and damn, they're not good. It seems that 123go is not only coming for the craft crown, but they're coming for the cringe crown. So let's go ahead and take a look at these videos and see if they're really worthy of the cringe crown. Or the craft crown. Okay, this first one is called Cool, Girly, and Beauty Hacks. Smart DIY hacks for girls. Now, I'm not a girl. I'm a Greg. So I don't know how well I'll be able to judge these, but I've seen girls before. So I feel like I'm qualified to judge. I feel like at the beginning of the video, they're already firing shots at other DIY channels. They're like, some DIY hacks out there are just plain ridiculous. So stick with us, cause ours are good and normal. Spoiler alert. They're not. I don't know if you can tell, but I don't wear a lot of makeup and I don't watch makeup tutorials. So I don't know how accurate this is, but like, has there ever been a beauty tutorial ever that has been like, go ahead and cover your whole face with lipstick? Do you wish your lips were bigger and more lush? Well, how about turning your whole face into lips? Make your whole face lips? How about turning into a giant lip monster? Does that sound nice? Want to be, look like a big red lobster?
Wrap the rest of the strand around the remaining hanging material.
I'm sorry, what is the problem that this hack is trying to solve? What happened? A perfectly good curling iron? Uh-oh, you might want to throw that shit in the trash. Because you see, if lightning strikes your house while you're doing your hair, lightning could flow through your house and into your curling iron, and then it could kind of mess up your hair. Oh no! So because of that 1 in a million risk, you're gonna want to throw your curling iron in a fucking furnace and use a sock from now on. For the record, I know that it's possible to burn your hair with a curling iron, but that's not what happened. Electricity, green electricity, came through the cord and electrocuted her. That I don't think happened. If it works, I just feel like the story was a little bit off. Like she should have forgot her curling iron and then used a sock to curl her hair. Don't say that a curling iron's not gonna work. Obviously they work, that's why people use them, and they don't just randomly electrocute people. I like the little stories that they add in between the hacks that gives them like a reason to use the hacks. It's not just DIY hack after DIY hack. There's a little story. It's a nice little, it's almost like a little beauty movie. But her logic in this scene as a character just doesn't really make sense to me. It's just kind of weird that she has no idea if the shaving cream would work or not. Like she has no reason to think shaving cream would fix her stain. But she's just like, I don't fucking know, shaving cream? It's worth a try. And she just randomly stumbles upon this amazing life hack. Does she do this every time it gets a stain? Just reaches for the nearest liquid and pours it all over her shirt and hopes that it has stain removing properties? I just feel like it would be more realistic if sometimes she tried like a random beauty hack that she had a hunch would work and it just doesn't at all. Like, oh no, I ripped my pants on the way to class. I'm gonna look like the dumbest, stupid fucking idiot in the whole class. Wait. A lighter! Could I melt my jeans and meld them back together? It's worth a shot. And then it just cuts to him standing in front of the smoldering remains of his house. Like, what have I done? I feel like that would be more realistic, personally. What kind of color was that? She just said spray some color on a brush. Was that spray paint? What was it? Was it spray hair dye? They didn't say. They just said spray some color on a brush.
Just spray some color on a brush.
Just pure color. Just spray some pure blue. The essence of blue. Just gather up the color blue and then put it in your hair. I don't know where to get that. Maybe I'm missing something, but couldn't you just spray the hair with the color? Why did you need to spray it all over a brush? Now you can't use that brush anymore. Now the brush is blue forever, or until you get it out somehow. This shit makes no sense. Thumbs down. Wait. Life hacks not making sense? What kind of world do we live in? Touching a bobby pin. Or having it on your finger. Also, does this even happen that much? When you reach into things, you come out with bobby pins all over your fingers? She seems like it's really hurting her every time, too. Does having a bobby pin just lightly clamped on your finger hurt that bad? The girl in the video is like, ow, whoa, oh! Help, help, someone help! I'm a doctor. Huh? You asked for help, I'm a doctor. Where the fuck am I? The hospital, you asked for help. I'm a doctor. Oh, yeah, I have a bobby pin on my finger. Fuck! Oh, shit. We have to take an x-ray right now. Put your finger in there. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh. What? Your finger is fucked up. That is a fucked up finger. Is it broken? Broken? No, your bone is just dust. There's nothing to be broken. There's no bone anymore. Your finger's basically just a bag of sand. Well, can you fix it? I'm afraid the only thing we can do at this point is just cut off your whole ass arm. That makes sense. All right, let me just grab my knife. Oh, fuck no! Anyway, the solution is to put it in a Tic Tac case. But that's the end of that video. The next one is very strange. It's a little bit different. This one is on the channel 123Go Challenge, and it's called Wearing Long Acrylic Nails for 24 Hours. Longest nails ever! Funny pranks by 123Go Challenge. This one is more of like a long skit than any sort of practical information, any kind of useful DIY tips. It's just a long skit about this guy's life being ruined. So basically, this guy and this girl are hanging out, and the guy makes the girl drop all her change.
No, my change!
Oh no, my change! All my nickels and dimes and quarters and half dollars. Why do they have half dollars? Do people even still use half dollars? I feel like I haven't seen a half dollar in like 15 years. So she tries picking up the change, but she can't because her nails are too long, and the guy gets all impatient.
Fine, I'll help.
What was that? What was that little noise? He grunted like a little gremlin. This bitch is taking forever. So finally he picks up all the change and he puts it in his pocket and he keeps it and he's like, if you drop it again, you won't be able to pick it up, so I might as well hold on to it.
What if you drop it all again? It's definitely safer with me.
So she gets all pissed, so later that night she sneaks into his room where he's sleeping, but it's the same room, he's just sleeping on the couch. They probably didn't have another set, they just had the couch room set, so that's just where this character sleeps. And while he's sleeping, she glues really, really long acrylics on him. As you do. And then the rest of the video is just him bumbling around being useless. He can't do shit because he's got really long acrylics. He can't seem to figure out how to pick anything up. Can't really manipulate things well. He's making everything look a lot harder than it should. He's really playing it up. There's one part where he's on the toilet and he tries to wipe his butthole, but I guess he's got really long nails, so he ends up scratching his butthole.
Any last words, Kevin?
And then like a couple scenes later, he's using his fingernails to skewer food and eat it, so that's gross.
Amy, open your eyes. There's someone or something in your room. Huh? What is that? Please don't hurt me. Where the heck is the light switch? Huh, I found it. Okay, who's there? Show yourself. Hey there.
Hey there. It was just me. I was just standing in your room like this, posing like a witch for no reason. Can you take my nails off, please? And she does.
My regular nails. I thought I'd never see you again.
All in all, this video was a disaster. Which brings us to the final video that was on the trending page. It's called Best Challenges and Pranks on Your Friends. And this one, of course, is on 123Go Gold. I'm not sure what makes this one gold. Maybe it's like their premium content, their most golden material. Dude, this shit is gold. Is this the best shit that 123Go has to offer? That wouldn't be saying that much, honestly. Let's find out.
Hey girl, I think it's time for a style upgrade. Take this scarf. Now put it around your neck like this. Now take each side with opposite arms and flip them around your neck. Yep, like that. Take the ends and tie them in a simple knot. Tighten it, and poof. Whoa, how did you do that without choking yourself?
This seems kind of dangerous. Trick your friend into fucking strangling themselves. You're gonna have so much fun watching your friend choke to death, all because of you.
Jeez, you didn't tell me this was a life-threatening trick.
They even say it's a life-threatening prank. But no, please, go ahead, try it. Try this shit out with a friend. It works better on people with asthma or other lung conditions. And the best part is, you'll get off scot-free. Your friend's gonna strangle themselves to death and the cops will be none the wiser. Now that's what I call gold. Mwah. That's gold.
Ah, the bathroom. A private place where one feels most vulnerable. Also known as the perfect place to pull a prank. Snag an old toilet paper roll and run it under some water in the sink. Make sure to really soak it. Now crinkle it up so it looks like a... well, do I really have to say it?
Yep, looks like a poopy. Looks just like poop. Whose poop is that supposed to be? That just looks like crumpled up cardboard. I don't want to get into the nitty gritty of what my poop looks like, but it doesn't look like that.
Wait for an unsuspecting friend, and... whoa, what the heck is that?
Oh no, don't throw up.
Oh no, there's poopy in the toilet where poopy goes? Oh man, I think I'm gonna puke. Gold.
Finally, I'm done packing. I can't reach. Here we go. They're alive!
Oh shit, a box monster! A box monster! No!
Emily, is that you?
Oh, never mind, it's just a witch. Okay, this is actually kind of a good prank. It would scare someone, but I do feel like it requires a lot of planning. And also, who has like a box room in their house? Is this supposed to be a prank you can do on a friend? Or is this like for coworkers? Because I could see you having like a storage room at work that's full of boxes, but then you're like ruining a bunch of shit at your job. You're like cutting open boxes that they can't use now. Or is this supposed to be at someone's house? Like what room could you do this in? I've never been to a friend's house that just had a room full of boxes. Okay, so let's assume that this is supposed to be like at your job. You have a storage room full of boxes. You bring your own boxes from home. You cut them up. You're standing there. And then you just have to wait for like hours until someone comes back into the storage room. And also you're not doing your job. You're not at your job because you're hiding in the storage room. Your boss is all pissed because he can't find you, and then finally he comes back into the storage room and you scare him and he pees his pants, and then you take off the thing and he's like, that was you? Why aren't you doing your fucking job? And then he fires you and you can't pay rent and you become homeless, and that's gold. Alright guys, well, that's it for this week's episode of 123 No. I hope you enjoyed it. I've been your host, Danny. Like I mentioned in the previous video, I've got some new merch on the merch store, DannyGonzalez.store. If you want to get some of that shit, just click the link in the description. Also, I have a new song out I just released today. It's called Daddy. It's on Spotify if you want to stream it. It's also on Apple Music and iTunes and everywhere else that you would stream things. If you're new here and you're not subscribed yet, make sure you subscribe and turn on my notifications to join Greg. Greg is what I call my fans, but we're also a family. We're an army, and we're all one person named Greg. And all you have to do to become part of Greg is subscribe and turn on my notifications. Alright, thank you to Rebecca Rodriguez for turning on my notifications. You are truly Greg. I'll see you guys next time with a really interesting video where I do some random shit and get kind of quirky. Bye! She called me daddy. Yeah, I ain't got no kids, but the way she talking to me, you would probably think I did. She called me daddy. Yeah, I ain't got no kids, but the way she talk to me, you'd think I'm her guardian. She called me daddy. Bitch, I got those long socks underneath my brown Crocs, drinking. What's up, Greg? I hope you're all having a great day. Welcome back to my channel. This, of course, is another episode of sitting alone in an unfurnished room like a weirdo. So most of you have seen the video I made with Drew a couple months ago where we talked about the Jeremy Renner app. And since we made that video, a lot has happened in the world of Jeremy Renner. Firstly, just a few days after we made that video about his app, the app got shut down. Jeremy Renner himself posted this lengthy note on the app saying that he was taking down the app because there were too many trolls on the app, and he was going to be giving anyone who spent money on stars refunds. And for a second, Drew and I were like, huh? Did we do that? Did we roast this international celebrity's app so hard that he had no choice but to take it down? But then we looked into it a little bit more, and it seems like there were like a whole host of other problems on the app that we didn't even touch on, and it's been a long time coming. Unbeknownst to us, the app was full of trolls that were impersonating other celebrities. People were making accounts for like OJ Simpson and Casey Anthony and posting really weird stuff on the app. But worse than all that, worse than people making fake accounts for politicians and murderers and just all around spreading lies on the app, people were making fake accounts of Jeremy himself. They would make accounts where the name would be Jeremy Renner and the picture would be the exact same picture that the official Jeremy Renner was using. And since for some reason there was no like verification thing next to Jeremy Renner's name, anyone could make it look like they were the actual Jeremy Renner. And people would use these fake Jeremy Renner accounts to try to get stars from people, try to convince people to give them their stars because they would think that they were the actual Jeremy Renner, which is fucked up. Because as we all know, the only person who deserves stars is the real Jeremy Renner. No one else should be getting stars. So anyway, instead of implementing a policy where you can't make your name Jeremy Renner and you can't make your picture the same as the actual Jeremy Renner, he just deleted the whole app. He just got rid of the whole ass app, tossed the whole thing in the garbage. It's no good anymore. Ooh, stinky app, no good. Apparently it doesn't take much trouble for someone who's worth $50 million to be like, you know what, this is more trouble than it's worth. I'm not even making that much money. I'm just gonna delete the whole thing. Sure, it could have been a fun place for my fans to interact, but instead I had to make it 1, all about money, and then 2, the second that any trouble arose, I just am gonna delete the whole thing. But since that video, Jeremy also has another venture he's been working on. The Jeremy Renner Amazon Celebrity Store. So I didn't realize this, but apparently Amazon has this thing called celebrity stores where they partner with certain celebrities to make curated stores full of items that are endorsed by a specific celebrity. So celebrities will pick out items that fit their brand, like Post Malone has one where you can buy headphones, and then I assume what happens is that the celebrity involved in the store gets a cut of the revenue for all of the items that are sold on the store. So it's like a mutually beneficial thing for them and Amazon. And it turns out that Jeremy Renner has just started one. They've got all of Jeremy's favorite stuff in here. Jeremy's favorite fishing pole, Jeremy's favorite knife, Jeremy's favorite trunk, his favorite food, which apparently is beef jerky and trail mix. So if you had any doubt in your mind that Jeremy Renner was a real man's man, the only products he endorses are camping equipment, and the only food he eats are beef jerky and trail mix. You can use this store to be just like Jeremy. Eat the nuts that Jeremy eats. Sleep in the tent that Jeremy sleeps in. Wear the clothes that Jeremy Renner wears. The clothes on Amazon that Jeremy Renner definitely has worn and endorses. He may be worth $50 million, but he totally buys all of his clothes from Amazon and recommends Amazon clothing. Everything on this store just gives off like a weird off-putting vibe. Like all of the pictures of Jeremy Renner they use, he's tending to a fire and looking into the camera with that sultry gaze that Jeremy Renner is known for. I don't know what's got more smolder to it, that fire or the look in Jeremy's eyes. Here he's got some binoculars and looking kind of creepily into the camera. In general, the whole store gives off this vibe of like Jeremy Renner trying to act really cool, but it just reeking of like corporate sponsorship. I went and looked at some of the reviews for the products in this store, and a lot of them are pretty funny. This person rated the fishing rod 5 stars, but their review says, Jeremy, are you disappointed in me? Why does Jeremy look like he's disappointed in the homepage? He's disappointed I didn't catch the fish on the first try, angry that I'm taking forever lighting the fire, and just overly disappointed in the fact, for a moment, I thought I could have been as cool as him by buying these products. Okay, here's another similar review for the fishing rod. This person gave it 4 stars. I have not purchased this product, which is always a good way to start a review of a product, by admitting that you've never used it or even seen it in person. But I just want to say how sad the Jeremy Renner store is. Really look at him. So bad and so sad. I bet he never uses any of the stuff they're selling. But I do think he does high-end real estate, which is pretty smart and cool. Minimal loss if the economy turns south, and a better investment than middle to low class real estate. But he has a ton of money, so I bet I could never go into that. Anyways, forgot my point, but this store is a shame, and Mr. Renner should be embarrassed. I'd say that those reviews are a pretty accurate assessment of the Jeremy Renner store. It's weird to see someone so famous trying so hard to make money in the most corporate ways possible, like making an app where the only thing you can do is pay him money, like doing this weird celebrity Amazon store endorsing products that he's definitely never used. So anyway, that's what Jeremy Renner's been up to lately. That's the only weird thing he's been doing. He hasn't been doing anything else weird. Other than that, he's been living a pretty normal life with his family, and he hasn't been doing anything weird or creepy, and he definitely seems like a great, well-adjusted man. Jeremy Renner's ex-wife claims he threatened to kill her. Jeremy Renner bit his daughter. Yep, nothing weird. He's not doing anything weird. He's just living his normal life and camping a lot. Those articles do kind of make the camping supplies seem a little bit less fun. Yeah, this whole list of stuff really seems a lot more suspicious after reading those articles. Like, what is he planning on doing with these bow and arrows? And who is he planning on watching with these binoculars? Jeremy Renner's life has really been in kind of a downward spiral ever since his app got shut down. Jeez. I didn't think it'd take that much of a toll on the guy. Anyway, after I was done researching the Jeremy Renner store, I started falling down all these rabbit holes of weird products that are on Amazon, and holy shit, there's a lot of weird products on Amazon. Okay, now here's a really fun product. The Casual Daddle Saddle. Yeehaw? More like knee-haw. More like yee-naw. Cause what the fuck is this? I don't think that this is what the song Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy was about. Look at this poor dad, dude. He looks so embarrassed. He's been conquered by a 3-year-old girl who really seems to be enjoying herself. I'll give him that. The girl seems to be having a jolly good time, but the dad, he's so ashamed he doesn't even want to show his face. His cowboy face. His cow face. So in case you couldn't tell, this product is just a saddle to put on your dad so you can ride him around. I don't know who this would be a gift for. Like, is it a gift for the kid or a gift for the dad? Seems like a pretty mean gift to get your dad. But a lot of the reviews say, like, this is a great gift for Father's Day. No, it's not. Hey, Dad, for Father's Day, I'm gonna break your fucking back. How's that? I'm gonna ride you around for hours. Happy Father's Day. The customer question and answer section of this product are out of control. Would this be suitable for a toy rocking horse? This product is best used what it is meant for, a dad. Though I'd imagine a rocking horse or whatever would be fine. But like, it's meant for dads. What the fuck? Why so unnecessarily mean? Also, like, a rocking horse. It's like you've never heard of one before. Oh, I'm sure your little, what was it again? A rocking horse. Yeah, I'm sure it'd be fine for that. Don't rocking horses already have seats on them? Or like a place for the kid to sit? I mean, I guess a dad does too. The saddle seems pretty unnecessary for any circumstance. It's not that hard to just grab onto your dad. It just mostly seems demeaning to strap this thing onto your dad. Someone else answered this same question. No! Only for uncle. I mean, that's just not true. This is a daddle saddle. I'm sure you could put it on an uncle, but he has to be a dad. You can't put it on an uncle with no kids. It wouldn't work. It's only compatible with dads. Oh, good. There's the police version. Yeah, the police costume doesn't actually come with this. It seems like the only reason that this is a police officer saddle is because it comes in Sheriff Blue. Ooh, wow, Sheriff Blue. Why do the dads in these pictures never look happy or even kind of enthusiastic about what's going on? He looks like he's having an existential crisis. He looks like his midlife crisis started right when this picture was taken. Oh, cool, you can dress like a knight too, and your dad will still want to die. That's awesome. I have to give him some credit though. This is some really realistic advertising. They're really managing your expectations with this product and letting you know who's going to be the one enjoying it. Have you ever wanted to give your kids the ultimate horseback ride? Of course you have. Well, now you can, thanks to the Casual Daddle Saddle. Just strap it on and take your kids for a ride. Your kids will love feeling like they're strapped to a real horse because you smell like shit. You smell like a horse. Your kids can dress up like a cowboy, a mounted police officer, a princess, or a knight in shining armor. And you can dress up like a fucking horse. Your kids will love feeling like they're riding a real horse, whether it be through the jungle or on an old dirt road. And you will not have a good time. You will not like this product. You will not have fun. You're gonna hate your wife forever for getting you this as a gag gift and resent your kids for making you use it. So call today and become a fucking horse. Okay, finally, here's one where the dad is actually enthusiastic about what's going on. He's actually happy to be playing with his daughter. But now I feel like he's having way too much fun. Yeah, you know what? I take back what I said before. You should not be having this much fun using the daddle. This dude is getting a creepy amount of joy from crawling around on the floor. All the fun stuff is happening up here. There shouldn't really be anything cool or interesting going on down here. It should mostly just be tiring and painful what's going on down here. You definitely shouldn't be open mouth laughing about just crawling around on the floor. So this one is called the Pony Up Daddy Saddle, which feels like a really condescending thing to say to your dad. Pony up, daddy. It's like, doesn't pony up mean to like settle your debts or, you know, pay what you owe someone? Pony up, daddy. You owe me the ride of my life. You owe me the health of your lower back. Pony up, bitch. It's time for me to strap a saddle to you and ride you like a fucking horse. Pony up, daddy. Oh good, there's a commercial for the Pony Up Daddy. Let's check it out. Pony, 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 pony up, daddy. Pony up, daddy. Come on! Oh, great. I'm glad that they're giving kids that command when they want the dad to put on the saddle. It's not just, Daddy, can we play the game where you're the horse? Like, kids are gonna walk into the room and be like, Pony up, Daddy!
Pony Up Daddy is a fun saddle that fits your dad just right.
He looked so defeated when he got down on all fours. Like, it's really what my life has come to. Got his head down and everything. Just, oh, fuck this again.
You can have a pony ride anytime, day or night. Don't worry, Mom. You can pony up too.
Oh shit, the pony up daddy works on mommies too? You don't even have to get a pony up mommy? This is awesome. What's next? It's gonna work on uncles?
You can pony up too with Pony Up Daddy.
Oh shit, daddy. Throw it back. This daddy's throwing it back. Pony up, daddy. Oh god damn. Pony up, daddy.
Ride an elephant on an African safari or a tiger through the thick jungle. Hop on a dinosaur to take a trip through time. Then ride your pony into the sunset.
Jesus, man, how long are these kids riding their dad for? How many animals does this dad have to be before his poor old back can rest? This kid is taking him on a fucking trek. They're going on a journey together.
Pony, Daddy, pony.
Simply wrap.
Why does that dad look like he was looking at something sus on his phone? He's looking at his phone and his kid comes up and he's like, yeah, sure. Yep, I'll do that. I'll pony up. Don't ask what I was looking at.
Kids climb on the saddle and grab the handle and hang on.
Pony, 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 pony up, Daddy.
No more ripped collars, no more stretched shirts, and no more broken jewelry.
God damn, these kids are brutal. Just fucking choking their dads. You don't need to worry about jewelry getting pulled out or your collar getting stretched because the pony up daddy comes with a bit to put in your dad's fucking mouth so you can pull that shit when he's getting out of line.
It's time to play with your kids again.
Oh shit, it's time to play with my kids again. I gotta go play with my kids again. Okay, I'm starting to like it. I like the idea of getting off the couch and getting off your electronics and playing with your parents, but I feel like we could go even bigger. Just riding one dad, that's lame. And kids these days, they're resourceful. I think it'd be really cool if they started making like daddy carriages. So you could have like a carriage that you and all your friends sit in. It's got big wheels. And then there's like a group of 6 harnesses in the front that you strap a bunch of daddies into. So now you've got like 6 daddies pulling this little daddy carriage around. Now that would be cool. Taking your daddies out on a dirt road and just like, yeah, daddy, pony up, daddy. So if the makers of Pony Up Daddy or the Daddle Saddle are watching this, feel free to use my idea. Just cut me like a 30% royalty check and we've got a deal. You could call it the Giddy Up Daddy or the Daddy Drawn Carriage. Well, I feel like it's gotten significantly darker in this room since I started filming, and you know what that means. I've been filming for too long, so it's time to stop. Thank you guys for watching this video. If you want to support my channel, head on over to my merch store and check out some of my cool new merch. I've got hoodies that say Greg. I've got t-shirts that have a little picture of me and that guy on them. We got Nutcracker hats. We even have little Greg necklaces now. So if you want any of those cool things, head on over to DannyGonzalez.store. If you're new here and you're not subscribed yet, make sure you subscribe and turn on my notifications to join Greg. We're the fastest growing army on all of YouTube. No cap, son. There's not a cap involved in this entire equation. Nary a cap to be found. Thank you, Melly, for turning on my notifications. You are truly Greg. I'll see you guys next time with a really interesting video where hopefully I'm not in a totally undecorated room. Bye! Well, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you're new here, make sure you subscribe and turn on my notifications to join Greg. Thank you, Ugly Thing, for turning on my notifications. You are truly Greg. I'll see you guys next time with a really interesting video where I beat up my little sister. What's up, Greg? I hope you're having a great day. Welcome back to another episode of Checking In on Troom Troom. For those of you who don't know, I have a U2s now. He's a little vinyl figurine that looks just like me. I've been working on this for months, designing this with U2s. Here he is. Sweet as can be. I wanted this U2s to be sort of an homage to some of my most popular videos, those being the Trying Troom Troom videos. So you'll notice he's got the little chocolate milk tie, the hot glue gun, and of course a Greg t-shirt. So if this is something that interests you, head on over to U2s.com. It is live right now. It helps support me. And in honor of releasing this U2s, I wanted to do a video where we check in on Troom Troom and see what they're up to these days. It's been probably over a year since I've made a video about Troom Troom, and I'm kind of surprised with the direction that their channel has taken as of late. First off, they hardly do any like life hack and crafting videos anymore, which is really weird because that was like their bread and butter before. I mean, that was like the reason people came to Troom Troom, for like poorly conceived crafts that were also executed poorly as well. They do upload some here and there, and they're still like really bad. Like this one about getting kidnapped, and it's all survival hacks.
Here she comes, taking selfies as usual. You can't get away now. Great job, Martin.
I kind of feel like I need to make a whole other video about that one because it's insane. But in this video, I wanted to talk about Troom Troom's newest venture, these sort of like relatable comedy sketch, funny scenario type videos that are pretty disappointing, honestly. honestly kind of mean. So here's the type of video I'm talking about. It's called Rich Bride versus Broke Bride. They've got a bunch of videos like this. Rich blank versus broke blank, where they sort of like compare the lifestyle of one person who is rich and another person who is very much not rich. It's sort of like a goofy comparison, and it's sort of meant to be poking fun at both of them. But the thing is, they're like kind of trying to be poking fun at both the rich person and the broke person. But like the only thing they have to make fun of the rich person for in most of these scenarios is that like, wow, they have so much money that they can do anything they want and their life is actually pretty sick. But the broke person though? Oh shit, dude, their life sucks, man. Broke bride has bubble wrap, wedding dress, and they can't hire a photographer, and everything's going wrong, and it's funny because they're poor. So the first scenario is the proposal. It shows the difference between a rich bride's proposal and a broke bride's proposal. The rich boyfriend comes down from a helicopter in the sky. He gets down on one knee, says, "Will you marry me?"
Will you marry me?
Rich girlfriend says, "Yes."
Yeah!
Or sorry, yeah.
Yeah!
I feel like yeah is maybe a little bit too casual for the situation. And I promise to be there for you. Forever and always. Will you marry me? Yeah. Instead of coming down in a helicopter, the broke boyfriend just comes down in a regular ladder, just from like the top of a wall or something. I like that they made it so that he still had to come from the sky. They didn't have him just like walk up or something, which would be normal. Or what? Actually, I guess it doesn't really make sense that they're like walking up and immediately proposing anyway. Do they know these people know each other? It's kind of weird in general that they just walk up and the first thing they say is, "Will you marry me?" But I just think it's funny that they made him come from the sky also, just in his own like broke way. Like it's a well-known fact that like if you're gonna propose to a girl, you have to come from the sky. You need the higher ground. It's like a fight. It's a tactical advantage and a power move. You need the higher ground and the element of surprise. Will you marry me? That's how I proposed to Laura. So broke boyfriend gives broke girlfriend, now broke fiance, actually, the ring. I don't know what that thing is. Is it a toy? Is it like a fidget thing? It kind of looks like a toy for a toddler. Is this a baby? Even if you were kind of strapped for cash and you couldn't afford a diamond, why put a baby toy on the ring? Oh wait, I guess I misread the title. This says Rich Bride versus Broke Baby. Oh, sorry, they're not even gonna get married. That's just a straight up baby. Rich bride gets a beautiful wedding, and broke baby gets a nap. She's very tired from being so young and so broke.
Here comes the bride! Adele, Anthony, exchange your rings and vows!
Now it's time for the ceremonies. The rich ceremony is of course beautiful. It's a very nice looking wedding. Maybe a little bit tacky. The bride does have a bouquet made out of $100 bills. But overall, the message from the rich wedding is just like, dang, they're having a great time. And this day is gonna be one that they remember positively for a long time. Also, I love the officiant's hair. He looks like a Jedi apprentice.
You may kiss the bride!
Oh.
Oh, what a sweet ceremony!
Definitely don't react like that when the bride and groom kiss for the first time.
Oh.
He says oh like he's surprised, but then as if he's aroused. Almost as if to say like, oh shit, I've never been to a wedding before. I didn't know they were gonna kiss.
Keep going.
Oh babe, this day is so romantic. I love you so much. Me too, sweetie. We're gonna remember this day for the rest of Oh my god. Babe, I think your best man is jerking off. Oh, whoa, what the fuck?
Good afternoon, father! Whoops, you're not ready yet!
The broke couple could not afford the same venue as the rich couple, obviously, so they decided to have their wedding at a clothing store. They go to get the priest in one of the fitting rooms and he's naked.
Whoops!
It is the same priest as the rich wedding, though, so I guess money can't buy you a better priest. But it can make him not naked.
Whoa! A stress reliever!
Damn, yup. I could have told you that was gonna happen. That's just one of the pitfalls of having a wedding at a clothing store. There's always gonna be some guy in a jumpsuit and sunglasses that wants to pop your bubble wrap dress. There's always that guy. Every fucking time. Rich couple is having their wedding photographed by a drone.
Hi!
Broke couple could not afford a photographer, so they bribed the security guard at the clothing store to give them the footage from the security cameras in the store.
Good afternoon! Guard, wake up!
Hey, wait a minute. I feel like I've seen that guy somewhere before, but I can't place it. Oh well, he's pretty vague looking. I'm probably thinking of someone else.
Thanks! You're the best cameraman!
This video just continues on like this. It's just scene after scene of the rich couple having the time of their lives. They hire like a famous musician to come perform at their wedding. Literally nothing goes wrong for the rich couple. There's not even like a lesson, like maybe the rich people are spending so much time trying to make this day perfect that they lost track of what the day's really about. It's about, you know, two people in love. They don't even do that. They're just like, this day was fucking sick for the rich people, dude. And then it keeps cutting back to the broke couple, and they're literally eating paper at the reception. Who is writing these? Is it a rich person? Is it an insanely rich person? Probably. Just like, how out of touch do you have to be to write this? Rich person wedding. What would that entail? Everything is normal and great. Being rich is normal, nothing to make fun of at all about these rich people. Okay, now broke wedding. Oh, what do they do at a broke wedding? Damn, that's crazy. I'm just now realizing I've never been to a wedding that wasn't for a rich person. What do they do there? I guess at rich weddings they eat food. So at broke weddings, they probably eat garbage? Sure, yeah, they're eating trash. Just scraps of paper. They're eating garbage, and the bride has a dress made out of garbage. When it comes time for them to pay the tab at the wedding, all the groom has is garbage to pay with. All right, the script is done. Now it just needs a title. Rich Bride versus Garbage Bride. Perfect. There's one point in the video where it actually seems like they're gonna like razz the rich couple a little bit. They're gonna be like, haha, they got their comeuppance. Look at them. Now we get to laugh at the rich people.
Here's your reception invoice.
The waiter comes up during the reception to hand them the bill for the wedding, which is not how weddings work at all. Obviously, you don't pay for it like a regular restaurant check. And for a second, it looks like maybe they spent too much money on the wedding, and it looks like they're not gonna be able to afford it. That's a big problem for people with new money. They don't know how to manage their money.
Take my $1 million bouquet. This is still not enough.
So let's see what happens.
Thank you. Now it's enough. That was quite a splurge. We'll just make more.
What? They're just gonna make more? It's not gonna affect them at all financially? Of course, yeah, I guess actually that makes a lot of sense. Because that's how life works. I think this video is supposed to be funny, but it's just kind of making me sad.
Honey, this is the weather forecast for our wedding day. This Saturday, expect a tornado, a thunderstorm, and the apocalypse. It's horrible.
And the apocalypse? See, I feel like you should have mentioned that first. That seems like the only thing that would matter at that point. This bit actually is pretty funny though. They're worried that it's gonna rain on their wedding day, so the rich groom goes to the weather station and bribes the weatherman to change the weather, and that works. That's actually kind of funny. It did make me chuckle. Troom, what are you doing? Making me laugh? What the F? You're supposed to be cringe. Stop.
What? Will it be raining on our wedding day? Oh, great rain spirit!
Phew! That's better. I gotta say, there was not too much that was redeeming about that video, was there? Okay, next video. Rich pregnant versus poor pregnant. Okay, what's going on here? What is this supposed to be depicting? Why would they have a clothespin and a diamond plugging up their belly button? It looks like the clothespin is almost holding her belly shut. Do they think the belly button is gonna open up? Do they think that's where babies come from? In 9 months, the rich mom's doctor is gonna pull the diamond out of her belly button, and a very rich baby will emerge.
Doctor, there's a problem. My baby is bored all alone in my tummy. A mother's intuition never fails. You'll think of something, right, doctor? For such a generous fee, you can work magic. Let's see if that helped. Yes! Wow. Now the little girl has a brother. You're amazing!
Yo! What? No? If your wife comes home from an ultrasound appointment and tells you that the doctor put another baby in her, that is not a good thing. That obviously would be bad.
It's urgent. I need to pick out a stroller. You need to see our special section. What do you think of this one? Wow, that's much better.
Shroom uses these like weird voice sound effects that are very clearly just like stock sounds of people going like, oh yeah, or this one like, wow!
Wow! Yes! Now
They've used that one twice now, and I can't help but feel like it sounds like Mario. Congratulations, ma'am. You're having a boy. So then the poor pregnant woman just starts stealing stuff. She steals a cart from a guy living on the street who uses a stroller. She steals from the grocery store. Dude, this is so weird. Why? And then they put the same joke in here that was in the last video where the poor mom wants pregnancy photos, so she goes to a store and tries to use the security cameras to get pregnancy photos. They can't even think of original ways to make fun of the people in these videos. All right, these videos are so bad. I'm gonna be done watching them now. I'm just kind of worried about whatever. These videos are obviously for kids. I'm kind of worried about the kids that watch these videos. But you know what? Maybe they took something away from it that I didn't get. You know, maybe there's some kind of lesson in here, you know? No matter if you're rich or poor, you know, the amount of money doesn't make you a good mom. And being broke doesn't make your kid any less special. And we should appreciate broke moms just as much, if not more, as rich moms, because they have a lot more to go through to give their child a good life.
Who did you like better? Poor Lana or rich Liana? Tell us in the comments.
Liana. Rich one is the best. I love the rich. Rich Miana. Rich Rihanna. Danny Gonzalez really needs to see this OMG. Huh. Alright, well, I think that's the end of this video, which means now it's time for a special sponsored segment. Just in case you haven't heard, Laura and I recently adopted a puppy. Just days ago, actually. This is her. Her name is Sunday. She is the sweetest baby. She has floppy ears and the sweetest face known to man. And since she's a little baby puppy, just 12 weeks old, we're obviously trying to spend as much time at home as possible. That means both of us working from home as much as we can, not going out for lunch every day, not going out for dinner every day. And boy, oh boy, has HelloFresh made that so much easier. We don't have to go to the grocery store as much anymore because every meal comes with all of the ingredients you need. We don't even have to spend as much time prepping each meal in order to start cooking because all of the ingredients are pre-measured. They take all the prepping and planning out of cooking, which means you can get dinner on the table in as quick as 30 minutes, even 20 sometimes with some of their quick and easy options. If we wanted to skip a week, add more meals, you can easily do that. We also love that it's a more sustainable option than grocery store-bought meals. That's because HelloFresh's carbon footprint is actually 25% lower than grocery store-bought meals. So in summary, HelloFresh is great because we get to spend more time at home staring at our sleeping puppy, we get to be a little bit more environmentally conscious, and we get absolutely delicious tasting meals. I swear HelloFresh does not miss. So if you want to sign up for HelloFresh, head on over to HelloFresh.com and use my code TrulyGreg14 to get 14 free meals plus free shipping. That's code TrulyGreg14 for 14 free meals plus free shipping. Thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring this video, and you guys for checking out HelloFresh. All right, thank you guys for watching this video. If you enjoyed it and you're not subscribed yet, make sure you subscribe and turn on my notifications to join Greg. Greg is what I call all my subscribers, and we're actually the strongest army on YouTube, based on a series of objective metrics that only I know. And all you have to do to join Greg is just subscribe and turn on my notifications, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye. This video is over now. Go find something else to watch, or just watch this video. I know we had a lot of fun, but you can't stay on this end screen forever. No. This video is over now. So why are you still watching this? What's up, Greg, and welcome back to another episode of 2021. More like 2020 fun. Guys, why does everyone on TikTok believe everything that anyone says? I keep seeing this dude on TikTok named Nick Suarez who's pretending to be a vampire on TikTok using special effects. He just keeps posting videos where his canines become vampire fangs, and like everyone believes him. When I first saw this TikTok, I was like, okay, that's a cool effect. And I went to the comments thinking that everybody else would be saying a similar thing, just like, ooh, nice job, cool effect. Or just like thirsting over him because he's a boy and he's not wearing a shirt. Or he is, he's just wearing it wrong. But no, the comments on this were pretty surprising. This could actually be real, and I would have no idea. He could actually be a vampire, and we wouldn't even know. No, he couldn't. He could not. Because vampires aren't real. They're made up. They're a thing that people made up. Also, imagine if vampires really were real, and this is how we found out from like a, sort of like a thirst trappy TikTok of a guy just casually being like, oh, I heard we're showing off our teeth. Here's mine. They just had to put this picture in like every history book from now on. Like, so this is when we found out that vampires existed. They've been around for like thousands of years, and we didn't find out until this guy made a TikTok video without his shirt on because he wanted to show off his teeth. And still to this day, it's the only evidence we have of vampires, but like, I mean, you can't dispute this. And he keeps making videos where he does this thing with his teeth, and more people believe him every time. It's so bizarre. Not me actually believing him. Why am I believing him? You're gonna make me believe you. Look, I don't believe this yet, all right? I'm not that stupid. 2 videos of you showing your fangs? I'm not an idiot. But I swear to God, if you do this one more time, I will believe you. I'm serious, all right? Post one more edited TikTok of you showing your fangs, and I will spend the rest of my life believing vampires are real. And it's not because you're cute either. I don't want to kiss. I'm gonna spend the rest of my life trying to track you down and impale you with a wooden spear. You demon. You evil being.
Hey guys, so a lot of y'all have questions about my last video, and I'm here to clear some of those things up. So, fangs, not retractable. They come out when I want. My eyes, yeah, they do glow, and I could compel you, but I won't. And finally, speed.
I like that he's not just a vampire, but he's like a cocky vampire. And my eyes? Yeah, they glow. And my speed? Yeah, it's really fast. Watching everyone I love die time and time again because I'm an immortal, ageless being. Drifting through time, becoming further convinced that nothing matters and life doesn't mean anything because I sold my soul to the devil 200 years ago? It's your boy.
A lot of y'all are still confused about these and about my speed. So I figured I'd put up a timer, do a couple laps, show you guys how fast I really am. So here we are.
He has a couple videos where he runs fast, and I don't know why it's so funny to me. I think it's because if you see like someone actually running real fast, like Usain Bolt or something, he takes such long strides. But in these videos, he's just sort of jogging or almost power walking. So he's taking pretty small steps, but he's just going really fast. And my speed? Yeah, I guess you could say it's borderline Olympic. I like to think about what this one would look like without the effect. The ruse didn't last forever though. Eventually it seemed like Nick got a little bit too big for his britches and started tackling some a little bit trickier effects. He posted this one where he tries to bite into an apple to prove that his fangs are real, so you can see the fang marks in the apple. One where he goes outside and his skin starts burning. He jumps over his house.
Don't skip leg day.
And this one where he exhibits his superhuman strength by picking up a picture of a car.
Let me know if you have any questions.
Now, I know that a lot of people who are probably commenting on these TikToks saying that they think they're real are either joking or literally 1 year old. But it's just crazy to me that like anybody would even consider for a second that this might be real, because vampires aren't real. And also this dude's a video editor. Like if you click on his profile and look at it for 2 seconds, all of his other non-vampire related TikToks are like him doing effects, like he's in the mirror doing one thing and then on the other side he's doing another thing, or he's parodying The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody where he's cloning himself. And honestly, I don't even think that this dude, Nick, is really trying to fool anyone. I just think he's a video editor that's like trying to have some fun. He probably didn't even think people would believe his first post. I don't really think his intention was ever to like deceive people into thinking that vampires are real. That, however, cannot be said about what I actually want to talk about today, which is this rumor about Kanye West and Jeffree Star, and more importantly, the girl who started it. So I'm sure a lot of you have seen this rumor by now because the memes have been everywhere, and honestly, there's been some pretty good memes about the situation. I think in general, it's pretty funny to imagine that Kanye West is dating Jeffree Star, but if you haven't seen the original TikTok that started this whole thing, here it is.
Now that Kim's finally doing this, I feel like I can spill the tea that I've been holding on to for months. This whole divorce comes as no surprise. Kanye's been hooking up with a very famous beauty guru, male beauty guru. A lot of people in the scene have known for a while.
So technically in this TikTok, she didn't say it was Jeffree Star, but immediately when people in her comments started guessing Jeffree Star, she started liking only those comments. And after that, oh boy, it spread like wildfire, dude. Everybody was talking about this. Like every TikTok on my For You page was about this. This TikTok currently has 955,000 likes. Kanye West was trending on Twitter. There were drama channels on YouTube talking about it. Even legit news publications were posting about it. And surprisingly, none of them really seemed to stop for a second to like ask, wait, who is this girl? And why would she know that? The only thing her caption of her TikTok says about why she knows this is, my source is legit, I promise. But news publications were still like posting about this story as if it could have some credibility, even though if you scroll through her TikToks, like all of them are about just like chasing clout, trying to get clout any way she can.
It's high-key so annoying when people are like, she just posted this for clout. Duh. Isn't that what TikTok's literally for?
She's actually made up rumors about Kim Kardashian's friend before, but nobody really seemed to care. They were all just kind of like, whoa, you got a source? Oh, hell yeah, nice job. She milked a good amount of clout out of this situation for a while, posting more videos about how Kim Kardashian's suing her now, even saying that like Kris Jenner is threatening her, until one of her friends apparently posted a voice memo to TikTok that she sent him, saying that the whole thing was made up and there was no truth to any of it.
Not even getting sued. I made this entire scandal up. There is literally not one bit of truth to anything I have said. I just tricked the entire world into talking about me again because I was on a lot of Adderall and bored.
And then she confirmed that that was, in fact, true on her own TikTok.
And that's on being an icon. We all had fun though, didn't we? You're welcome for the memes.
The caption of this is, I was gonna wait to expose myself, but clout chasing locals I thought were my friends want to do it first. Lame. Wait, clout chasing locals? Isn't that what you are? She's like, okay, I may be a clout chaser. I may have made up an entire story about the Kardashians just for clout. But a local? Whoa, 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 dude. I am not local. I am not local to anywhere. I don't live where I live. Anyway, the point I want to make here isn't that, like, people shouldn't have been posting about this. It isn't even that, like, wow, how could anyone believe this? Because honestly, at first I was kind of like, maybe this is true. I don't know. It's kind of funny. It's got the right amount of juiciness and irony. Kanye West is pretty famously a womanizer. He's also worked with homophobic pastors in the past. Jeffree Star has said racist things in the past. So the fact that they could be dating is pretty juicy. It keeps it juicy. It eats that lunch. The point I really want to make is, one, it's really interesting how like quick people are to just assume things are true, myself included. And two, this girl sucks. But who is this girl, you're probably wondering? Where did she come from? Well, it turns out she's actually been around for a while, and I've seen her quite a bit without realizing it was her, and maybe you have as well. This girl, who I'm not gonna name because it seems like she gets way too much enjoyment out of people talking about her and making her more famous, so I'm just going to call her Craig. Craig is a social media star. She's a TikToker, an Instagrammer who first got popular because she was on Dr. Phil. She was on there apparently because her friends were concerned that she was obsessed with becoming famous on Instagram, which the Dr. Phil show remedied by making her famous on Instagram.
Well, 20-year-old
Craig
has some hard partying ways and a devil-may-care attitude, but her friends Haley and Maria are worried that between those things and Ava's disdain for college, she's going to be left with no future if her dream of Insta fame doesn't work out.
Did they prep Dr. Phil on any of these lines before this episode started? It feels like he's either like reading a teleprompter that's really far away, or he's like making it up on the spot.
And it doesn't seem to be working out.
But
right?
it is working out.
Well, how many followers do you have?
Almost 40,000.
After 2 years?
Yeah. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's not bad. 20,000 every year. So she'll hit 1 million when she's 70 years old.
Well, I have a YouTube channel, and last year I had 2 billion views, and it didn't change my life.
Oh, there's my butt.
How does it change your life?
I don't know, because then people get to see my face and it makes their day better. So it makes me feel better, like I'm doing something good for the community, you know? I feel very philanthropic, is that the word? Charitable? When you're popping on social media, like you get all kinds of stuff. Like I get free laxative teas.
That's gotta be the weirdest flex I've ever heard. Free laxative teas? Is that the goal of becoming Instagram famous? Just to have people send you free, like, diet supplements? I think those are pretty unhealthy, aren't they? I'm Insta famous, baby. You know what that means? You make a lot of money? Ha! I wish. I shit 18 times a day. Oh my god, that sounds really unhealthy. Uh-huh. What? Are you saying uh-huh or uh-uh? Uh-huh. Are you okay? I'm pooping! Oh, I'm pooping! Since that Dr. Phil episode, Craig has become pretty popular on social media. She's got 280,000 followers on Instagram, 600,000 followers on TikTok, and she's found herself in the spotlight a couple more times due to some pretty ridiculous situations. Way back last year when the pandemic started, you might remember seeing a video of a girl licking a toilet seat on an airplane trying to start something called the Coronavirus Challenge. Yeah. That was her. She did that.
Everyone in my comments won't stop commenting. You licked a toilet seat, shut up. Yeah, I did, and I got 20 million views on it.
Like I said, this girl sucks.
She recently made news headlines after she posted herself doing something very unhygienic while on a plane to Miami for spring break during the coronavirus outbreak.
Oh yeah, she was also on her way to a spring break. Like she wasn't just happened to be flying somewhere. She was going to party in like Florida or some shit during the pandemic. So if she did get COVID from the airplane seat, at least she would be spreading it to a ton of other people.
The hell were you thinking when you're licking a toilet seat on an airplane on the way to spring break when the country shut down?
One, I had way dirtier things in my mouth that whole spring break. 2, I bleached that. 3, private plane.
Yeah, don't worry. I bleached it right before, so I wasn't licking COVID. I was licking bleach.
It was a social experiment more than anything else. Like, obviously, I wanted the clout off of it, and I was like really annoyed that Corona was getting more publicity than me because I currently have like a song going viral right now and no one was covering it.
Anyways, like she said, apparently this whole thing wasn't just to start a viral trend, it was to promote her song, which was going viral at the time, which is called Skinny Legend Anthem. And I'm sure you're dying to hear it. So let's listen to it.
All these haters need to drink some laxative tea and shit all their jealousy out before we drop this beat.
Does this girl own like stake in a laxative tea company? Why is she so into laxative tea? Seems like she's really like shilling hard for some laxative tea companies. I don't know what they're paying her. Overall, I would say that Craig is probably the worst role model imaginable for anybody. Most of her posts are either glorifying hard drug usage, she talks about blacking out every night, going to clubs during the pandemic.
So I was just in Miami for New Year's. We're going to the club every night.
Drinking her shit tea, glorifying super unhealthy diets, or even eating
I got Chanel shoes, they cost more than your rent. I was ugly, now I'm hot, so bitch, I can be your friend. All the guys on my phone are ugly and fat, so don't call me.
I don't think that's a flex. All the guys in my phone are ugly? What, how is it? What kind of flex is that? Yeah, not to brag or anything, but I pretty much talk to the ugliest guys on the planet. Jealous? Haters? Now, since it came out that she faked this whole story about Kanye and Jeffree Star, has this girl taken any responsibility for her actions? Has she apologized? Has she said she won't do it again? No.
Everyone's just so fucking mad that I caused the biggest internet scandal of 2021 so far. You're welcome. For all the fucking memes that I know you all fucking touched yourselves to. Jeez, calm down, lighten up.
Honestly, I don't really care that much about the Kardashians either way, or Kanye at this point. Like, it's kind of hard to feel bad for them when they're like the richest people in the world. But it still just feels like a really shitty thing to do, to just like make up rumors about people. And I don't know, when I see stuff like this, it just makes me feel gross that some people value clout so much that they put it over being like a decent human, or even like that being a decent human isn't even like a thought in some people's head. It's just like, how can I get what I want?
People are wondering how I deal with these hate comments. I'm gonna admit something right now. I can't remember the last time I left a hate comment on someone's post. It was probably in high school. And you know why I did it? I was really jealous and really insecure with myself.
I can't remember the last time I left a hate comment. I honestly do not remember it at all. But I do remember exactly why I did it and my exact mental state while doing it.
The girls I would hate on were either prettier than me, going viral, richer than me, had things I wanted. They were just doing better than me in like certain ways.
Wait, so the only reason we could possibly have for being upset with you is because we're jealous that you're so pretty and viral? Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but that's actually not the reason I'm upset. Surprisingly. It's because I'm jealous that she knows so many ugly guys. Also, after posting this, she commented on her own TikTok saying, I needed a reason to justify why they're not all that so I could feel better. Like saying Kylie Jenner is only hot because she facetunes. What? But that's a hate comment. That's a negative thought right there. She gave an example by doing the thing that she said she never does. I never talk shit about anyone, dude. I don't have a negative thing to say about anybody. I would never say, for example, that like, Timothy Chalamet is a little bitch, a skinny little bitch boy, and I'd beat him up if I saw him. I would never say something like that, and anyone who does is honestly pathetic. Anyways, unfortunately for Craig, I think this is going to be sort of a pattern. It's kind of weird because like that one video got like 1 million likes, and she gained like hundreds of thousands of followers on TikTok for it. But then after that, it seemed like her likes on her videos went back down to around like 5,000 likes per video. Because I don't think anyone really like learned who she was from this. I think most people, if you ask them, hey, who is the girl that started this rumor, most people wouldn't even know, even if they've seen the TikTok. So I think it's gonna be pretty easy for her, honestly, to pull another stunt like this, and people will again have forgotten who she is and fall for it again and give her another 15 minutes of clout, basically, which is exactly what she wants. So just be warned, you know? You never know where Craig is gonna show up. She could be behind something else right now. There's lots of stuff going on in the world. If you see this face, be careful. because Craig's up to no good. All right, well, that's pretty much the end of the video. Now it's time to talk about our sponsor, ExpressVPN. This video has been sponsored by ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN is my go-to tool for protecting my online privacy and anonymity. Imagine for me, if you will, that every time you went online, there was just some guy out there that saw every website you went to, and he just writes it down and keeps it on a little piece of paper that he keeps in his pocket, and he just knows everywhere you've ever been, and he holds on to it forever. Well, for most of you, that actually is what happens pretty much every time you go on the internet, because your internet service provider, whether it be Comcast or AT&T, is allowed to store logs of every single site you visit, and they're also legally allowed to sell this data to anyone, and that is one of the main reasons I always use ExpressVPN. Another great use for ExpressVPN, aside from protecting your data, is unblocking content that's not available in your area. For example, if you live in the US and you've ever wanted to watch The Dark Knight on Netflix, you can't, because it's not available on US Netflix, but it is available on Canadian Netflix. So if you just open up ExpressVPN, change your server location to Canada, and then search The Dark Knight on Netflix, suddenly you can watch it. It's honestly pretty amazing. It works like magic. ExpressVPN has the fastest speeds, which I've tested myself since I'm always like uploading videos, downloading music and sound effects for my videos. They've got 24/7 customer support. It's super easy to use. You just click the big button that says connect and you're online. And it's not just me that's an ExpressVPN fanboy. ExpressVPN has been recommended by countless other YouTubers, and they've been consistently rated the #1 VPN by sources like TechRadar, CNET, The Verge, and many more. So find out how you can get 3 months for free by clicking the link in the description. That's expressvpn.com/Danny Gonzalez. That's expressvpn.com/Danny Gonzalez. Thank you to ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video, and thank you to you guys for checking out ExpressVPN. Okay, well, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you're new here and you liked it, make sure you subscribe and turn on my notifications to join Greg. Greg is what I call my fan base on YouTube. We're sort of an army, sort of a family, sort of a boss-ass posse of ugly guys. All right, well, I'll see you guys next time. Bye. This video is over now. Go find something else to watch, or just watch this video. I know we had a lot of fun, but you can't stay on this end screen forever. No. This video is over now. So why are you still watching this? What's up, Greg? So I'm a big fan of The Bachelor and Bachelorette series, and by big fan, I mean I watch it and complain the whole time because it's not exactly how I want it to be. But lately, I've been feeling even more so like the series has just taken a bad turn. There's really dumb producer-created drama on the show. Because of this, I've sort of been on the lookout for new reality dating shows to watch. I found out that MTV has a bunch of old dating shows that I've never seen before. I've heard people talk about them, but I've never actually watched them.
Kirby girls make my junk twitch.
And I've sort of fallen down a rabbit hole, but this one in particular, it's called MTV's My Own, has been keeping me awake at night.
Welcome to my palace of pink.
The concept for this show is so bizarre. Before I tell you what it's actually about, I want you to picture what you think would make a successful dating show. Like, what would actually lead to a relationship that lasts longer than just the episodes of the show? What do you think is most important? I personally think the main person, the person that everyone's trying to date, making sure that they are like a well-adjusted person that has the ability to form normal, healthy relationships with other people and will like you for you and doesn't want you to be someone else, because that would be weird. So this show is about helping people who are obsessed with celebrities find someone who looks and acts as much like that celebrity as possible so that they can basically have their own personal version of that celebrity. That's why it's called My Own. There's episodes about people who are obsessed with Beyonce, P. Diddy, and the show tries to connect these people with someone who looks enough like Beyonce to sort of quell this person's desires, to make them kind of calm down about the whole being obsessed with Beyonce thing. Now, this show took place between like 2005 and 2006, so a lot of the episodes aren't available online anymore, but I found one on YouTube and I watched it, and it is every bit as weird as you would think. It's actually probably even worse.
The only woman for me is both naughty and nice. I want my own pink.
So at the beginning of the episode, we're introduced to the main character, Nick. Nick isn't looking for a Beyonce or a Kanye West. He's looking for his own pink. He wants his own personal pink. And this whole intro segment where they introduce this guy is just them sort of like listing and showcasing a ton of red flags.
You and me, Friday night, what do you say?
kind of like they're just normal personality traits. This guy's room is one of the weirdest single man rooms I've ever seen. I know there's this kind of stigma about single men that they live in these ridiculous living situations with like no furniture or like decorations or anything. I wish this guy didn't have any decoration. It seems like his room is literally just a full-sized bed and white walls covered in posters of Pink. There's also caution tape all over the walls and a danger sign on the front door of his room, which is kind of considerate, actually, now that I think about it, because I do feel like you need to be warned before entering his room, especially if you look like Pink, apparently. That danger sign means danger. If you come into my room looking like Pink, I'm gonna try to marry you. You will not leave without becoming my lawfully wedded wife.
Welcome to my palace of Pink. There's so many things that I love about Pink. She can sing, she's animal friendly, she does gymnastics, and she's the type of girl that I want around with my friends.
Those are the things you like about Pink? Those are the only things this grown man who's obsessed with a female celebrity likes about Pink, really? It's kind of funny how they're trying to make it seem like he doesn't just want to sleep with her. They're trying to make it seem like he's into other obscure parts of her. He says she's good with animals. Is that something she's known for? I guess I don't know that much about Pink, but really? He's just like making stuff up? Yeah. The reason I want to meet Pink so much isn't for any creepy reason. She's so charitable and she's honest. I've never heard her lie. She never lied to me. She never talked to me. She's never seen me at all, actually. But I've seen her every day outside her house.
This is my hermit crab, Pink. Ow!
Ow! Fucking bitch-ass crab! Ugh! Pink would never do that, dude.
You know Nick for like 15 years, one of my closest buddies.
Then we're introduced to some of Nick's friends who give us a little bit more perspective on who Nick is as a person.
Help us find Nick his own Pink.
I'm just trying to picture this show like approaching his friends to be on it as well and telling them like, hey, we're making a show about Nick. We're kind of exploring his obsession with Pink. And they're like, oh my god, thank god, finally! Are you gonna help him? Are you gonna try to get him help so that he can move on with his life? And the show's like, no, actually, we're gonna make it way worse.
I don't remember the last time Nick got a date with a girl, but his obsession with Pink is definitely getting in the way of his love life.
And a show like this definitely will not help if he realizes there are women who are willing to be his personal Pink. Also, even ignoring the Pink thing, I feel like that might not be the only reason he hasn't had a date in years. I think there's a good chance he has more going on, and the Pink thing is just kind of like the most obvious, glaring issue. Like, if you took away all the Pink posters in his room, he would still have just an empty room with a bed and a crab. So I think it's safe to say that there's more going on.
I met Nick when he was the captain of our football squad back in high school. Nick's living on another planet, and it's Pink.
I feel like they skipped a lot of the story there. I met Nick when he was the captain of the football team. He had a lot going for him, man. And basically, to make a long story short, now he can't leave his house because he's too busy staring at posters of Pink on his wall. This show might as well be called What If We Ignore the Real Problem? So they put Nick and his friends in the car, drive him to the studio, and they get ready to meet all of the contestants. One thing I'm noticing is that The Bachelor and Bachelorette are usually filmed at this like nice mansion in Malibu. It's a very romantic setting. This is filmed in like an office building. What is this place? This does not look like the type of place you would want to go to find love. This looks like a FedEx. All right, let's meet these contestants.
You know what? It's time to bring the ladies out. What do you say, guys? Let's do it, baby. Let's do it. Come on, ladies.
Yeah, let's bring the ladies out. Let's see these ladies. They better look like Pink. So the ladies come out. They each give like a short statement on who they are or why they think they would be a good Pink for Nick.
What's up? My name's Lacey, and you need to pick me to be your own Pink so we can get into some trouble later.
As these women come out and make their little jokes and vie for Nick's love, I have to wonder, what reason do any of these women have for wanting to win this show? I feel like the prize in this show would make your life worse. Having to be this guy's Pink? What girl dreams of marrying a guy who's obsessed with another celebrity to the point where the only reason he even likes you is that you kinda look like her? You're just gonna spend the rest of your life knowing that, like, sure, you look kinda like Pink, but you're not Pink.
My name is Crizelle, and you should choose me as your own Pink because I am the ultimate rock star, and I'm gonna rock your world.
Rock it, baby, yeah!
Oh no, dude, he's already too excited.
Rock it, baby, yeah!
Just one glimpse of a girl that reminds him of Pink, and he loses it.
Yes! Yes, finally!
So from here, the girls have to compete in a series of challenges to see who would make the best Pink.
Drop it like it's hot, dude. I'm watching the rock. Guess I won't be getting in any trouble with her.
So So I thought it was gonna be like going on a date with him to see how he vibes with them, see if they remind him of Pink at all. But the first challenge really threw me for a loop.
So let's get started with a few trivia questions for you. In what state is Pink's hometown, Doylestown, located?
Okay, wait, so they have to know personal details about Pink?
Pennsylvania.
She's got it, guys. She's got it.
And they do know personal details about Pink?
What does Pink's husband, Carrie Hart, do for a living?
A dirt bike rider?
How do they know this? Wait, so they don't just have to like look and act like Pink. They have to know intimate details of Pink's life. Why is that important? It's kind of making it seem like they don't just have to seem like Pink. They have to actually pretend to be Pink. Because once one of them wins the show, they might be out to dinner and Nick might be like, hey, what's your favorite kind of candy again? And they'll just have to pull it out of the tops of their heads. Nerd ropes. My favorite candy is Nerd Rope. He's not just looking for someone who's like Pink. He is looking for someone to pretend to be Pink for the rest of their lives. Last challenge of this show is gonna be sewing a pink skin mask onto your face. Gross. Why did I say that? It's also kind of interesting because Pink is known for kind of having an attitude, being a very confident woman. I feel like there's about a 0% chance that Pink would ever do a show like this, which is the funny thing. The show just ends with Nick being like, and the winner is... none of you guys. Yeah, none of you guys really seem that much like Pink to me. Pink would never do a show like this.
It's time for Nick to eliminate two of the girls who don't know enough to be his own Pink.
And my fourth and final choice is Dominique.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Not regressive.
You got the four. Dominique is hot, just like Pink.
She doesn't look like Pink, but she is hot, and Pink is hot, and, well, they both breathe air, and they both sort of eat food, so I guess she is kind of like Pink after all.
Ladies, congratulations. You're that much closer to becoming my own Pink.
Ugh. All right, next challenge. They have to become gymnasts.
Hello, ladies, and welcome to Anti-Gravity Sports. Before Pink became a rock star, she spent her childhood as a gymnast, and now it's your turn.
That's right, apparently Pink did gymnastics when she was little, and so these girls have to also learn gymnastics for some reason. I guess maybe it might come up on a date at some point in the future with this guy, like, hey, Pink did gymnastics when she was little, so she should probably remember some gymnastics, like a little bit of gymnastics. And he might want his girlfriend, who is pretending to be Pink, to do a little bit of gymnastics.
She is good.
She's good. Too good. Not like Pink at all. Pink is not very good at gymnastics anymore. You're out of here, dude. So then they compete in some gymnastics, and based on that, Nick makes a few more eliminations.
And my third and final choice is...
Oh, and they cut to a commercial break midway through the eliminations for some reason. I guess this is like a big cliffhanger. I'm not really sure how. I'm not at all invested in any of these girls. I know so little about them. The only thing I know is if they know trivia about Pink and can do a little bit of gymnastics. Are there people at home rooting for one of these girls? Is that why this would be a cliffhanger? We've only known these girls for 12 minutes. I can't imagine forming that strong of a connection with them in that time. I want Dominique to win so bad. Her story is so inspiring. She deserves this. Ever since she was a little girl, she's wanted to be someone's personal Pink. She's got this in the bag.
Violet.
Fuck! The third and final challenge is that these girls have to perform a Pink song for Nick. They have to get dressed up like Pink. They've got to bring the attitude. They've got to bring a great vocal performance to win Nick's heart.
The only concern for you. Lucky girl, stupid girl.
It doesn't make any sense. Why do any of these challenges matter? Do they think that this is what Pink's day consists of? She wakes up in the morning, she gets questioned by her husband on where she grew up and like what record label she was signed to first. And then she goes to the gym to remember just a little bit of gymnastics. And then she comes home and does a personal performance for Nick. Yeah, that's probably what Pink does. I guess when you only see someone on the screen, you just kind of assume that what you saw them doing on the screen is what they're always doing. Whoever wins this show, she like goes home with Nick, and then that night she like gets in bed and she's about to go to sleep with him, and he's like, whoa, hold up, what the fuck are you doing? She's like, we're gonna go to sleep now, right? And he's like, no. I have never seen Pink sleep. I don't think she does that. If you're gonna be my personal Pink, you can't do that. The only things I've seen Pink do are sing and dance and talk about having done gymnastics. So if you're not doing one of those two things, then I'm sorry, but you're not Pink. You're just some random ass girl. And she's like, I am some random ass girl. We met 3 hours ago. All right, it shows them prepping for the challenge, which is is for some reason in a recording studio. They're recording the song, I guess, even though when they perform it live, they're not lip syncing, so I don't know why they had to record the song. And then they do the performances. And right off the bat, this girl looks so much like Pink, and none of the other girls look anything like Pink. It's so obvious that she's gonna win. But they put her first and then make the other two girls try to follow that up as if they have any chance of winning against this girl that actually looks like Pink. They do okay given the circumstances. I mean, they're probably just confused, perpetually confused about why they're here and what choices in life led them to be here. But maybe this is what they want. Maybe they have like pictures on their wall that just say like, guy that is obsessed with Pink. And that's their dream guy. That's who they've always wanted to be with. But even if that is the case, they definitely squander the opportunity.
Maybe if I act like that guy will call me back.
They do not impress.
It's time for Nick to bring down the lights on two of our hopefuls as he picks his very own Pink.
All right, it's time for him to pick his Pink. Who's it gonna be?
Ladies, all these performances were great.
No, they weren't.
Unfortunately, I can only pick one of you to be my own Pink. Desiree, I loved your performance, and you just look flat out hot.
Desiree, I loved your performance. Actually, honestly, who am I kidding? I wasn't paying attention to it at all, because you looked so fucking hot. So there's 3 girls here, and he only gets to pick one. It'd be kind of nice if his friends got a Pink too, just for the trouble, you know? I mean, they helped with a lot of this. I think their own personal Pink isn't too much to ask for.
Lacey, it's not you.
I like how the contestants who get eliminated don't leave once they're eliminated. They just get the lights turned off on them, and then they get to watch in the dark as the only girl that looks like Pink wins.
Violet, it's not you. Desiree, congratulations. My own Pink.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm so happy for them. Can I go home now?
Desiree impressed me from the start. She looked like an Olympic athlete, and she rocked it on stage with her performance just like Pink would. Now that Desiree is my own Pink, I'm looking forward to getting into some trouble.
The ending is pretty lackluster, honestly. It just kind of like ends right here with them walking off together. We don't know what happens next, if they go on a date or anything like that. Honestly, maybe a good thing, because I'm not really sure if I want to know what happens next. I feel like best case scenario, and probably most likely, they walk off of this stage with their arms linked, and then once they get backstage, they just sort of split up and walk in opposite directions, don't even look at each other, and just never see each other again. It's either that, or this girl probably has some really weird stories to tell, so I guess it's just kind of up to our own interpretation. It's kind of like the end of Inception. You kind of get to decide what you think happened next. Do you think they got married, or do you think they're both dead? I don't know. Anything's possible. Guys, I've never really been the type of person to want to spend all my money decorating my living space with pictures of a celebrity that I adore, but honestly, thanks to today's sponsor, Current, managing my funds is so easy that I really feel like there's no reason not to. That's right, I went to Walgreens, I took my Current debit card, and I bought a picture of Tom Holland. I printed it out, I made the poor sap working at the printing station print out a big old picture of Tom Holland for me. Got my poster. And now I'm gonna put it on my wall. For those of you unaware, Current is banking for the modern age. It's banking entirely on your phone. I also bought this Scotch tape with my Current card. Current is hassle-free. They've got no hidden fees, no annual fees, nothing like that. They don't try to hide things from you like a traditional bank. They're very transparent, and it's totally free to sign up. You sign up, everybody gets a Current debit card, just like this one, so you could go and you could buy your very own Tom Holland poster. My favorite thing about being sponsored by Current is their generosity during these integrations. They're always giving away money to my followers just for signing up for Current. In fact, just over the last year, Current and I have given away $25,000 to people who watch just my videos. And today, we're giving away another $5,000. Shouts out to people in the past who have won before. People such as Stephanie Rod, 85, Stephanie Santo, 9, Linda Rebecca, Very Not Straight. All of these people have been paid by Current. How cool is that? Today we're going to be sending 10 people who use my code, Danny500, to sign up for Current. $500. They'll be chosen at random, so you don't have to be quick or anything. Just head on over there, sign up. In a couple weeks, we will select the winners and send them $500. Nothing else to it. So thank you again to Current for sponsoring this video. Very cool of you guys. And thank you to you guys for checking out Current. Thanks for watching the video. If you're not subscribed yet, make sure you subscribe and turn on my notifications to join Greg. We are the fastest growing army on all of YouTube. Please do not look that up. And I will see you guys next time. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to my second channel. If you didn't know, this of course is my second channel. This is not my main channel. If you thought it was, you are sorely mistaken. This is my second channel where I like to get a little bit goofier, a little bit wackier, give you more of a behind the scenes look, get a little bit unscripted, and drink LaCroix. Today I've got a nice limoncello LaCroix, my favorite flavor. So about a week ago, I released my video. I made a viral TikTok song. The response has been great. First of all, I'm glad you guys are enjoying the video. It seems like all the feedback on it has been really positive. But since this is like one of the only times I've ever made a video that is like this expansive and has like a narrative to it almost, I do feel like there were some parts where I didn't explain as much as I could have, or maybe I cut some explanation out for the sake of the story and making the video more entertaining and not having it like drag on for too long. And also, I thought it would just be kind of fun to show some like behind the scenes stuff and give you guys like an insight of what it was like to make this video. So I wanted to make this sort of behind the scenes slash Q&A slash deleted scenes video. So that's what this is. It's gonna be all about the TikTok video. I asked you guys on Twitter if you had any questions. I'm gonna be showing some deleted scenes, all that jazz. I know that there's a lot of questions that people have tweeted me, but first maybe let's take a look at some of the deleted scenes from this video. One last thing that I did that I feel like is really the cherry on top that's really gonna help people know that they're supposed to dance to this song is I added in sound effects for the dance portion. Let me know if you can hear them in the track. So these are some cues that will hopefully tell people when and what to dance. Oh yeah, everybody's favorite dance. It's the sound effects dance. So I do have a dance in mind and I hope it works. I'm gonna do it now just to see if it all works out. Clap and slide. I see TikTokers do this kind of slide and then elbow shake. That's meant to be this. I hope people will get that that's meant to be this. And then it's like she don't want to throw hands. So something like ba ba ba. She don't want to throw hands. She just want to throw cake. I see people do like this where they kind of shake their butt and twist out their legs. So there's like two boing boing. Is that a good dance? Do you think the TikTokers are gonna like it? Is the boing boing sound too goofy for shaking your butt? I couldn't think of any other sound to put in there. Yeah, girl, let me see that ass go boing, boing. All right, let's check out some of these questions. Okay, I got a few comments about this. How did you end up getting the baby in the tree? And two, how did you get the baby to fall out of the tree at the right moment? The shot's actually two separate shots combined, one of me dancing and one of me throwing the baby up into the tree, the baby falling down and hitting the ground. I just cut that video so it's just the baby falling out of the tree, combined it with the video of me dancing, and then I could retime it to be timed perfectly, and that's how I did it. Nothing too crazy. I didn't have to climb up into the tree or anything. Actually, I think I have some clips of that, so let's show that. Here's me talking about that. Come to Papa. Going to shoot a video with my baby. All right, we have to figure out how we can get a shot where I'm lip syncing in the foreground and there's a baby falling from a tree in the background. So what I'm thinking is we can just do two different shots. And so if the camera's here, I'll be like right here, lip syncing or whatever. And then we edit in a shot of the baby falling from the tree. And I think to do that, we can just throw the baby up into the tree and have it naturally fall down. So let's see how that looks. Why make yourself look like a dad who dips at his son's Little League game rather than someone who could look like a prospective pop star? How did you decide to wear that? And I like how that is in all caps, as if that is like the most offensive thing I could have possibly chosen to wear. I decided on like the goatee and the mustache because I've never had facial hair. I can't even grow that thick of facial hair even if I wanted to, just because of my genetics. So I knew that facial hair would be a semi-good disguise because like no one's ever seen me with facial hair, so you wouldn't expect me to have facial hair. I also thought the sunglasses would be good because one thing that I learned from the Zayden video is like your eyes and your eyebrows are super recognizable. That was one of the things that I had the most trouble with Zayden, was like I couldn't get my eyebrows to look different and I could still tell it was me. So I brought like pretty big sunglasses to cover up my eyes and my eyebrows. And once I had the goatee and those sunglasses, I was like, okay, so it's pretty clear I'm dressing like a 40-year-old man because that's the only person that would have the goatee and the sunglasses. And then the clothes pretty much just followed suit. I just went to Goodwill and picked out stuff that I thought that guy would wear, the guy with the goatee and the sunglasses. Do I look like a different person? A little bit. I feel like this just looks like I have cotton balls in my mouth. Do you think I can lip sync with this and it'll look like normal? For sure. Okay. Okay, yeah, I feel like it actually does help. I feel like it's making my voice deeper or something too.
Just drop like 3 octaves.
Howdy, y'all. I'm about to premiere my new song.
this is kind of freaking me out. I feel like I really do look like a different person. I do feel like my mustache is a little crooked, but you know what? Maybe my face is just crooked and that's the problem.
Okay, so lots of questions about the disguise. Why didn't you slightly change your voice so it wouldn't be too obvious? Why the hell didn't you use a voice changer? Why didn't you think to change your voice? Did you really not think we would recognize your voice? Why didn't you change it? Why didn't you change the pitch or tone of your voice in the song? Huge giveaway, my dude. I guess that was sort of an oversight. I remember thinking at the beginning, maybe I could just record the whole song with my voice and then pitch it down 1/2 step on the computer, and then it would sound like my voice, but just a little bit deeper, so maybe it wouldn't be so recognizable. Or maybe pitch it up 1/2 step, depending on which sounded better. And it turns out neither of them did. They both sounded like I recorded somebody and then pitched their voice up or down.
I'm a fucking clown.
Maybe that would make it sound less like me, but it would have made the song sound bad and not like a real person. And I wanted to prioritize making a song that people would actually want to use, as opposed to having the perfect disguise. Also, I sort of said this in the video, but like, I really did not expect that many people who knew who I was to see these TikToks. I think I said something like 800 million people use TikTok. I only have 4 million subscribers, so even if a bunch of my subscribers see my videos, it's gonna be pretty small percentage-wise because there's so many more people that use TikTok. So I guess I really underestimated how many of my followers would actually see the video in the first place because of TikTok's algorithm. So that's another reason I thought I was safe. It's not that like I really thought that this disguise would fool all of my followers. I just wanted to look like someone else because like in my head, my followers wouldn't really even be seeing these TikToks, just random people would. So it was more just like covering up my face so I'm not like immediately recognizable as me. This person said, how come you didn't hire someone else to sing the song for you? I think it would have worked if it was sang by a different voice. I half agree with that. That's actually something I didn't think about. Hiring somebody else to sing it for me. That would have been a good idea, and I probably should have done that. I just didn't think of that. The part where you said, I think it would have worked if it was sang by a different voice, I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, maybe you're just specifically talking about the disguise. A large focus of the video was the disguise. A lot of people sort of came away from the video thinking that the reason that it failed is because my disguise didn't work, and I don't really think that that's true, because the whole goal of the video was just to get to 50,000 videos. It wasn't to successfully disguise myself. In fact, I honestly think that people figuring out it was me helped in the long run, and I think it definitely helped in terms of making the video more entertaining. If the video had not blown up and also nobody recognized me, there would have been like pretty much no video to make because nothing would have happened. My account would have just like stayed at 10 followers and none of my TikToks would have been seen, and nobody would have made videos with it. There was definitely problems with the disguise, but I don't think that that's the reason that the song didn't blow up. In fact, I think that my disguise being bad actually helped the song blow up, just not for the reasons that I wanted. So I got some posters that I feel like Ned Flames would really dig. Hello. I got a Rick and Morty poster and then a Marvel Avengers poster. I guess I haven't really established too much about like who Ned Flames is as a person, so I'm just sort of flying by the seat of my pants. Just whatever feels right when it comes to him. Honestly, I feel like I'm taking the disguise thing a little bit too far. This video, I keep having to remind myself this is not what this video is about. This video is about trying to get this song popular, and this whole disguise thing is kind of taking up all of the time that I have allotted to do that. So hopefully it works. In hindsight, what is something you feel you could have done to better the chances of getting your desired result with the song? Yeah, so this is sort of along the lines of the same question. Like, if it wasn't the disguise that made it fail, why did it not blow up on TikTok? I actually just saw this video by Yo BGS. He uploaded it 4 days ago, right after I posted my video, and it's sort of like a reaction to my video from this dude who is a radio DJ. Obviously, he knows a lot about music and like why certain songs blow up, and he gave his opinion on why the song didn't become as popular as it could have, and I actually agree with a lot of it. So if you want to watch that, I'd highly recommend it. But basically what I think is that there's a few reasons. One is the song didn't commit hard enough to any of the things in particular, with the exception of maybe the I'm a fucking clown line. I think the beat was a great beat for just like a catchy pop song, and at first that's what I thought that I needed for a TikTok song, but looking back on it, I feel like I picked the wrong beat. I should have probably looked more at the songs that were actually getting popular on TikTok, because now I see there aren't really any songs on TikTok that sound like Circus. So I think I should have tried to replicate an actual TikTok song a lot more than trying to get it to just sound like a generic pop song. But even then, I think I would still be worried. That would only work for like the dance portion, but then that wouldn't work for like the POV portion, because that should maybe sound like a heavy metal rock song. Like that's what POVers kind of like to use, like people like Goverbo. So I don't know, it's hard to say if like one beat would work for every portion. Maybe I should have just like released a bunch of different songs for each like line and just made like a bunch of 15-second songs and put them on TikTok. Maybe that would have worked better. Who knows? Since posting your video revealing the whole thing, has the song blown up on TikTok closer to the way you originally wanted it to? Well, not to brag or anything, but now instead of the song having 2,000 videos, it has 4,000 videos. So 50,000, here we come, baby. Are you banned from Illinois public parks due to how many times you threw that baby in the tree? No. That isn't the reason I'm banned from Illinois public parks. It's a different reason. What was the most difficult part of the process? Writing the song, making the videos, creating the persona, etc. Making the TikToks themselves, like actually recording them, wasn't that difficult, but it was a huge pain to every time I wanted to make a video to put back on the mustache and the goatee, and then like get changed again, put on a Ned Flames outfit. That was kind of a hassle. Maybe I would have made more TikToks with the song if it weren't such a pain in the ass to get in that costume every time. Maybe I should have just like stayed in the costume all day and should have lived like Ned Flames for a few days. Definitely the actual hardest part of making the video was editing the entire thing. I had a pretty insane amount of footage that I had to edit. It was, I don't even know if I could guess, but it was probably like 5 hours at least of footage that I had to edit through. But I think really the difficult thing was like turning it into an actual story. Cause like once I was done editing, it was kind of just like a bunch of scenes of me talking to the camera, but you didn't really get a sense of like what was happening from scene to scene, like what the actual story of it was. It was kind of just a bunch of me like doing stuff and not explaining it. Once I thought I was done filming, I actually had to go back and film all of that narration that was me in front of like the purple background, actually like explaining what was happening at each step. And I think that helped the video flow a lot better, but it was a long process. I think I edited for like 6 days, just did like nothing but editing. So that was the hardest part. Oh, this is something that I forgot to mention in the video, but I never talked about. I'm curious to how TikTok views translated to Spotify streams before everyone figured it out. If you noticed any correlation at all, especially since the song wasn't attached to you at all. I don't really remember. I think I remember at some point in the process going to Spotify and seeing that it had 13,000 streams, but I don't remember if that was like after the huge surge of people figured out it was me, if it was like some point before that. I don't remember when that was, but it's not like it had like hundreds of millions of streams on Spotify. It didn't translate that much, but it did translate some, but it's impossible to tell if that's because people recognize me. All right, well, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I hope you got something out of it, learned a little something more about the process of making this video. Again, I will be disguising myself again. You will not know it's me this time. I guarantee it. Good luck trying to figure it out, bitches. Bye. What's up, Greg, and welcome back to another episode of me losing my absolute marbles over some ones and some zeros. I think it's kind of funny that this series where I try to find the worst iPhone game has become one of my favorite types of videos to make because I am not a gamer. I do not know good games. I don't really know where I get off calling these games bad. In my free time, I play next to no video games. And if I am playing a game, it's just Minecraft on hardcore mode, and I'm dying after 10 minutes and then not playing it again for 3 months. How is it that these AAA developers spend millions and millions of dollars on these games like Call of Duty and God of War? They work their devs to the bone, and their games literally do not appeal to me at all. But like one person with a laptop and a stupid idea like a game called Animal Go, it's just a really poorly made ripoff of Pokemon Go, is like the most interesting thing in the world to me, and I have to play it immediately. And if you're wondering, no, that was not a hypothetical title. That is a real video game called Animal Go Find and Catch Animon Edition. That is a Pokemon Go ripoff that I am going to be playing. I was just searching for Pokemon Go ripoffs in the App Store and I found this, and I knew I had to play it immediately. Although it was kind of hard deciding between that and Trumpy Man Go Bounce Balls at Him, but I think overall Animal Go has a little bit more to offer. As you walk around a neighborhood, your smartphone will vibrate when there's an animal nearby. Take aim and throw an animal ball. You have to stay alert or it might get away. Search far and wide for animal and items. Let's play it all. I don't really know if I can put as much stock into a suggestion to play the game coming from the game. Hey guys, here's kind of a fun idea. Let's play me. Let's play all of me. So it looks a lot like Pokemon Go, where you just walk around in real life, and occasionally you'll stumble upon a tiger or a water buffalo, it looks like. You throw the animal's ball to catch it. The animal's ball? Okay, this game's a little bit more fucked up than I thought. And I'll be taking those, and then I'll be throwing them right back at you. I will say that now that I'm looking at all these animals' pictures together, they almost look a little bit too eager to be caught, and now that's kind of creeping me out. Oh no, you found me. You found my little pink elephant self. Don't trap me in my own ball. Please, anything but that. You're like, he's saying he doesn't want me to, but he really looks like he does want me to. No, don't cut my balls off. I would hate that. But overall, I'm excited to see where this game takes me, and I'm downloading Animal Go. Okay, this game looks horrifying. Jesus Christ. It's called Date Master Kissing Booth. Give the best kiss. It looks like some kind of game where you're preparing for a date by picking up different items along the way to your date. So you can either pick up money or bottles of poison, which would obviously make the date go pretty poorly because you'd be dead. You can show up either in a suit top or barefoot, and all of these, it looks like, influences this bar here. I guess once you get to the date, you can engage in some sort of kissing frenzy. And it looks like here that the kiss is going so well that she's crying. And I say that because this bar is filled up to the top where this emoji is absolutely, I mean, he's indisposed. He's out of his mind. So this is horrifying for sure, but I think that the other end of the spectrum is also gonna be terrifying because it's a puking emoji. So like if we pick up one wrong thing, is she gonna puke on our tongues? Also, I'm curious about all the different stuff you can pick up. So obviously showing up in a suit is better than showing up barefoot. But then the next thing down the road is you either pick up sneakers or a bed. It's like, first off, I thought we already decided if we were wearing shoes or not at this one. Why does every option seem to be like, okay, so you're not gonna show up barefoot. Are you sure you really wanna wear shoes to this thing? Okay. And then also, like, are you stopping at an IKEA on the way to the restaurant to buy a bed frame? Also, not to harp on the shoe thing, but he is already wearing shoes. He's walking to the date and he already has on shoes. So why the fuck would he take them off before he gets there? Okay. That's enough about the shoes. Oh, it looks like so there's different kissing patterns. So in this one, you're sort of doing a little swirl with your tongue. Not so much of a frenzy as it is sort of like a kissing hypnosis. You are getting very, not sleepy, you are getting very horny. Wait, what the fuck is going on here? What is this? So we walk to the date, which I haven't acknowledged is like 30 stories up off the ground. And I guess that's where the date is taking place. And then it looks like after we're done kissing her, her like satisfaction meter is off the charts. It sort of appears that she's just been like discarded as she's drunk with love. And then we're just kind of like, all right, and off you go. Okay, I gotta figure out what's going on there. So I am downloading Date Master Kissing Booth. Okay, here's another interesting knockoff. This one's called My Goat Life Simulator. Crashy adventure of cute goats. This is not the actual Goat Simulator game, the very popular Goat Simulator game that a lot of people have played before. This is My Goat Life Simulator. Don't get it twisted. A short, fun game where you will take charge as a virtual goat and explore the beautiful green land for your progress. How long will you enjoy yourself as a goat? I don't know, man. That's sort of up to you. You design the game. They're sort of making it sound like a challenge. How long can you last enjoying this game? That's the challenge. Try to do it as long as possible. Let's play the whole game. Let's all play. Join the mate of your dreams, have kids, build a dream house for your family. So it seems kind of like a fun little just like life building game. I am curious to see what a goat's dream house looks like. Explore the green town and find all the secrets of your success. Fight for the queen's crown and win the queen title? Wait. What? Where the hell did that come from? The description took such a drastic turn. This is not what I was led to believe the game was about at all. It was like, live a simple life on the farm, grow your family, find the mate of your dreams, kill the queen, stage a coup and become emperor, take charge as a pro fighter, and knock down other goats to rescue your family. Our family was kidnapped by other goats? The simple life of a goat, you know? Trying to dethrone the queen like a Shakespearean play. Hamlet was actually based off goats. Enjoy the story of a real goat with a map to hang out in the town, a full-fledged feeding mode. What does that mean? A full-fledged feeding mode where you have to eat plants every 5 to 10 minutes for survival. Yeah, just like a real goat. You know how goats have to eat plants every 5 minutes or they'll die? I'm glad it's a full-fledged feeding mode though. Game developers, if you're watching this, I will let you skimp on any part of a game except feeding mode, okay? I need a full-fledged, no compromises feeding mode. Let me look at these pictures to try to figure out what the hell you do in this game. Escape from thief, okay. At least he's following COVID guidelines, that's good to see. Kick and pot the ball in hole. Okay, so there is a castle in the background I'm noticing, so I guess that's where the queen lives. I guess where we're gonna live pretty soon, actually. Jump over the wooden boxes in the yard. Hell yeah. Okay, now I'm in. I wasn't in before, but now that I know you can jump over the wooden boxes, I like whatever this goat's up to. This is how I'm gonna be in the game. Completely checked out. My goat wife is gonna be like, honey, please, you're so behind on bringing home food for the children and building our dream home and overthrowing the queen. What do you do all day? And this is gonna be me, just fucking Maybe I just don't know what a regular goat's life entails, but I'm super interested in this game, so I will be downloading my goat life simulator. Okay, now this next game, Scary Granny Contact Game, might sound a little bit like Bad Granny, which I've played before. But from what I can tell, this game is very different. First off, the granny in this game looks 1,000 times more terrifying. Holy shit, dude. That doesn't even look like a granny. This is so far removed from what like an old lady looks like. What the fuck is this? Beware of the scare. Are you brave enough to contact Granny? That's right. In this game, you can actually contact Granny. Take a look at this picture. This is the menu, it looks like. You can call, message, video call, play games, or mods. I don't know what that means, but the other options sound very interesting. Look at this. You can talk to Granny. Hi. Where are you? Far away from you. Do you want to play hide and seek? No, thanks. I'm good. I see you. Oh no. This is my house. Okay, look at this. Look, you can FaceTime with Granny, and this kid is FaceTiming with Granny, and he looks horrified. And she's not even on the screen yet. I guess you can also just call her on the phone regular style, not on FaceTime. If you don't want to see her, you're like, okay, I'll get scared by Granny. I just don't want to see her. Hello? Oh fuck, it's Granny! That's scary! Disclaimer, don't play this game if you are easily scared. Calls, video calls, and chats inside the app are fake. Granny must say some fucked up shit, dude, if they have to be like, it's not real, okay? We swear. She's like calling in bomb threats. Hello? Oh god, you guys, it's Granny! What spooky thing is she gonna say? She says she's gonna do a terrorism? The fuck does that mean? And I am downloading Scary Granny Contact Game. All right, guys, we have a great lineup of games here. So without further ado, let's get ready to rumble! Wait a minute, gaming? On an empty stomach? I don't think so. You know, I might not know too much about gaming, but I do know that trying to game without a delicious and nutritious meal in your stomach is a big mistake. But luckily, today's video is sponsored by Factor. Factor delivers fresh, never frozen, dietitian-approved meals right to your doorstep. You guys know I'm not a huge fan of the hassle of grocery shopping, which is why I like HelloFresh so much, and Factor is actually owned by HelloFresh. And I think where Factor really comes in handy, for me personally anyway, are those times where I want a meal at home, I want to eat healthy, but I also don't want to whip up a meal from scratch. Factor takes the guesswork out of everything, they take the prep work out of everything by giving you the meal in its entirety, ready to go. All you have to do is heat it up and you've got a delicious and nutritious meal. Factor offers keto meals. They offer calorie smart meals, chef's choice, vegan, veggie, pretty much any type of meal to fit any type of lifestyle Factor has. Their plans range from 4 to 18 meals per week, so however many Factor meals you want in a week, they can fit your lifestyle. They've also got a bunch of fun add-ons like these smoothies, which are very tasty. So if you want to check Factor out for yourself, then head on over to factor75.com or click the link below and use my code Danny50 to get 50% off your first box. That's factor75.com. Use my code Danny50 for 50% off your first box. Thank you to Factor for sponsoring this video. Thank you to you guys for checking out Factor. Now let's get ready to rumble! Alright, boys and girls, it's time to play Animal Go. When I first opened the app, I was greeted with a very fun character creation page. There's a little player on the screen and it's telling me to enter my name. And the player is sort of dancing like this. Okay, what should I make my name? What is the name of someone who would go around catching animals? Cruella de Vil? Yeah, my main objective in this game is pretty much to skin every animal alive that I find. The first thing I noticed as my character was plopped into the world was a button at the bottom of the screen that said free animal balls. So I pressed it and it turns out the way you get animal balls in this game is by watching ads. A task that is significantly more embarrassing to do in public. You know, the nice thing about these games, you know, people say it about Pokemon Go too, is they get you out, you know? They get you out and about, walking into random fields, holding your phone like this. It's been a long winter and I haven't spent a lot of time outside lately, so it is kind of nice to just be walking around, I'll give them that. When I arrived at my first animal, it took me a second to figure out how to interact with it. Come on, dude, get to him. Jesus, is he running away? The hell? Wait, actually, is he actually running away? How do I get to him? Wait, oh, I passed him. But eventually I clicked on it. Do I have to click on him? And it was go time. Animal Go would like to access my camera. Hell yeah. This elephant had the upper hand immediately. Despite being right in front of me on the map, to my surprise, he was right behind me. And to my terror, he was in the sky. He's in the sky. Oh my god. I do have to give the game some props though. I really didn't think that there would be any kind of like augmented reality aspect to this game like there is in Pokemon Go. It just seems seems like something that's kind of difficult to figure out. And I think I'm right because they didn't really figure it out because the elephant was in the sky. But the elephant is firmly planted in the world. It's just not in the right part of the world. It should be on the ground, I think. So herein lies the first problem. There was absolutely no instructions on how to catch this thing, on how to capture this angelic sky elephant. I did not know what I was doing. So I just kind of fucked around for a while. I flicked the screen. I tried tapping the elephant until the game, I guess, just decided, no, you're done. It's not gonna happen today. You're not gonna catch the elephant, so you're done.
Did I get him? It went back into normal view. Did I catch him? No, I didn't.
I shook the failure off pretty quickly though and immediately set my sights on a new animal, a lion that was hanging out in a baseball field.
Did they put him in the dirt? It's like the worst place for him to be is in this like muddy, wet sand. But hey, I guess that's where lions hang out. The muddy, wet sand of a baseball diamond. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. I can't. Watch what happens when my foot goes in here. Ugh. Can I just catch the lion from here?
You could if you had any animal balls left.
I don't have enough balls.
That's right. When you watch an ad, you get 20 animal balls. But every time you throw a ball, despite the fact that you can see that ball coming back to you to be thrown again, you're actually losing that ball.
To watch an ad to get more balls. I think I honestly have a better shot on the other side of this dirt. So I'm gonna go around. Oh yeah, I'm closing in on him now. And of course he's gonna be right behind me. Yep, there he is. I seriously have no clue how to do this. Look at him, he's just standing there begging to be caught and I can't even figure it out. He's giving me these like longing eyes like, please, please Danny, I just wanna be in a ball. It hurts to be out here. You may be having, oh, wait, did I get him? Didn't say I got him, but maybe. God damn it, dude. I think I just ran out of balls.
My next attempt did not go well either. I even tried buying some magic dust from the store, but it turns out that that doesn't actually do anything.
Where's the magic dust? There's no magic dust on my screen. I don't know where that went. I feel like my little Cruella de Vil character just snorted it the second he got it. He was like, oh, magic dust, sick, thanks. How the fuck are we gonna catch this lion, dude? I don't know. Oh my God, I'm just gonna waste all my balls.
When I was playing this game, it was 45 degrees outside. I was getting cold. I was starting to lose hope.
Do you think the people working in those office buildings are watching me right now, wondering what the hell I'm doing?
But just as I was about to give it all up and throw in the towel,
please, God, let me catch this water buffalo. Maybe I can, like, I hit him to, like, weaken him or something? Or can I move him around? What did I do? Wait, why did it vibrate? It vibrated that time. Did I catch him? Dude, I got a Bakoko!
Needless to say, I was pretty much on cloud 9 after catching my first animal, but don't worry, I didn't get too cocky. I actually had no idea how I did that, and I couldn't do it again. I could not replicate my success. To the point that for the remaining half hour I spent at this park playing this game, I could not catch a single other animal.
Touch, 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 touch. No, okay, that didn't work that time. There's one right here. There's another Bakoko, I think. Tap, 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 tap. Don't have any fucking balls!
I don't know what it was about that Bakoko that was so eager to get caught, but the other animals did not share its sentiment. So, I packed my bags, I went home, and I gave up. Until I was sitting on the couch a few nights ago, and I decided, you know what the heck, let me give this game a second shot. Let me see what animals are around my house. And immediately, I caught an El Coro, and that's when it clicked. In order to catch an animal, you have to get the ball's trajectory to peak right where the animal is. So I tried again. I caught a Libum. I was ecstatic. And after that, I was on a roll, dude. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe how many animals I was catching. I caught another Bakoko, a Bucarita. I evolved my elephant into an Elkadar, my lion into a Libusha. Can you believe it? Little old me owning a Libusha. Didn't think I had it in me, did you? So I think it's safe to say I've got this game pretty much down. Is it good? No. Is it fun? A little. Date Master Kissing Booth was next. Luckily, I could play this one from the comfort of my own home. I would rather get trampled by an Elkadar than play this one in public. Certainly don't want this game sending me notifications. Certainly don't want it tracking me. Hey, Date Master Kissing Booth is tracking your location and we noticed you're on your way to a date. Do you want to swing by an IKEA to pick up a bed frame on the way? Maybe a shoe store? The game mechanics of this game are pretty much exactly what you would expect based on the pictures of this game in the App Store. Okay, so I'm this stinky, flea-ridden man. Oh, and I am wearing no shoes. There's no sound in this game, so you just silently walk down this road in the sky, picking various options on the way to your date. And then you get to the kissing portion. Since it was my first time, I wasn't necessarily in a rush when I got to this part. I was more so marveling at how upsetting the visuals were. Oh, gross, dude. Oh, but apparently you have to be pretty quick during this part. An oversight, which I was severely punished for. Did you see how she got mad when I took too long? Okay, oh, oh, what the fuck? Wait, oh God. Is she gonna puke on our tongues? She threw up because I took too long to move my tongue while kissing her. What's taking this fucker so long? But that's arguably less disturbing than what happens if you kiss her correctly. I'm not gonna make her throw up this time. Why did her tongue vibrate just then? Did anyone see that? Okay, and kissing frenzy. Oh my God, dude, she's crying, I'm sorry. Okay, whoa, what the whoa, oh my God, what the hell? Dude, that was scary as hell. She turned into a rag doll. It was like her bones were breaking in midair. Under some kind of demonic love curse, my date is cast into the air, mouth agape, bones squishy, honestly. Looking like a character in Stranger Things getting their soul eaten by Vecna, or whatever Vecna does in Stranger Things. Remember that? And then I guess whatever she lands on determines how well you did on that course. You're soulmates. If I was really soulmates with this girl, I could have shown up without all of the extra shit. I could have showed up without the suit jacket, and she would have loved me anyway. I'm not buying this whole soulmates thing. After a while of playing this game, I started to feel like the choices you make along the way don't have much of an effect on your final score as long as you do well in the kissing section. So on the next go, I purposely picked a few of the bad options, like a bucket hat and jeans, and I still did pretty well. Instead of soulmate, I landed on beloved, but I mean, honestly, that still sounds pretty good to me. Like, it still sounds like she likes me, you know? She wouldn't call me beloved if she wasn't like a little bit into me. When I tried purposely picking every bad option, however, I was not met with such grace. I was met with a Fortnite dance, actually. She Fortnite danced at me and called me a bad date. Anyway, I think we're done with this game. What do you say? All right, guys, let's take a trip out of the city and into the countryside. And also out of a man's body and into a goat's. So I thought this game was gonna be kind of like an open world game where you can live out the life of this goat as you see fit, but it's actually a very straightforward story type game that takes place over the course of 6 levels. The first couple levels of the game just get you acquainted with the general vibe and mechanics of the game. You pass through tires, you climb up a tower, all things that get you familiar with the controls. Your goat also has a pretty sick jump. Whoa, wait. Oh my God, oh shit. Can I like fuck with these goats over here? Can I, whoa, sort of like grind it along the goat, like a skateboarder. Let's attack a horse. Whoa. And speaking of the goat's jump, I don't know what happened, but this is not the same game that it was advertised to be on the App Store at all. Half the things it lists on the App Store you can't even do in this game. Things you can't do in this game include jumping over crates. They had 2 pictures where the goat's jumping over crates in the game. You never do that. Escape from thieves. There are no thieves. This little goat golf game. You also never get the chance to rescue your family from the goat kidnappers, or whatever it said in the description of the game. That never happens. The first half of this game is pretty lame, honestly. You're just stuck in this small little pen. You can't even leave the pen for most of the game. Things you can do in this game that aren't listed in the App Store. Pop a ball. Jump and knock red ball. Oh, I don't know how this happened. How did the description of the game end up so drastically different than the game? Did whoever made this game get in some sort of horrible accident between completing the game and putting it on the App Store and developed amnesia so they just had to like guess what was in the game? Anyway, the story really starts to pick up around level 5 when we're told we have to go pay the Queen a visit. Level 5, give Goat Queen a visit. Queen guards are causing a great deal of pain and disturbance to your yard animals. Go talk to her strongly. Talk to her so fucking jacked. Your Highness, I would like a word. Could you please keep your guards out of my yard? And while that did sound pretty fun, after a few very boring levels of being trapped inside this pen, I started concocting a different plan. Okay, now, hear me out. I could go to the castle, but this is the first time I've been let out of my pen, ever. I might not get another chance like this again to escape and just start a new life entirely. So maybe I want to do that? So with nothing on me but the horns on my head, I made my escape.
Oh, fuck! What the? Damn it, dude! Look, there's an invisible wall right here! Like, 2 feet away from where I was supposed to go. What about this way? Yep, okay, there's an invisible wall there too. What the hell, man? Now I do want to kill this queen. I feel like she's behind it. Let's go talk to her jackedly. Okay, so then I storm into the castle. I give the queen a piece of my mind. My queen, your guards are disturbing my animals. So what? I ordered them to do it. She ordered her guards to just disturb my animals? Hey, go down there and disturb those motherfuckers, dude. Then you are a bad queen. Who the hell are you to judge me? I like that their body language doesn't match the growing intensity of the conversation at all. The queen is just like laying, who the hell do you think you are anyway? Eventually we decide talking isn't gonna cut it. We need to fight. So let's check out the combat in this game. Fight with the queen guards. Oh shit, oh my god. Maybe I'll jump over and get on the other side. Sort of a cat and mouse chase now. We're all going in circles, trying to catch each other. One of these days, I'm gonna catch you, motherfucker. And when I do, I'm gonna grind over top of you so hard. So this little chase, this little sort of playing hard to get, makes up about 90% of the combat in this game. The reason it happens is because they made your goat's turn radius really wide. So if you want to face your opponent to attack them, you have to do a little circle. And then if your opponent wants to face you to attack you, they also have to do a little circle. So before you know it, instead of fighting the queen's guards, you're sort of engaged in this fiery dance of passion with them. Anyway, I killed all the guards, and then I killed the queen. Oh, she's dead. And you might think this would solve all our problems, yes? No. Apparently, this whole issue goes even higher than the queen, because once we kill the queen and become the queen, be a queen is the last instruction. And then just be a queen. That's pretty much it. Just be a queen. Then the game gives us some mission where we have to go and destroy the owner's house. Level 6 destruction. Wait, there's more? Mess everything up in the garden and destroy some expensive things in the owner's house. Who is the owner? I didn't know we had an owner. I thought the queen was the owner. There's been no mention of an owner this entire time, and then it's like, finally, we can get our revenge on this guy. Whoever this owner is, though, we must have really fucked them up by destroying their house, because we never see him again. I mean, we never saw him in the first place, but we definitely never see them now. They must come home to their house being ransacked by a goat, and they're just like, fuck, the goats have taken over. I gotta skip town. He's probably in some city now, walking down a street in the sky, picking options for a date. Okay. Level 3, feed your family. So I already played this level. I mean, I'll do it. Don't get me wrong, I love feeding mode. After you beat the game continues to present you with levels that you already played. I think in hopes that you won't realize that you already beat the game and you'll just keep playing it over and over. So in order to avoid accidentally playing this game forever, I think it's time this goat's life comes to an end. And who better to kill it than a scary granny. Now, before I talk about scary granny contact game, I should probably say that if you don't want to get jump scared by a scary granny, then you probably shouldn't watch the rest of the video. I'm gonna do my best to not make it like super loud and startling when it happens, but Granny is a very mischievous woman. She likes to pop out when you least expect it. She's kind of a sick little freak like that, so just be warned. I like that before we've even started playing anything, Granny is already trying to communicate with us. She's just whispering, I see you, over and over. You ever pay $6 just to get screamed at by an old lady? I have. Because in order to even select the play game option from the menu, you have to pay, you guessed it, $6. And all the play game option is like a fake trivia game that lulls you into a false sense of security, and then Granny pops out at you when you're least expecting it. And I mean least expecting it, dude. I was sneezing when it happened. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, so the whole play game thing is just to, like, fuck with a friend, I guess. You're like, hey, play this fun trivia game I found. Hold on, let me just open it up real quick. And you open it, and they hear creepy music and, like, a granny whispering, I see you, while you get it set up. And then you're like, okay, here you go. How long did the 100 Years War last? It's not suspicious. Calling Granny is a little bit lackluster. The first time I contacted her, she was hellbent on playing hide and seek.
Do you want to play hide and seek?
But then when I finally agreed to play hide and seek with her, she hung up. Are you coming to find me? So we didn't agree on when and where we were playing. She just hung up and I never saw her. Maybe she's hiding, I guess, and I was supposed to go find her, but I still don't know where she is. The second time I called her, she was just like breathing heavily. She was out of breath. She sounded like she was on death's door. Granny, are you okay? You do not sound too good, Granny.
Either that or, I don't know, I guess maybe she is playing hide and seek and she's in her hiding spot and she's like so excited for me to find her that she's panting basically. Can't wait for this motherfucker to find me. I'm gonna scare her. I'm so good. I'm a crazy grandma. Okay, let's message her and then we'll do the video call. Unfortunately, messaging Granny is much the same. I really thought this was gonna be some kind of AI chatbot where Granny is responding to what you're saying. And if this is some kind of AI, it's an AI that is designed to mimic a scary old woman that doesn't give a shit what you have to say, because she's gonna say what she wants to say whether you like it or not. And what she has to say is she wants to play hide and seek. Do you want to play hide and seek? This kind of seems like the same conversation we were having on the phone. This is my house. No, I'm at my house. Ah! Jesus, man. FaceTiming Granny is pretty funny, though. Granny game would like to access my camera. Okay. Hey, Granny. Granny, flip the camera around. I can't see you. Granny. Oh, look. Call finished. Wait, so did Granny just die? Because I was on FaceTime with Granny. She was holding the camera. And then she opened a door in her own house and got murdered with a chainsaw. It's not very scary. That's really sad. Dude, imagine that in a horror movie. Like, you know, a teenager gets a phone call that's like, hey, I'm right outside. I'm gonna kill you. And she's like, oh no, don't come in. And then the person on the other line is like, yeah, I'm gonna... Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Dude, I'm getting mugged. I'm getting mugged. Help. They want all my money. No. They're stabbing me. Brittany, help. They're stabbing me. All right, guys. Well, I hope you enjoyed this deep dive into the App Store. If you did and you're not subscribed yet, make sure you subscribe and turn on my notifications to join Greg. That's what I call my fan base here on YouTube. And I will see you guys very soon. Bye-bye. What's up, Greg? And welcome back to another episode of This Tunnel Lady is kind of cringe. Oh, no, Danny, watch out. She's right under me, isn't she? In case you're unfamiliar like I was just a few weeks ago, the Tunnel Lady, aka Kala, aka Engineer Everything on TikTok, makes TikTok videos documenting her experience digging a massive tunnel system under her suburban house. Is this safe? I do not know. Is this legal? I also do not know. But is this really, really good content? I do not know. After having heard about her for a while, but never really looking into her, this is the first TikTok I saw of her. She posted it back in November of last year. So I figured I would show this to you guys so you could kind of learn about her in the same way that I learned about her. That way we can be on the same page.
I have a new problem in my suburban mine. It is not this water, but rather that I am getting out of range of the minecart. Every castle building stone has to be carried up this tunnel to the antechamber.
Okay, immediately... This project is so much more expansive than I thought. She says so many things in rapid succession that could be their own entire subplot. 1, the giant pool of water in her mine. 2, she has dug so deep that she's out of range of her minecart. Kala, how deep have you dug? She's like, it's also getting really hot down here. All of the rock is molten. It makes it really hard to dig. And 3, she says that because she's out of range of her minecart, it's making it a lot harder to get her castle building stones out of the mine.
Every castle building stone has to be carried up this tunnel.
Is there a castle now? People just call her Tunnel Lady. I thought that there was just a tunnel. She's got so much more going on than I thought. I also like that she says the giant pool of water isn't a problem. I guess that just goes to show how little I know about suburban mining, because to me, that seems like a huge problem. How do you dig deeper when it's just water? You can't dig water, can you? Needless to say, there's a lot of lore going on in this TikTok, and I need to know more. So, like Kala digging into the Earth's mantle, it's time to get to the bottom of this. This next TikTok is Kala's first ever TikTok she posted to this account, and in it she introduces a big new project that she's going to be undertaking, building a storm shelter in her basement.
I am about to embark on a new and complex project.
I like that stupid project flashes on the screen as she's describing it. She's all excited about it. It kind of makes it seem like this is an interjection from future Kala like 2 years from now. Stupid project, you should have never started this thing. What are you doing? I'm trying to warn you via CapCut editing.
I'm planning to construct a storm shelter off the side of my basement. It's going to take a very long time.
Well, she was definitely right that it was going to take a long time. She posted this in October of 2022, and she is still digging. That being said, it is interesting to know that the original point of the tunnel was to just be a storm shelter. I feel like she's past that point. I feel like digging like 10 feet into the ground would have been enough to protect just one person from a storm. But there she is, just still going. Why do I feel like she knows something we don't? She's either preparing for a cataclysmic storm that none of us know is coming, or she has ulterior motives. She's like, the main purpose of this tunnel will be to protect me from tornadoes. Secondarily, I have been hearing a sinister voice booming from the earth, begging me to free it from its subterranean prison. So needless to say, I think this should be a pretty fun project. In all seriousness, no, I can totally understand why she would want to keep digging after she started. If she turned around now, she could be like 5 feet away from that giant diamond.
The shelter itself will be cut into this wall here. This is off the side of my bunker home office.
That is a very interesting home office setup. You know, I was wondering at first if she was planning on finishing the tunnel when she was done with it to sort of make it just an extension of her house and make it furnished and everything. After seeing her home office, I gotta say, I don't think that's likely. Kala's home office is literally the Batcave. She's getting work done in the Batcave. This tunnel's gonna be perfect for hiding from storms, tornadoes, the Riddler, he's after me. She also pans over to reveal she has a green screen in her basement.
Behind the green screen.
I am very intrigued by Kala. Who is this mysterious woman? I thought the tunnel was gonna be the most interesting thing about her, but it seems like she's got a lot going on. Quite frankly, all this mystery is making me thirsty. But luckily, unlike Kala, I don't have a water problem. I have a water solution. Today's sponsor, Arup. Arup is a great way to meet your hydration goals because sometimes you're just not in the mood for water, you want a little bit more zest to it. And Arup flavors your water via scent. You place this little scent pod on top. Right now it's deactivated, but as I pull it up like this, it becomes activated and air is able to flow through the pod into the nozzle and then into your mouth, where your mouth feels like it's tasting the flavor. In this case, I have a lime scent pod on here, but they come with a variety of flavors. So even though I'm just drinking water with no chemicals added or nothing, I feel like I'm drinking something that's lime flavored. One of the best parts of Arup is that you're getting all the fun of having flavored water without any of the downsides, like added sugar or sweeteners or chemicals. It's just straight up water and smell. I like sipping from my Arup while I'm writing videos, doing work, even filming, as you can see. That extra bit of flavor just puts a little bit of pep in my step. And trust me, if you've seen the way I step before, you know that it's sad and it needs some pep. So if you want to try out this revolutionary hydration technology for yourself, head on over to the link in the description, get yourself an Arup, get yourself a bunch of fun flavors. Thanks to Arup for sponsoring this video. Thank you to you guys for checking out Arup. Just 6 days after posting the original TikTok, she posted this video where she goes over the litany of problems she has already run into.
We're running into some problems that have put us into a dead halt. Unfortunately, there is a little bit of water seepage. It's not a blocker, but it is irritating.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you, Kala, but it's gonna get a lot worse. If you think that amount of water is irritating, you're gonna be pissed in like a year when you have a literal well in the middle of your mind.
We have run out of space for excavated rock and have to get the elevator working now.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna need to figure out a way to get the rock out of there, because otherwise it's not mining. You're just moving around rocks. You can't just be like, all right guys, I finished the tunnel system. It's actually the exact size that my basement used to be. But I moved all of the rock into the basement, so now I don't have a basement anymore. I just have a basement-sized tunnel, which sucks because that's where all my bat gear was, and the penguin actually is after me right now.
The power cord has started smoking and sparking. The biggest problem is that the jackhammer has stopped working.
Okay, great. Perfect. Excellent update. You're like 2 feet into the tunnel and every single part of the operation is already going wrong. Even things that aren't mining related are going wrong. That extension cord? Not a mining issue. That did not require any prior excavation knowledge. You just need a new extension cord. That kind of just feels like her being like, everything is going wrong. Gravel is piling up. The jackhammer is smoking. My blender stopped working, so I can't even make milkshakes anymore. But hey, I guess that's just what happens when you commit to tunneling into the earth. No more milkshakes. Ever again. Yeah, it is really bad. You're digging a hole under your house. You cannot afford to cut corners. So this is a structure she was building as sort of an elevator to get rocks out of her basement. She's building like a mining elevator, and I guess while she was building it, it collapsed. I gotta say, at this point, I am pretty concerned about the success of her project. She's still just a few days in, and like, I don't know if she's done anything right yet. She does seem pretty nonchalant about it though, you know? You know, if her entire tunnel collapsed, collapses and her house falls into the underworld, I think she'll take it in stride. I gotta say, I knew that digging a tunnel would be like a big undertaking, but it wasn't until I started watching these videos where I started to realize all of the logistics that go into it. There's a lot that can go wrong. In this video, she takes a Geiger counter into her tunnel and realizes that there's like twice as much radiation as there was in the rest of her house.
Nuclear radiation readings so high in the storm shelter excavation. Every time I measure it, the counts per minute are more than double what they are upstairs.
Kala, come on. You gotta figure that out. To be fair, I don't know why the radiation would be higher underground than it would be in the rest of her house. But I'm not in the mine. It's not my mine. You gotta figure that out, dude. Yeah, the top comment is radon question mark. That's not good. The next video, she's doing the same thing with a Ouija board. Hey guys, does anyone know why every time I take the Ouija board into the tunnel, it spells out, I must consume the souls of the innocent? It doesn't do that anywhere else in my house.
One of the reasons for extending my tunnel system is to harvest a layer of building stone. So far, I only found one good layer, about a foot thick. It is fractured in ready-made rectangular prisms.
It's crazy. I'm finding all of these perfect building blocks. They're rectangular, they look great. They're gonna fit right in my neighborhood because they're actually already the same color as my neighbor's foundation. Whoa. Hey, excuse me. You can't be in here. Oh my God, TV, couch, foosball table? This can only mean one thing. Yeah, you dug into my basement. I just found a naturally occurring basement mine. What? All this stuff is gonna be perfect for my castle. Whoa, no, this is my stuff, dude. Hey, who the fuck are you? Are you the Riddler? No. Can you get out of my house? His first riddle. Oh, you dastardly scoundrel. Okay, I'm not a scoundrel. You're no match for my bat gun. Oh, that's just a normal gun. Now, despite having seemingly no experience building a tunnel at the beginning of this video, she is learning at a rapid rate. Just a few months into this project, she posts this video sort of boasting about her engineering skills.
I'm in a tunnel with 5,000 pounds of wet concrete over my head. And the only thing separating me from becoming a pancake is my own engineering.
Extremely impressive. I, for one, could never. I get claustrophobic if my clothes are too tight. At this point, it seems like some of the things going wrong start to calm down. She starts learning super fast. Lots of new skills. She starts posting videos about managing the water problem in her tunnel, learning electrical so she can have power down in her mine. And mind you, while all of this being self-taught is extremely impressive, it also kind of makes it terrifying to watch. In one of her videos where she's doing the electrical of the tunnel, she describes electricity as magic.
Before this project, I had very little experience with electrical. In fact, I used to consider it magic, which it basically kind of is.
You should definitely not consider it magic anymore. You should definitely consider it science at this point. I also like that she added in a sound like she's casting a spell.
It kind of is.
Yeah, so I learned all this electrical stuff. It's basically magic. You're cool to me, says Chris. You're amazing, says Jen. Impressed with you, says Sylvan Energy Solutions. You would be impressed, Sylvan Energy Solutions. You sound like an electrical company, but then you have like a magical owl as your profile picture. I'm impressed that you figured out electricity is magic. It takes most people a long time to figure that out. Now, it's not all fun and games on Kala's account. While she is getting a lot of positive, supportive comments, at some point, the tide began to shift a little bit, and people began to wonder if she was really qualified to be undertaking such a project. I think it happened somewhere around a year or so into it when she did this year in review and showed off everything that she's done in the tunnel and learned so far.
It's just been over a year since I started.
Oh my God. She has learned a lot. She learned to teleport. Maybe she did learn magic in there. She's like, as I tunnel closer and closer to the Dark Lord, he is anointing me with more and more powers. Teleportation has made things much more convenient in the tunnel. Convenient and scary, because sometimes I'm not in complete control of it, and I just teleport to parts of the earth that I have not tunneled to yet.
In August of 22, I cut an opening off the side of the sub-basement and started to carve into the solid rock. Fabricated an elevator to lift material. I used hundreds of concrete blocks and yards of hand-mixed concrete.
She's learned a lot doing this. My only question is, has she learned why she's doing this yet? I feel like that would be valuable insight to have, maybe, because it's definitely not a storm shelter anymore. Are we Are we allowed to build tunnels? I've always felt like my home is missing a dangerous mine shaft. The city inspector watching this right now. And it turns out that comment was kind of onto something, because eventually Kala did get shut down by the city, as detailed in this article. How Tunnel Girl's DIY storm shelter took over TikTok, then people turned against her. In 2022, a TikToker began documenting an elaborate underground construction in her home. As her videos garnered traction, people began questioning the safety and ethics of her project. Okay, safety I understand. Definitely, I could see how people would think this isn't safe. Ethics? She like bringing kids into the mine or something? I guess ethical concerns could boil down to the fact that, you know, she could be like digging a giant sinkhole under her neighborhood, and that could affect her neighbors' houses as well. That's pretty fair. You know, I would be concerned if I found out one of my neighbors was like hollowing out the ground beneath my house. So that could be the ethical concern. It could also be like releasing horrors from the earth beyond our comprehension. One of those two, I guess. What began as a characteristically quirky TikTok anecdote of a person on a curious home renovation style mission has become a messy source of debate, speculation, and even political contention. Political contention? Did I miss something? What happened? Experts are worried as the tunnel appears to be headed straight for the White House. And she has a gun. Is she planning to hop out of the floorboards of the White House and assassinate the president? Or does she have a map to treasure? Kala has refused to comment. Over time, her project became increasingly ambitious. By August 2023, Kala referred to her project as an underground tunnel system. See, that's a big leap. That makes me think she's not being totally honest with her motives here, because that's quite the escalation from the storm shelter she was building originally. I swear, man, these influencers, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. The next line of the article is like, by January of 2024, Kala referred to her project as a subterranean metropolis. What she's involved in isn't new. It's known as hobby tunneling, a passion for underground digging typically associated with men. Ah, yes, the masculine urge to dig. Have you ever noticed all men are born with this innate desire to burrow into the earth and hide from God? Over the past year, viewers have questioned whether Kala is qualified to undertake the complex construction work depicted in the videos. She has repeatedly acknowledged that she has no formal training, but believes that she can teach herself the necessary skills to perform the work safely. In one comment under a July video, she clarified that she is an engineer, as her TikTok handle suggests, but a computer engineer, not a civil or structural one, as people presume. Yeah, no, I could see why people would have gotten that twisted. I'm not saying that she intentionally tricked people. In fact, I think it was probably an honest mistake. She is an engineer. But I could totally understand why people would be shocked to find out that the woman hauling thousands of tons of rock out of her basement is in fact not that kind of engineer. In November, Kala was interviewed by NBC News clarifying that the project wasn't a doomsday bunker. Yeah, well, that doesn't really clarify anything, because like if it was a doomsday bunker, that would have clarified what it is, but now I'm just more, like that's just more confusing now. I'm not really a prepper or concerned about that kind of thing at all, but I just thought it would be neat to have, like a little protective shelter area, she told the outlet. And so I started working on that, and also it's a challenge, and I live for challenges. It keeps me preoccupied and keeps me entertained. Okay, well, there's the answer we were all looking for, I guess. She just likes it. She's having fun, and at the end of the day, isn't that all that matters? In late December, videos expressing concern about the impact Kala's project was having on her neighbors began to circulate. Oh, okay, no, that wasn't all that matters. Then on December 31st, Kala responded to rumors that her project was being shut down with a video explaining that local city officials had halted it.
So they did give me a stop work order and are requiring an immediate evaluation by a professional engineer. Fortunately, contrary to few rumors here, it is constructed entirely below the slab of my house.
Wait, how is it entirely under the slab of your house?
It is constructed entirely below the slab of my house.
Didn't you start at the edge of your basement and then dig like 30 feet in one direction? Maybe I just don't understand the shape of her house, but I feel like she's definitely in her neighbor's yard at this point. Also, wouldn't making the tunnel system completely under the slab of her house actually be super dangerous? Because that's the dirt that your house is sitting on. So the project is halted. Kala is waiting to get her tunnel system approved, and that's pretty much the whole story right now. Or is it? While watching through all of her videos, I uncovered a bit of a strange subplot that not enough people are talking about. Bedroom remodeling. Previous occupants considered this room haunted and reported frequent creepy occurrences and ghostly encounters. I'm planning on reimagining the room and renovating the walls/carpet. The bulkhead needs to be fixed and the shoddy trim replaced. I love the curtains. Okay, hold up. You just listed a bunch of things wrong with this room, but one of them seems way more important than the others. Tell us about the haunted room. Why is it haunted? What is the ghost? You, Kala, would not make a very good realtor. Okay, this is the primary bedroom. This window has a great view. There's plenty of space in here. Little goblin there. All carpet, floors, of course. Sorry, goblin?
I forgive you.
No, I wasn't apologizing to you.
Oh.
Why is there a goblin? Okay, sure, there is a goblin. But the rest of the house is really nice, you know? When he's not stinking up the place. Yeah, sure, it's a great house, but I'm supposed to sleep in here. Is that little freak gonna watch me sleep every night? I didn't want a goblin. Oh my God, goblin this, goblin that. Dude, if you love the goblin so much, why don't you just fuck him already? I don't love the goblin.
Be kind with your words, please.
I just want a normal house. Nice windows, nice floors, no goblin. Well, if there's no goblin in the tunnel, why don't you just sleep down there? There's a tunnel? Yeah, under the whole house. It's huge, you're gonna love it. And don't worry, it's only directly under this house. Wait. If there's a giant hole directly under this house, wouldn't that mean... Uh-oh!
I do not fear death because I have no reason to live.
Oh, that's really sad. The wall hangings were left behind by the last occupant who was twice admitted to a psychiatric hospital for insanity? What? So am I the only one thinking this? This is why she's digging the tunnel, to get away from the ghost. I knew there must be a better reason, and this is it. She's got a ghost in her house. But unfortunately, Kala, I do have to inform you that ghosts can hunt the ground under your house too. They own the ground rights all the way to the core of the earth, actually, unfortunately. And the air rights too. So don't try building a castle over your house either, you won't be safe there. The first time I saw this video, I was stunned. I was like, how were you only talking about this sometimes? But don't worry, she does have another video about the room where she goes into more detail, because so many people asked about it.
Yes, this room has a dark past, including haunting and madness. I rented it to several friends over the years, and they reported voices, hallucinations, and negative energy.
Okay, did you tell them that you were actively tunneling underneath them? Because I feel like that could explain at least one of those things. They reported hearing voices, banging, jackhammer sounds, creepers hissing, zombies moaning.
I am currently renovating the room slowly as a side project, hoping to freshen it up for a brighter future.
Okay, so if two of your friends have been driven to insanity by the room...
They reported voices, hallucinations...
I don't think that renovating it is gonna help. I mean, by all means, go for it. I support the renovation. There's no reason the room needs to also look insanely haunted, just because there's a ghost there. Turn it into like a nice little zen oasis that just happens to torment the souls of those in it. Maybe those two things will cancel each other out and it'll just feel like a normal room. You know what would be a better use for all that castle rock, actually, that you've been finding in the tunnel? Just fill in that room. Fill the whole thing up with dirt. Just be like, we don't have that room anymore. Also, Kala, it sounds like you've had several friends rent this room from you.
I rented it to several friends over the years.
Why do you keep renting it to people if you know it ruins their lives? You, Kala, would not make a very good realtor.
The only thing left behind is this drawing of a tree that she always kept with her. On the reverse side, there is a photo of a motivational writer who she had a deep parasocial relationship with.
It just feels like you're kind of throwing her under the bus for that one. Doesn't seem like that has anything to do with the ghost.
The room is the second most haunted place in the house.
Second? Okay, this is wild. Right? Who would have thought that the amateur mining operation this woman had going on in her basement was actually not the most interesting thing about her? But I am so hooked. Please tell us about the other room.
My house has two haunted areas. One is this troubled bedroom, and the second is this normal-looking closet.
I like that she says normal-looking closet as the camera creeps in toward a terrifying closet with horror music swelling. Ah, yes, totally normal-looking closet, the kind every house in the 1800s has.
Oddly, I was not able to view the bedroom with that closet before buying the house, and it was still locked during the home inspection.
Damn, that's really weird. Who was the realtor? You?
I felt some suspicion, but after closing, everything seemed fine.
Wait, what happened there? Did she just trip in the middle of the take and continue on like nothing happened? This is the most interesting person in the world.
I was upstairs cooking with a few roommates, and we heard a muffled pounding sound from downstairs. But the room was empty. A moment of silence was broken by renewed racket from inside the closet.
Okay, well, it's time to sell the house. I think you have to sell the house. I don't know how many rooms your house has, but if two of them are uninhabitable due to ghosts, You have to move. If 2 of the rooms in your house turn you into a husk of a human being, fill them with rocks. On a serious note, Kala, if you are watching this, buy a carbon monoxide detector if you don't have one already. Carbon monoxide poisoning can do this type of thing to people and make them think that they are going insane, so maybe look into that. How crazy would it be if she bought a carbon monoxide detector and found a leak and she fixed it, and like the second the carbon monoxide was gone, she was like, why the fuck is there a tunnel in my house? All right, guys, well, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did and you're new here, make sure you subscribe and turn on my notifications to join Greg. Greg is what I call my family here on YouTube. We're a family, we're an army, we're a collective. So go ahead and subscribe and turn on my notifications to join Greg. I'll see you guys next time with a very interesting video. Bye-bye. What's up, Greg? You know, I feel like it's been a while since I found something real weird on TikTok. Like something so strange that I truly cannot wrap my head around it, but I've done it. It's 2 twins on TikTok, which is not uncommon for twins to blow up on TikTok, but these twins are different because these twins are in love. Aww. That's so cute. With each other. What? Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, that's right. We're watching these guys today. You guys have probably seen videos titled Siblings or Dating. How about Siblings Are Dating? This is truly one of the weirdest things I've seen on TikTok in a while, and like the more that I look into it, the more puzzling it gets. It's like there are layers and it gets deeper, and there were twists in here that I did not expect. These dudes run an account called Alisov Brothers. I believe they're Russian, and the vast majority of their TikToks is literally just them doing stuff like this. I mean, like being about to make out with each other, not dentistry. That most of their TikToks are not about being dentists. Although they do have like a surprising amount. I feel like they have like 10 TikToks in this dentist chair. I don't know if they own a dentist business on the side. That is not clear to me. These dudes heard that self-care was important and took it so literally. This dude has his literal self cleaning his teeth and borderline making love to him. But this is like their thing. They have so many TikToks where it's like music playing, and then at the end they just kind of like grab each other's faces and just like breathe into each other's faces. Oh, nice. Nice, dude, that's awesome. Has your brother ever been so right at math that you wanted to make out with him? I guess that's kind of the relatable angle they were going for here. Every video I watch, I feel like peels back another layer of their lives, revealing another even more confusing layer. Totally indifferent to getting married, to literally the biggest day of your life, just so nonchalant. He became very nonchalant on his wedding day. And then at the end they hug? Seems like this is like the one time in most people's lives it's like the most acceptable to kiss in public would be on your wedding day. Or like suck each other's souls out or whatever they do in all their other videos. The old Machine Gun Kelly. But why are they so indifferent to their wedding? I know it's a fake wedding, but like, come on, dude. Act a little bit enthusiastic. You're getting married. To your brother. Actually, maybe it is kind of baller. Maybe it is kind of cool. It's the ultimate baller move to do literally the most insane shit ever, like marry your twin brother and not give a fuck about it at all. Just another day getting married to my twin brother. Nothing weird going on here. Just gonna give him a hug. We're getting married in front of a castle. This is our castle, by the way. We are Russian royalty, as a matter of fact. Is this like a wedding venue or is this their castle? Are these guys Russian royalty? I've heard that royal families can be pretty inbred, so honestly, I would believe it. I think that marrying your twin brother is literally keeping your genes as pure as humanly possible. If they could have a baby, it would just be them again.
Uh-oh.
What?
People.
Oh no, people.
Oh no, people are gonna see us almost kiss. No! Okay, thank you. I appreciate the modesty. I'm right here. Thank you for once looking at the camera and realizing what you're doing is insanely weird. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. This TikTok to me seems a little bit hard to swallow. I'm gonna call BS on the entire premise of this TikTok. As if these dudes are bashful or modest in the slightest. These dudes have a TikTok account with 2 million followers that is centered around these 2 brothers who want to have sex with each other all the time. I don't think that if they were gonna kiss and they saw someone watching, they would stop. They'd probably be like, oh yeah, come here. Oh shit, someone's watching us. Hell yeah, dude, let's traumatize this guy. Okay, so clearly whatever's going on here is just like for shock value to get views on TikTok. I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt and assume that whatever this is not like a real romantic relationship. It's just these two brothers who thought, hey, if we do this like weird shit, we can probably get really famous on TikTok. And I guess they have like 2 million followers, but like this video has 70,000 likes, which on TikTok is not that much. And some of their videos have like 7,000 or 8,000 likes, which I don't know about you, but to me, makes this a lot weirder. Like, people will do weird shit for fame and millions of dollars all the time. You can't stop people from doing that. But for like 5,000 likes, you're gonna make the whole world think that you're in love with your brother for 5,000 likes? Is it worth it? It'd be funny if this is them just realizing that people can see all these TikToks. They're like, oh fuck, we've been posting these to a public audience? Oh, that is not good. I thought these were just for us.
Cause
Yeah, man, I don't know. I just have a hard time believing that this would ever be the reason that you were outcast from society and had to run away together. These twins just robbed a bank and ostensibly murdered somebody, and somehow it's the most normal thing they've done so far. Imagine seeing this in real life and having to be the person that reported this crime. All right, was there anything weird about the guys who did this? Yeah, there was a lot. Oh no, is this another set of twins? No! What are they gonna do? Oh man. Oh no. Those poor girls. They're probably acting in this TikTok, but I think the idea of them being so genuinely mortified about what's going on in front of them, is actually very realistic. I wonder who these girls are. How did they get them in on this? It's actually kind of weird because they're not tagged in the video. So I'm kind of worried that they're just like regular twins, like civilian twins, not influencers at all. How did they get roped into this? Hey, we noticed you guys are twins. So are we. We have like 2 million followers on TikTok. Do you guys want to be in a video with us? Oh, yeah, that's awesome. That sounds fun. What kind of videos do you guys make? Oh, just pretty standard TikTok stuff. We do like dancing, pranks, silly comedy skits, challenges, making out with each other. We want to make out with each other so bad, but we never get to. We're two horny twins that just want to kiss, but we can't. Two poor twins go back to their job the next day and their coworker's like, hey, are you guys okay? You're both acting really weird today. Did something happen? I guess it just goes to show that you never really know what someone's going through. It could be this. Do you think that the guy twins are kind of like looking at the girl twins wondering like, what are they doing? Why aren't they making out? Do these girls not know that this is what twins do when your other twin is tied up and he's got no choice? You put his arms around you and you breathe him. You breathe the poor guy. One thing that I think is really funny about these guys is that on their Instagram, they have a business email in their bio. What company would ever want to sponsor two incestuous twins? What kind of business inquiries do they think they're gonna get? I just imagine these guys going to their manager and being like, hey, do we have any new brand opportunities? And he's like, yeah, actually, we've got 7,000 emails from people offering to pay you to stop posting forever. Oh, that's kind of weird. So that many like individual people want. No, it's companies. They're literal companies that want to pay you to stop posting. Big ones too, McDonald's, Coca-Cola. They're willing to put a lot of money into getting you guys to stop. I actually went through their profile a bit and I did find one post that I think is sponsored. It doesn't say hashtag ad, but it says products used in this video, and it's tagging this company at 7 days. And it's an ad for a makeup company. Kind of an odd collab. I don't really know how that fits the theme of the account. I guess it could be for people who are in a relationship with someone that doesn't look exactly like them. And so maybe you can use this makeup to make them look more like you or something. I'm not really sure. So not every one of these guys' TikToks is about them wanting to kiss each other or like rub up on each other. They do have a couple of like normal TikTok content, which I feel like given all the other stuff is even weirder. Like you can't just post a normal TikTok and act like all of that stuff didn't also happen. You'd think that being an incestuous twin would be enough for the TikTok algorithm, but I guess not. Even these guys have to, you know, branch out and diversify. I guess it goes to show how hard being a creator really is. They've got this prank video where one of the twins puts on like a scissor headband and then rubs fake blood all over him. and his twin brother comes in and they both faint. My favorite part about this TikTok is that when they both fall over, you can see a mirror in the background and there's just like a guy sitting in a chair helping film, I guess. I'd like to imagine that that guy sitting in the camera is actually their third twin, or their triplet, I guess. He's their brother also, but he never gets to be in them. He's like in charge of setting up the camera and everything. And every time he sets up the camera for a video, he's like, hey guys, I had an idea for a video. What if this time you guys want to make out with me? And the other two brothers are like, ugh, gross, dude, that's disgusting. You're our brother. They've got another TikTok where this dude does the exact same prank again, but with this like eyeball sticking out of the head device, which is absolutely grotesque, I must add. And it's interesting because this time just one of the twins faints. I guess the pranker is getting a little bit used to it, but I got a feel for the twin being pranked. I mean, this would be a lot to walk in on. Walking in and seeing your brother, like literally with his eyeball hanging out, yeah, I would faint too. I would be horrified. I really feel for this guy. Plus, that's not just his brother, you know? That's his husband. Honestly, I haven't watched all their TikToks. There could be some other weird twist like this is also his dad or some shit. I'm hesitant to try to box them into any kind of like nuclear family that we would all be used to. I don't know what's going on with them at all. They've also got dance videos, which get pretty spicy.
City talking, we taking notes.
I like to imagine someone scrolling down their profile being like absolutely disgusted by most of their TikToks and being like, oh, thank God, finally a normal TikTok. Oh, fuck, dude. There's a comment on this one that says sus, but I'm starting to accept it. Is this how quickly as a society we become desensitized to things now? What changed? What made you start to accept it? I'm so confused. I feel like something must have happened to this person in their own personal life outside of watching these TikToks that made them accept it. Like maybe their brother got really hot all of a sudden and they were like, whoa, maybe I spoke too soon. These TikToks are kind of on point. Okay, wait, hold on. So now this is confusing. I've started to see comments that are really throwing a wrench in my understanding of this situation. This comment says, are you guys dating or brothers? And this person responded saying, actually at first they were saying, but did not know they were related until the DNA test showed up. Oh, they meant dating. Actually at first they were dating, but did not know they were related until the DNA test showed up. So this person is saying somehow these two guys fell in love without knowing that they were twin brothers. These guys are like, whoa, that's crazy. I mean, we knew we looked exactly alike and we were both coincidentally adopted from the same orphanage, but how was I supposed to know I'm related to the guy? Okay, now I'm seeing comments that are saying that they might not actually be brothers. My guess is they aren't really brothers. They look alike, but they had cosmetic surgery to look more similar and they're just acting like brothers. Okay, I'm sorry, that seems so unfeasible to me. Spending thousands of dollars to look like somebody else, to get 70,000 likes on TikTok and have everyone think that you're in love with your brother? Okay, this person said they are brothers, and then someone commented under that, if you look closely, they don't look anything alike. I think they just seem like it for clout. Maybe. And then someone else said, yeah, I've stalked them for the past 15 minutes, and honestly, they look alike, but not really like brothers. What? Are these guys not twins? Hold on, no. I've spent the past like 3 days watching these guys' videos. Are they not twins? Do they just look like twins because they wear the same clothes all the time? All right, I've been doing some investigation into the topic. Here's my presentation. Alisov brothers. Twins? Or just guys? Are these two genetically identical humans? Are these just two guys having fun, having a good time? In this investigation, I wanted to take a closer look at the two guys to see if they really look as similar as I thought they did. One of the tricky things about doing this is they never like have both of their faces right next to each other for comparison, like both looking dead on into the camera, both at the same distance. Kind of suspicious, no? Really makes you wonder. No. All right, let's start with the similarities. The similarities I think are pretty obvious. Take a look at this. In some pictures, their faces are virtually indistinguishable. Look at the noses. This is the same nose. The shape of the nostril, the curvature, that little swoop that makes it look like just like a ski slope. That if you were a little skier, you'd probably just ski right off, whoop, and then land in the twin brothers' mouth because they'd sort of be right next to each other like that. They've got the same eye color. Look at the ears too. I mean, that's like having the same nose and the same ears. What is that? What are the odds of that? I'm not a geneticist. I don't know how much ears vary from person to person, but like, look at how thin like the ridge of the ear is, I feel like that's abnormal. Yeah, I've definitely got a fatter ear ridge there. That's not like a normal, that's not a normal ear ridge thickness. So of course they have the same hair, but that's pretty easy to fake even if they didn't. They could dye their hair and cut it the same way. I could shave my head and I'd look just like Jeff Bezos. Does that mean that I'm entitled to some of his wealth? Now let's talk differences. Do the boys have different facial structures? I hope you can tell, but I've noticed in a few of their TikToks, one of them seems like he's got a lot slimmer face. It's very defined right here. This guy's face is a lot more smooth and a lot more round. In some of their videos, I've noticed that their eyebrows look different. This is a makeup one and it's before they put on makeup. Their eyebrows look more different than when they are wearing makeup. This one's eyebrows are kind of a little more curvy. They go whoop. These ones, a little more straight. See that? So there are some differences. After looking at them for quite some time, there are some differences. But does that mean they're not twins? Zach and Cody, Dylan and Cole Sprouse, these are genetic twins as far as we know. As far as today's top scientists know, these boys are definitely twins. And even when they were younger, I mean, you could tell them apart for sure. Like they had differences. And now they're all grown up and I'd say they look even less alike. I think that happens to twins as they get older. They, you know, they live different lives, they eat different foods, meet different people. But just because they look slightly different, that doesn't mean that they're not in love. I also wanted to see if I could find any evidence for that claim that they were dating before they knew they were twins. So I was looking that up and I could not find that anywhere about them. The only thing I could find about that was this article, and it describes exactly what that comment was talking about, except the dudes that are named in the article are not the Alisov brothers. They have totally different names, Jason Osborne and Alex Brown. So I don't know if someone just saw this article and like assumed it was talking about the Alisov brothers. Like, oh, that explains it. Okay, case closed. This is an article from the UK, not from Russia. Different names, but it's probably talking about them. I did also email the brothers at their business email. I figure they probably don't get a lot of emails, so I thought I might get a response. Just asking them if they're twins. I said, please, are you guys really twins? I have to know. And I sent it. And as of right now, I have not heard back. So after that deep and thorough investigation, my opinion, they're twins. They are, I do think that they're twins. Sure, they have small differences in their facial features, but like they look exactly the same. They're twins. But that is not a good thing. That's not a good thing. I'm not happy that I think that. But as I said, you know, that's just my opinion. What do you guys think? Are they twins? Are they really in love? Let me know. This video has been sponsored by ExpressVPN. Yes! Guys, there's lots of fun things to do on the internet. Playing games with your friends, sending emails to your friends, video chatting with your friends. But you know what's not fun? The fact that ISPs can see everything that you're doing when you're online, and they can even legally sell it to other companies. That is one reason to use ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN basically sends all of your data through a secure tunnel so that your internet service provider and online advertisers can't track what you're doing and sell it to people. I use ExpressVPN all the time. I've got it on my laptop and my desktop and my phone. But not only does ExpressVPN keep you safe when you're doing some of your favorite activities online, it also unlocks new activities, like more things to watch. For example, Donald Glover's masterpiece of a show, Atlanta, is not available on Netflix in the US, but it is available on Netflix in Brazil. So if you want to watch Atlanta on Netflix, you could do two things. You could move to Brazil, or you could just install ExpressVPN, change your server location to Brazil, and now you can, and then you can watch it. You know, I mean, you can pick whichever one you want to do, but I think ExpressVPN would be easier. ExpressVPN's got the fastest speeds, they've got 24/7 customer support, and they're consistently ranked the #1 VPN by multiple sources, as you can clearly see here. So if you want to find out how you can get 3 months of ExpressVPN for free, then head on over to expressvpn.com/Danny Gonzalez. That's expressvpn.com/Danny Gonzalez. Thank you to ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video, and thank you to you guys for checking out ExpressVPN. Bye, thanks for watching. What's up, Greg, and welcome back to another episode of POV, which stands for Pigs on Video. Now, I'm sure a lot of you by now are aware of the POV trend on TikTok, where someone on TikTok will act out a scene and you as the audience are a character in that scene. Some of you may also be aware of the extremely creepy niche within that trend of like daddy POVs. I was originally going to make a video about those, but then I started to realize that they're too creepy to make fun of, and it wouldn't even be funny, it would just be weird. And also by the time I went to go look for them, most of them have been deleted. I guess because the people who made them realized, hey,
That's pretty gross. We should probably stop. But I found this dude named Garrett on TikTok. His username is Goverbo, and he had previously made a lot of these daddy TikToks, but he has since deleted them. And I thought it would be kind of interesting to go through his other TikToks that aren't the daddy ones, since he's deleted pretty much all of those. I wanted to see what kind of other TikToks he makes, and it turns out they're pretty much all POVs, and they are all very odd. For those of you who don't know what POVs are, I'll give you a simple one first. This one's called POV, which stands for point of view. You're staying the night at your friend's house when her brother accidentally walks in on you. Everyone's fantasy, I think we can agree. You're staying at a friend's house, there's a knock on the door, and their brother comes in, and he like eyes you up and down. I think deep down we'd all like our friends' brothers to undress us with their eyes. Just sounds kind of fun. But I would say that them being that innocent is pretty rare with old Goverbo. For example, this one is called Your Boyfriend Snuck Into Your House After You Ignored Him All Day. A pretty reasonable response, honestly. Let's check it out. To me, this seems like something that this dude was like, oh, this would be so hot. Like, a chick would love a dude who is like confident enough to just break into his girlfriend's house. But any girl, or like anyone who's ever had to deal with like a stalker situation would just be horrified about. Like, this is not a fantasy. I want me a boyfriend who's not really so much of a boyfriend, but more of a stalker, because I don't really know him, and he keeps texting me. I don't even know how he got my number. But after a day of me not responding, if he could like break into my house, that would be awesome. Preferably while I'm like taking a shower or some shit. Do you think that he would actually do this? If she's not responding to you all day, like you probably did something wrong, right? Like she's not just ignoring you for no reason, or maybe she's busy, maybe she just wants some space, but you're just like, nah, fuck that. I'm gonna break into her house. And when she finds me, I'm gonna say, pick up the phone, baby. So yeah, kind of like romanticizing a creepy stalker relationship. Not great. Definitely not good, but it gets worse. So let's check it out. POV, you ran away from your kidnapper, but his men found you. That's how kidnapping works. Now you're stuck with me, because I kidnapped you. Really nice of him to spell that out for us. Thank you, Goverbo. I don't get how this is like an appealing situation for anyone. You could make the argument that like, sure, lots of people probably think he's cute, but that doesn't mean that you want to be kidnapped by him. Do you know why people get kidnapped? It's not for good reasons. It's not like this dude is like, sorry, I just wanted to kidnap you because I want to be your boyfriend. I want to treat you really nice, and you're free to go whenever, okay? People get kidnapped for really dark, bad reasons. Like, it seems like the point of this is that you're scared that you got kidnapped, but then he takes off his mask and you're like, woo! Maybe this won't be so bad after all. But the darkness of this TikTok seems to be lost on most of his fans because they're all children, mostly like little girls, which honestly makes it way more gross. Romanticizing kidnapping for his like little girl audience. That's so fucked up. Wait, he even had us as the audience say, I didn't miss you. Like, we're clearly not okay with being kidnapped. This isn't even like a fantasy where we're like, we kind of want to be kidnapped, like it's some kind of kink or something. So we're not even cool with what's going on. We're just like, I want to go home. Hashtag POV, your serial killer boyfriend followed you home again. Oh, not again. He followed me home again? Ugh, when will this serial killer boyfriend learn? I'm sorry, but what the fuck is a serial killer boyfriend? He just kind of throws that into the caption like, we all know what that means, right? We've all had a serial killer boyfriend, or have been a serial killer boyfriend. I like that he knocked at the beginning. He may be a serial killer boyfriend, but he has manners. He's not just gonna barge into your house, unlike that other boyfriend that will barge into your house. Okay, so like in this TikTok, we're like hiding from our serial killer boyfriend. Is he still our boyfriend? He's obviously done something that has made us want to hide, probably
be a serial killer, but he's still our serial killer boyfriend. He's not our serial killer ex-boyfriend. I guess we haven't broken it off yet. We still kind of like can see the good in him, you know? He may have killed 30 people, but I'll be damned if I don't think I can change him. This comment says, when people have literally died because of stuff like this, and that has 24,000 likes. And honestly, I gotta agree with him. It's not even like this. People have died from this. Serial killer boyfriends. Hashtag POV, your boyfriend tries to abuse you in front of the gang leader's son. Even mean? I don't understand the premise of this TikTok. So my boyfriend is trying to hit me or something, but then we're saved, and not by the gang leader, but the gang leader's son. First off, are we in a gang? Did our serial killer boyfriend initiate us into a gang without us knowing? This is the first I've heard of it. There have been no other TikToks so far about us being in a gang. So you just have to accept right off the bat, you're in a gang. I really love that it's not the gang leader that's saving us. Like, that would be almost like this. I could understand that being kind of like a hot, powerful position, you know, he's in charge, but instead it's the gang leader's son. I just picture like this 12-year-old dweeby kid, like,
Listen here, Buster! You don't want to tussle with me! My daddy runs this gang and he's strong as hell!
Nothing hotter than a man with a powerful dad. POV, I have no real money or influence, but my dad runs a gang. Hashtag POV, you threaten the new mafia boss's son. Okay, so I guess this is another one about the gang leader's son. Oh shit, what a badass, dude. He's got a dad. It's just so funny to act like a badass because your dad's in charge. It reminds me of in elementary school, there was a girl in my grade whose dad was the mayor of the town that I lived in, and sometimes she would get into fights with my friend, and every time she would tell him that her dad was gonna kick him out of town. As if like the mayor of our town would really exile a 9-year-old because he got in a fight with his daughter. Just imagine like a 3rd grader packing up his bag sobbing because he's like, I don't want to leave, but the mayor kicked me out. It's just such a weird concept to flex not even your power, but your imaginary dad's imaginary power on TikTok. I want to see more people doing that. That's a cool concept. I want to see more TikToks of people flexing their dad's power. Ha! Stupid fucking dog. Excuse me, sir. You can't just come in here to scare the dogs. Do you know who I am? Yeah, you're Jeff Bezos' son. You said that like 18 times. My daddy owns Amazon. Yeah, and you've said that like 20 times. What does that have to do with being mean to the dog? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You think that just because I haven't spoken to my father in 5 years doesn't mean I can't get old King Amazon on the phone right now and tell him to make your Alexa evil? I didn't think that until just now, but honestly, yeah, it sounds like you wouldn't pick up. I feel sorry for you. My dad's the richest turtle in the world. He'll ruin your life. Turtle? I said man. I'm sure you meant man, but you said turtle. My dad doesn't look like a turtle! This one is one of my favorites. It's called hashtag POV. You tell your vampire dad about the boy who hits you at school. So get ready for vampire dad. Go back. Aw, great! My dad killed my bully. That's what you want, right? My grown-ass supernatural dad murdered a little boy at my school. Thanks, vampire dad! I like that the caption calls him vampire dad, like he's some kind of superhero, like, wow, there goes vampire dad to go kill that kid. Wait, if my dad is a vampire, doesn't that make me a vampire too? Is vampirism, is that genetic? Because if so, I feel like I could have taken care of it myself. I don't even know how I have bullies in the first place. If I'm a vampire, I'm immortal, I can turn into a bat. Who's gonna bully someone that can turn into a bat? You don't want that smoke. You don't want that bat. You don't want that puff of smoke as I turn into a bat. So I really like the concept of this TikTok. I like Vampire Dad a lot. I feel like that provides a lot of good unexplored territory. We could do a lot with Vampire Dad. What I don't like about this TikTok is that this fucking dude doesn't even look like a vampire. He looks like a sexy vampire, like a Twilight vampire. He doesn't even have fangs. He's just some guy. Can you imagine how different this TikTok would be interpreted by like all of his little girl fans if it was like a classic looking vampire? Vampire Dad! Oh, Vampire Dad! A kid went missing at our school today.
Oh, no. Was it that boy who bullies you?
Yeah! Wait, how'd you know that?
Just a lucky guess.
Wait, is that him? Huh? Right there! That's my bully! Except he's got like a bite mark on his neck and he looks like a vampire.
Oh, yeah. I guess it is. What a coincidence.
Dad! Did you try to murder my 8-year-old classmate?
Uh-oh, looks like he caught me.
Oh, Vampire Dad.
Whoops.
Wait, so you turned him into a vampire. Doesn't that make him immortal?
Oh, fuck, you're right.
Oh, great, another vampire one. POV, it's your first time kissing a vampire. Oh, gosh, I'm kind of excited. I didn't know that I would be kissing a vampire today. Gosh, okay, well, here it goes.
Let the day fall back.
Oh, shit, did you bite me? I guess I did. I'm sorry.
Where the pain lost
You're
track.
bleeding. I guess because I bit you. Why do I seem surprised that he's bleeding if I just bit him? Oh shit, you're why the fuck are you bleeding? Gross. He's like, you bit me.
Low back, and the cut still glowing. Low back, but the flow still going. But the flow still going. Yeah.
This is my first time kissing a vampire. Alright, let's get that straight. I bit him? I'm not a vampire. I'm kissing a vampire. And I bite him. If I'm just a regular ass dude, why would I bite a vampire? Wouldn't he bite me? And on the neck, not on the mouth? Also, how hard did I bite him that he's already got that much blood all over him? I must have really chomped down hard on him. Just
still glowing. Low back, but the flow still going.
Oh boy, and look how he goes back in for that second kiss. Just like, oh yeah, give me some of that. Alright, hashtag POV, we're dancing at a party and your ex walks in. Uh-oh. Well, judging by kind of like the macho persona that this dude puts on, I'm guessing he's gonna like do something to protect me from my ex. Maybe he's my serial killer ex. So let's see what old Goverbo does to protect me or hide me from my ex. If this is from our point of view and we're his girlfriend, then who is he kissing? He kisses someone to the left of the screen and then looks at us like they're two different people. Is he kissing our ex? And then he looks right at the camera, right at us, and says, "Can we help you?" What the fuck, dude? I'm dating you and my ex walks into the party and I'm like, oh no, it's my ex. And you kiss him and then look at me and say, "Can we help you?" Not cool. Oh shit. Serial killer babe? My ex is here. Don't worry, sweetheart. I got this. Thanks. Hey, fuckface. Oh, what's up? Babe? Hello? I'm right here. Hey, can you shut up? I'm trying to smooch your ex. Yeah, seriously, you think we give a shit about you? Get out of here. I'm trying to get some serial killer action. Yeah, go home. Oh my god, you're the worst serial killer boyfriend ever. That's not what your serial killer ex thinks. He's right. That's it. That's it. We're serial killer done. Oh, please, you think you're gonna serial killer break up with me? Well, you can't, because I'm serial killer breaking up with you. Wait until my vampire dad hears about this. You're right. Alright, well, honestly, that is enough of that. This dude's TikToks creep me out. The moral of the story is, please stop romanticizing abusive relationships, kidnapping, serial killers, and fuck it, vampires. Stop romanticizing those too. They're blood-sucking monsters. They're not hot. But with that being said, now it's time to talk about our sponsor, ExpressVPN. This video is sponsored by Squarespace. Stick around to the end of the video to find out more.
Yo, listen.
Hello everyone, welcome back to my second channel. This is my second channel where I like to get goofy and wacky and silly. If you thought this was my main channel, it's not. This is my second channel where I like to get funky and crazy and wacky and drink LaCroix. This is actually kind of a special episode because this is a flavor of LaCroix that I've never tried before. It's Pesticue, aka watermelon. I've never tried this flavor, so this will be my first impressions of this flavor that I will be drinking today. Not my favorite flavor. Not the best flavor of LaCroix that I've had. In fact, pretty disappointing, honestly. It kind of tastes like the rind of a watermelon. Like, not the red part, but the, like, green shell. Well, maybe it'll grow on me. Today we're gonna be doing a little Q&A. I had people tweet at me questions. I said specifically ones about being a YouTuber if you want. So hopefully there's some good questions about being a YouTuber, and then just other stuff in general. So let's hop to it. Let's have another sip of this LaCroix, see if it's gotten any better. Nope, hasn't gotten any better. Oh, also, this is part of the new merch. You may have seen other videos where I wear a Daddy Boy shirt. This is a parody of that shirt. I can't sell shirts that say Daddy Boy because that's probably someone else's slogan that was on that shirt. I got it from a thrift store, so I don't really know what Daddy Boy is, but this shirt says Danny Boy. So I can sell this shirt because it's got my own name on it and my own gender. When did you know you have transitioned to someone who just makes videos to an actual YouTuber? Like, what triggered the realization that it's a job? It was probably honestly just the moment that I started doing it full time. I had a job for a while I was doing YouTube, and then the moment I decided to like quit my job and just do YouTube full time because I was making enough from YouTube to treat it like a full-time job, for me at least, that's when it became a job and not just a hobby. I feel like I always tried to treat it like a job because, you know, dress for the job you want, not for the job you have. So I always tried to like work on it as if it were my job. How long are your videos unedited, and could you post an unedited video? An unedited video is usually anywhere between like 40 minutes and an hour and a half. Let's see how long my most recent video about the Joker was before I edited it. 52 minutes was the Joker video. That includes me sitting down and talking, all of the green screen sketches, and then the ad read at the end. So all of that was 52 minutes. One thing I found while I'm editing is that my video will usually turn out to be about a third of the total time that I filmed. So if I film for an hour, which is 60 minutes, the video usually comes out somewhere like 20 minutes. Most of the time that gets cut out is just me saying the same line over and over, trying to get it to sound right in my head. So as for your second question, can you post an unedited video? Absolutely not. That would be so embarrassing. I think that in one of my old videos on this channel, the one about how I make a video, if you scroll back and find that video, I show some of an unedited video where I'm like saying the same line over and over, and also I go through the whole process of making a video. So if you're interested in that, go check that out. It's on this channel, which is my second channel where I like to get goofy and wacky and drink LaCroix. Do YouTubers have health insurance? That's a fun question. That is an interesting question. I guess not a lot of people would think about that, but it's kind of a funny coincidence because yesterday I applied for my own health insurance because I just got kicked off my parents' plan because I just turned 26 this month. So, to answer your question, I would assume that most YouTubers do have health insurance, but it's not like because they're YouTubers. We have to get our own health insurance, basically. So I just got it through healthcare.gov. Shout out to Obama. Do you need a following in order to start a YouTube channel? I'm trying to figure out what that means. Do you need to already have subscribers on YouTube to start an account on YouTube? Or like, do you have to be famous somewhere else before you can start a YouTube channel? Yeah, actually, unfortunately, in order to start a YouTube channel, you actually have to have 10,000 followers on Instagram. But as we all know, in order to start an Instagram account, you have to be verified with 100,000 followers on Twitter. And in order to make a Twitter account in the first place, you have to have 1 million followers on TikTok. And in order to even get a TikTok account, you have to be cast on the show Riverdale. So it's really tough to break in, but once you do, it's pretty much smooth sailing from there. So being a YouTuber always sounded fun to me. Is it ever really stressful? Why or why not? Being a YouTuber is definitely really fun at times. It's definitely really rewarding, especially if you post a video that you worked really hard on and it does well and you get a lot of positive feedback on it. Even people that you know in real life are like, hey, that was a really great video. That's like the really rewarding side of it. I would say the stressful parts for me at least is like trying to come up with new ideas. That's usually the most time consuming part and the part that I still second guess myself about the most. Deadlines can also tend to be pretty stressful. Brand deals usually have pretty hard deadlines that you have to meet. And if you sign up for like to do a brand deal for a specific month or a specific week, then you end up not having a good idea for that week. It can be really stressful trying to like pull something together and get it done really quickly. Have you ever considered drinking LaCroix on your main channel, not your second channel, where you get a little bit goofier and wackier? Are you insane? Drinking LaCroix on my main channel? Are you trying to make me lose all my subscribers? My second channel is where I get goofy and wacky and drink LaCroix. If I tried to pull any of that shit on my main channel, I'd be canceled within the hour. LaCroix is just too wacky for my main channel. You know how serious I am on my main channel. There's no goofing around over there. I think the problem with the watermelon is that LaCroix's whole thing is it has no sweeteners, it doesn't have sugar or even artificial sweeteners. I feel like the taste of watermelon relies so much on the sweetness that when you take that out, it just tastes kind of bitter and nasty. Like lime, the flavor of like a lime LaCroix just kind of tastes like sour, and that's like the good part of a lime. It doesn't really need to rely on sweetness, but I feel like watermelon does, and it's really letting me down. Do you think your location affects your career? Like if you move to another state, would that impact your channel or anything? I don't think so. A lot of people actually assume that I live in California because I'm a YouTuber. They just think that all YouTubers live in LA, but I live in the suburbs of Illinois. So I would think that if it was gonna affect my career, it would have by now, but it hasn't. I used to live in California. We moved in 2018 back to Illinois because this is where my family lives, and I've never really felt like I got that much out of living from LA from like a career standpoint. We just wanted to be closer to our family, so that's why we moved back to Illinois. I don't really feel like it's hindered me that much. It's not like I do collabs that much on my channel, and even when I do collabs, it's usually not with people that even live in California. I don't particularly think that there's one specific location that's like amazing for YouTubers and you have to live there to be a YouTuber. Any fun memories from high school? Oh yeah, actually I've got a lot of good stories from high school. I've got, man, so many good memories. I mean, we used to get into a lot of trouble. We used to have a lot of fun in high school. Man, those were the days, huh? All right, next question. What's your favorite crazy wacky thing to do on your side channel that's too crazy and wacky for your main channel, other than drink LaCroix? Probably this. What are your political personal opinions on hamsters? Photo for reference. Okay, thank you for the photo. So that's a hamster, huh? Personal and political opinions on hamsters. Personal opinion, I think that they seem like nice little animals. My sister used to actually have a hamster when we were kids, and it seemed pretty chill. As for political opinions, specifically about hamsters, I am far right. Very far right about hamsters. Alt-right, even. This might be too serious, but it's about being a YouTuber. How do collabs work from a monetary point? If all the revenue goes to the one that uploads the video, does that person pay the other one? One for each kind of deal, or is it just for fun? Okay, this is a good question. This is why I wanted people to ask questions about being a YouTuber, because this is something that like most YouTubers don't really even think about. But I've never heard of another YouTuber paying a YouTuber for a collab. It's mostly just like for fun, at least in like my circle of people that I've talked to, and I know personally, I've never heard of anyone paying for a collab like that. So it's usually just for fun. Sometimes there's kind of an agreement, like if we're hanging out together, we'll each do a video if we each have a good idea, but sometimes like each person doesn't have a good idea for a collab anyway, but that's not really for monetary reasons. It's more like if you're in town and you're visiting me, we should get as much content out of it as possible and each make a video. What are the best and worst things about working completely from home and on your own time? The best things are probably everything that you would expect. I don't have to like drive to work every day, so I don't have a commute. I get to set my own hours and do whatever I want. I can set my own deadlines. I'm not really beholden to a boss, so what I post is pretty much my decision. Downsides are kind of all of those things, but the bad version of them. So I don't have to go to an office every day, but that also means that I don't talk to anyone all day. I get to set my own hours, but that also means that I don't have a time that I'm supposed to stop working or start working. So I can sometimes accidentally work too much, and I can sometimes accidentally work too little, and it's because I have no schedule. I also frequently forget what day it is. In fact, before the pandemic, the only way I knew what day it was is when Laura was gone and when she was at home, but now she's home all the time and I don't know what day it is. What do you want to be when you grow up? Spider-Man. Could you give me a senior quote? Yeah, I love coming up with senior quotes. How about something fun like, congrats seniors, we did it. Have a great summer. The person below me will die on March 23rd, 2037. Kind of fun and also kind of ominous. How do you feel about me morphing you with Drew? I don't like it. How do you decide what to put in a thumbnail? Okay, that's a good question. I don't know if I've ever really put it into words, so it might be kind of hard for me to answer. But usually the first thing I do is find a screenshot of my face from somewhere in the video, usually looking at whatever type of way the video made me feel. So I don't know, like concerned or confused or angry or silly. Then I try to find clips from whatever I'm reacting to, and there's a couple of different things that I look for. Either like the most visually attention-grabbing image that makes you like think like, what is this? And then you have to click on the video to figure out what this is. Or if it's something like a movie that I know a lot of people have seen, I try to pick like a recognizable part of that movie. That way people recognize what I'm talking about right away, and I feel like they're more likely to click on a video if they're like, oh, he's making fun of a movie that I've seen before. That's cool and hip. So it's usually a combination of those things and just messing around with it until it looks good and also looks good from like far away. You usually want to like zoom out a bunch and see if it looks good small, because usually thumbnails are pretty small on people's screens or on their phones. So yeah, I've usually found that having your face and everyone's face be pretty big in the thumbnail is good. That way your subscribers recognize that it's you right away, and any emotions on your face or on anyone else's face in the thumbnail are really clear. How did Laura take it at first that you were a YouTuber? Well, we were already together by the time I started making a living off of doing YouTube, so that wasn't really a surprise to her at any point. But I like that this question phrases it like it's something like a deal breaker that I really had to break to her. Like it's a Hannah Montana moment where I put on a wig and I'm like, I know we've been dating for the past 3 months, but I just gotta tell you that I'm a YouTuber. I've been a YouTuber this whole time. I hope that doesn't make you see me any differently. I hope you still like me. But no, she's cool with it. She likes it. I never had to break it to her. Your thoughts? Oh, it's a LaCroix cake. And on the bottom it says, cheers to baby. Happy first birthday, baby. We made you a LaCroix cake because... you know how all kids love LaCroix? Actually, it's got no candles on it, so maybe it's the baby's 0th birthday. It was the day this baby was born, and they made it a LaCroix cake. It is really pretty, though. That's a nice looking cake. All right, well, I think that's enough questions, so what do you say we talk about today's sponsor, Squarespace? Squarespace is, in my opinion, the easiest way to make a website. If you need to make a personal website, maybe a portfolio, or showcase some of your work, or if you're a business that needs a website, Squarespace, it can do it all. Just so you can get an idea of everything that Squarespace can do, let's say, for example, that you have a podcast and you want to make a website for your podcast. You can add audio blocks to your site, which basically let you embed audio. You can have your podcast readily available on your site. With Squarespace, you can also link social accounts like Facebook and Twitter and Tumblr. So if you were to, say, post a new podcast, you could tweet, post on Facebook, and post on Tumblr all at once using Squarespace. They've got great tools for analyzing your traffic, too, so you can see how many people are visiting your website. You can see where the people are coming from that are visiting your website, what kind of devices they're visiting your website on. And then let's say your podcast has merch that you want to sell on Squarespace. You can also set up an online store, and it's so easy to do that it's not even funny. I've actually done this before. If I remember correctly, I don't even think that I needed to look up a tutorial on how to do it because it was so easy, and I did it in like just one night. I set up an online store. So you can do pretty much everything in Squarespace. It's an all-in-one platform. Your websites turn out looking beautiful because they've got templates that you can basically just pick from and then tweak as you want. So head on over to squarespace.com for your free trial, and when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/Danny to get 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Thank you to Squarespace for sponsoring this video, and thank you to you guys for checking out Squarespace. All right, that's the end of the video. What's up, Greg? I hope you're having a great day. Welcome back to another episode of This Actually Happened, except it didn't. Lately, I've become a little bit obsessed with this radio show that I hear when I drive to the gym in the mornings a lot. It's called Waiting by the Phone. If you listen to good old Fred and Angie on 103.5 in Chicago, then there's a good chance that you've heard it before. I think that it is awful. And I've been listening to it a lot lately because it confuses me so much, and now it's taking up all of my thoughts, and so I need to make a video about it to vent so that I can stop thinking about it, and I can transfer all of my concern to you guys. So that's what I'm gonna do. Basically, the premise of the show is somebody calls the radio because they just went on a date, they had a great time, but now they're getting ghosted. What went wrong on the date? Why is this mean person ghosting this nice, sweet person who's just looking for love? But then craziness ensues. Here's the thing though, every single situation in all of these dates that they describe are so insane that they could not possibly be real. So in the past week, I downloaded the iHeartRadio app. I think I might be the first person to ever
say that or admit that. So let's start off by listening to one, shall we? We're gonna listen to this one. It was actually recently voted the #1 episode of Waiting by the Phone by Waiting by the Phone fans. They had a little contest. This one is called The Drug Deal. So let's take a listen.
Why'd they get blown off? We'll find out now in Waiting by the Phone with Fred and Angie.
Hi, Allison. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Very well. Good morning. Thanks for being on the show. It's Waiting by the Phone. Tell us about this guy, Matthew, how you guys met and where you stand right now.
I like the little club beat that they always play at the beginning. It's this little like... And they're like, so this really nice guy that you really like is not calling you back and now you're all alone? Tell us more about how this crippling failure is affecting you.
He came by and picked me up and we went out to dinner and then a movie and then drinks after. He didn't reach out to me at all after the date, and I was kind of confused about that.
This girl is saying that the date went great, nothing weird happened, it was just a normal date, and nothing went wrong, and she can't possibly imagine why this guy would not want to call her back. So now let's listen as Fred and Angie call this guy and ask him why he won't call her back.
Welcome back. Let's call Matthew. You met through some friends. You were set up.
Right.
And you want to know what's going on.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what he has to say.
We'll call him right now.
She's very interested to see what weird reason he could have for not wanting to call her back. Let's take a look.
Hello? Hi, Matthew. Good morning, Fred and Angie. Paulina Kaling calling for Fred and Angie in the morning on Kiss FM. I have to tell you, before we go any further with the call, that we are on the radio right now, and I need your permission to keep talking. Is it cool if we keep going with the call?
Yeah.
We're calling on behalf of a woman named Allison who reached out to us and said that you guys were set up and you had a great date. She kind of wanted to know what's going on, why you're ghosting.
We went on a date. It's just supposed to be a movie, and then after the movie, she said, let's go get some drinks, and it wasn't part of the plan. It was all going really well, and on the way to get drinks, she said, let's go to Target, and she tells me exactly where to park, which is not anywhere near the front of the store, and then I look over, there's somebody in the car, his window rolls down, then a drug deal happens.
They were in the middle of a date, having a great time, and she thought, hey, you know what would be really fun? A fun thing to do with this stranger who I know nothing about? I'm gonna take him to deal some cocaine. At the very least, this girl has some very serious time management issues. She booked a date at the same time as a drug deal. That's a big no-no. We all know that. We all learned that in Drug Dealer 101. You don't book a date at the same time as a drug deal. So now that she knows why this dude won't call her back, let's see how she responds. Will she be like, oh, of course. Taking a stranger to a drug deal on a date is a weird thing to do. Let's find out.
You did a drug deal on the date.
I mean, I didn't make him do any of the drugs.
You do the drug deal. You gave me money. I handed him money. He handed me cocaine. I handed you cocaine. I became a drug dealer in that situation.
You know what? Grow up.
Grow up? Huh? Why is she so flabbergasted by the idea that this dude didn't want to do a drug deal on a date? Even people who deal drugs know that you should probably get to know someone and, build trust with someone before you reveal to them that you are a drug dealer.
Allison, you have to acknowledge that maybe if he's not into that, then he doesn't want to get nailed for buying it.
Oh, please. He wasn't buying it. We were just out to have a good time, and so I was trying to make it better.
Okay. Look, so is there any way, would you get past this, Matthew?
So then Fred and Angie ask if there's any way that the dude could get past this and go on another date with her. He obviously says no. And that is the end of the episode. That is an episode of Waiting by the Phone. So aside from how wild that was, it's kind of like a weird premise to begin with, right? Like it's about people who are getting ghosted. Their texts aren't being answered, their calls aren't being returned, but they want a second date, so they figure, hey, maybe if I call the radio and I get the radio host to interrogate my date, they'll want a second date with me. Because that's really what people want, is to be interrogated on the radio. And the fact that the premise is weird would be forgivable if it weren't for the fact that this entire show is completely fake. That's right, the date didn't even happen. The whole show is fake, the date was fake, the story's fake, cocaine's not even real. Even though they do a couple things to try to make you believe it's real, like when the person answers the phone, Fred and Angie have to ask if it's okay that they're on the radio, making it seem like they need to get consent because this person hasn't signed a release. But all in all, they do such a bad job of making this seem real. For one, they seem to do this show a lot. I think they do it multiple times a week. In fact, on the podcast page, they upload one of these podcasts every weekday, so 5 times a week. So you'd think they would need people to be calling in constantly to volunteer to be on this show. But one thing that I've noticed while listening to the show is they never advertise how to get on the show. They never say a number to call or a website to go to or an email to email. There is no way, from listening to the show at least, to get on the show. So I decided, okay, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe I just have to do a little bit of digging to get on the show. So a couple days ago, I tried my best to get on Waiting by the Phone. And here's what happened. So I'm just gonna Google it to see if there's a number listed anywhere. All right, so I Googled Waiting by the Phone Kiss FM phone number. The first option is just an episode of Waiting by the Phone that you can listen to. And then the second one is Best of Waiting by the Phone. These are some videos of Waiting by the Phone. Okay, so there's no number listed anywhere for you to call Waiting by the Phone. Literally no information on how to get on Waiting by the Phone. So what I think I'm gonna do is over here on Kiss FM's website, you can click, there's an option to contact Kiss FM. So I'm gonna do that, and then there's a few numbers here: studio line, business line, advertise with us. So I'm just gonna try calling the studio line and see if I can get on Waiting by the Phone. Okay, I am calling Kiss FM's studio line. Does not pick up? Can you even call Kiss FM at all? I've been waiting for 3 minutes now and no one has picked up, so I'm gonna hang up. Can I tune into the radio right now and see what's going on? Maybe they're doing something where they're using all the phone lines. Okay, no, they're just playing Selena Gomez. So, no reason that they shouldn't be able to pick up the phone. I assume they have employees that do that. Maybe I'll try calling the business line. Waiting by the Phone is serious business, so you gotta call the business line.
Thank you for calling iHeartMedia Chicago. Our office is now closed.
I found an email form I can fill out to send to them, so maybe I'll do this instead. Help! I want to be on Waiting by the Phone. Please help! Yes, I would like a reply. Yes, I am not a robot. And submit. Your request has been received. All right, we'll see what happens. All right, it's the next day. It is 10:54. So hopefully this is within office hours of the Kiss FM studio line. I'm gonna try calling them again. They're not gonna pick up, are they? They're never gonna pick up. Okay, so I'm just gonna assume that their studio line doesn't exist and there's actually no way to contact Kiss FM unless they ever respond to my email request, which I also doubt they will do. So yeah, it's impossible to get on the show because everyone on the show is an actor, and if you are not an actor, then you cannot be on the show. Alrighty, let's check out another episode, why don't we? This one's called The Dump and Dash.
How you doing?
Doing very well. How about yourself?
Very well. Thanks so much for calling. Waiting by the Phone. Tell us about your date with Stephanie, how you guys met, and where you guys stand right now.
Well, we were talking for a bit on Bumble. We went out for drinks and Good Mayo. We even hooked up, which was awesome.
Oh man, they hooked up? That sounds awesome.
It might have just been, a kind of a one-night thing because she hasn't responded to any of my texts warmly or hasn't jumped on anything.
Okay, and that you didn't want a one-night thing. Like, you've reached out to see her again. You want to repeat at least. Well, that's where we come in. We'll call and ask some questions. You'll be on the phone. Maybe we can straighten this out and set you guys up on another date.
All right, so the date went great. They even hooked up. It was awesome. And this dude couldn't think of any reason that this girl wouldn't want to text him back. So let's see what the girl has to say when they call her.
Can you tell us where you guys stand?
So he called you?
Right. It's called Waiting by the Phone.
He's a little confused.
He reached out to us and told us about the date. He likes you, wants to see you again, and is hoping we can put you guys back together.
Probably not.
So what happened? Because why are you just not interested? Or did something go on? Or did he say something? Or...
It's just like, all right. He the bed.
He pooped in her bed, left, and then apparently was like, damn, that was a great date. I killed it. I didn't think I had it in me, but I hooked up with her and pooped in her bed? That was awesome.
I woke up and there was in my bed.
I forgot to mention that Joe is here. Joe, you left that detail out.
Oh my God.
That's a key detail in all of this.
Oh my God.
It's not a real detail.
So he tries to defend himself for a little bit, being like, what? I didn't know that. I must have been so drunk that I didn't even remember that I pooped in your bed. I didn't know. But then like 2 seconds later, he admits that he did it and that he knew he did it.
Oh my God. Wouldn't I know if like, it was my because like it would be in my pants, not on my bed, all right?
Yeah, Buster, let's get one thing straight. When I poop my pants, I know it. Because it's in my pants and not all over my bed.
Why would I just randomly the bed and not remember? I was also drunk. I wasn't necessarily just embarrassed. I barely knew that.
He barely knew? How do you barely know that you pooped in someone's bed? Oh, come on, dude. I barely even knew I pooped in her bed. Like, yeah, I know that I pooped somewhere that wasn't the toilet. And yeah, I noticed there was poop in her bed. But how was I supposed to know those two things were related? So this whole time, this dude knew that he pooped in this girl's bed. He knew it from the start, but he still went for days without her texting him back, wondering why she's not texting him back. And then he decided to call the radio. So these two radio hosts would harass this poor girl and ask her, why won't you call him back? Never once thinking it might be because he pooped in her bed. This show is insane. This show is a nightmare. So you might notice from the two examples that I've shown that the show is a little bit formulaic. That's one of the big issues I have with it, is that like every episode plays out the exact same way, which one could argue is a huge indication that the show is scripted. One could argue it, and one does. It is I am the one. The person who calls in always starts off by saying like, we had such a great time, everything was great, I can't figure out why they won't call me back. A lot of times they even throw in like, we went back to my place and hooked up, at which point Fred and Angie are always like, oh, wow, they hooked up. That's kind of interesting. And then, of course, they call the ghoster, and it turns out that they're not the weird one. It was the ghostee all along. And the reason they ghosted him is because they did some weird shit on their date, like poop in their bed or take them to a drug deal. This happens in literally every single episode. This one's called The Competitive Eater.
After we do Waiting by the Phone, hi, Greg.
Hi.
Oh, shit, this one's about Greg. Hey Greg, let's hear how Greg fucked up. So we can just skip past the exposition for this one. We know that the date went well and he can't figure out why this girl won't call him back. Let's just skip to the part where they call her.
I guess the best way to put it was like he embarrassed himself really, really badly, and he embarrassed me.
How did he do that? Because he said everything went really well and he had a good time. He didn't share anything. So what happened? How did he embarrass you both?
Wait, hold on. Greg did something weird? What a twist! But he said everything on the date went fine. And now you're telling me that everything didn't go fine and Greg did something weird? I don't know, man. Seems a little sus to me.
And we were sitting at the bar having a drink, and all of a sudden he's on the stage with like a bunch of other men and a woman actually, and there are like piles of soft tacos and pitchers of water and just food everywhere. He took off his button-down shirt and he was wearing his wife beater underneath.
Stop it!
Yeah.
Oh my God, the visual's amazing on this.
Okay, and so you're still sitting there at the table because you were on this dinner date, and so you're going to be a spectator now.
Okay, this dude's kind of a savage. So this dude goes on a first date with a girl and leaves the girl halfway through the date to go enter a competitive taco eating contest, and then I guess leaves the date thinking that he totally killed it. Very typical date if you asked me. We talked about work, exchanged pleasantries, made small talk. I ate 100 tacos, threw up, and kissed her goodbye. Just another classic first date with Greg.
After the whole thing is over, he comes back and he's starting to complain about his stomach hurt.
So hold on 1 second. So you're being like so dramatic.
And then Greg doubles down. He's like, wait. You are being so dramatic right now. I thought you'd think it was really romantic if I shoved 50 tacos down my throat and then got a tummy ache and had to go home.
I don't know. I maybe misjudged the situation as far as like, I don't think that we're compatible.
Now he's like trying to break up with her. He's like, look, I just don't know if we're compatible, okay? I don't know if I could ever be with someone that didn't want to watch me strip down to my tank top and eat soft tacos by the dozen. It's like, dude, we've all already established that you're not compatible. That's why she didn't call you. I guess it's important that you come to this conclusion too, but don't act like you're the one who decided it. These characters are so bizarre, and I understand that that's the point. Like, that's where the entertainment value comes from, is like, whoa, this wacky thing thing happened. But Kiss FM releases one of these episodes every weekday. So they expect us to believe that they find 5 of these scenarios every week. Mind you, without knowing that the scenario is this crazy beforehand. They just know that there's a very normal sounding guy who had a very normal sounding date and now someone's not responding to them. Like, how many people would you have to go through until you got to a situation that was this weird? Because I feel like 99% of the people they call would just be like, oh, yeah, we just didn't really have a strong connection and I didn't really feel like seeing him again. Because obviously, not every single first date goes wrong because someone started competitively eating or pooping in someone's bed. All right, here's one more episode called The Crazy You Date.
Hey, Zach, how you doing?
Oh, I'm all right. Yeah, I went on this date with this girl, and I had a really great time. You know, we got drinks. We even hooked up. That was cool.
Well, that's all good stuff.
Bam,
you go on a date, you know.
Oh, wow, you hooked up, huh? Bam, bam, bam. Is that how it went? Did it go bam, bam, bam?
Hello?
Hi, is this Elizabeth?
Yeah.
Good morning, Fred and Angie from the Morning Radio Show on Kiss FM in Chicago. I'm sorry to bother, but I have to tell you that we are on the radio right now. I would need your consent to continue with the call. Is that okay if we talk for a couple of minutes?
Okay.
Oh, another thing, why is every person that they call always, like, just cool with being on the radio without any warning? They always pick up and they're immediately just, like, cool with talking about their sex life and their dating life on the radio. They're just like, hey, so we heard that you had sex with this guy and now you won't call him or text him. Would you care to tell millions of people why you did that? Oh, yeah, I'd love to. Because I feel like if they called me, it would probably just be like, hey, Danny, we're with the radio. We just have a couple questions about someone you went on a date with and hooked up with. Do you mind being on the radio real quick? Yes. Or I just wouldn't even pick up, because I never pick up unknown numbers, and I'm pretty sure no one does. And this right here is exactly why. Because those pesky telemarketers always trying to get you on the radio. Yeah, another weird thing is that they even pick up in the first place. The show airs at like 9 a.m., so presumably a lot of these people must be at work, right? Why are these people so cool with just like talking about their dating life out in the open at work? Just in your cubicle, like, oh, you want to ask me about a girl I hooked up with? Sure. Okay, so basically, right after we hooked up, this girl put a huge poopy in my sock drawer. Excuse me, sir, this is an office. If we could keep private conversations outside, if you need to step outside. Fuck off. Yeah, and then she peed in all my water bottles. Yeah, an entire 24 pack. I don't even know how she found the time to do that without me noticing. All right, anyway, let's find out why this girl is ghosting this guy.
Wow, well, he really freaked me out.
Why?
We went on this date and we were having a good time and talking about all the shows that we're binging, and I started talking about this show, You, that I'm obsessed with. I thought that, that was the end of it, and then we go back to his place and like to hook up, and then he disappeared for a while, and then he came back wearing this ball cap, like that guy Joe.
Wearing the hat?
And a backpack.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
he's wearing a ball cap and a backpack, and
oh no,
he started talking like Joe, and it freaked me out.
Whoever writes these, what kind of people do you think exist? Is this something that you think happens on first dates, like all the time? So this girl said she was obsessed with You, and then they go back, in her words, because she thought they were gonna hook up, and then he leaves for a bit and comes back dressed up as the creepy guy from You. I don't know if he's like a murderer or something, because I've never watched the show.
He turns into the psychopath?
Yeah, he started calling me Beck.
Oh my God, I would have ran so fast.
Oh no, the guy's a psychopath in the show, and you're embodying that.
Yeah, I thought you were into that, Beck.
I thought you would like it if I, for all intents and purposes, a stranger to you, dressed up as a creepy psychopath from a TV show while you're alone with me in my apartment. I thought you'd think it was hot, babe. How was I supposed to know? Wait, the weird thing is that the dude said that they hooked up at the beginning. Remember? Bam, bam, bam. But the girl says they just went there because she thought they were gonna hook up, but then he left and came back dressed up as this dude from You. So did whoever wrote the script just forget that they had the guy say that they hooked up? Or does the guy think that dressing up as a character from You counts as hooking up? Does he think that's what hooking up is? Anyway, that's the end of that episode. I would just really like to be in the minds of Fred and Angie and whoever writes the show. I don't know if it's Fred and Angie or if they even know that the show is fake. Maybe they don't even know. Maybe someone else entirely writes the show and the producers at the show do the whole thing, but Fred and Angie don't even know that it's fake and they think they're really on the phone with real people. Because a lot of the times the reactions do seem surprisingly genuine, but the show is definitely fake. I just don't know if Fred and Angie know this. Alright guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you're new here and you're not subscribed yet, make sure you subscribe and turn on my notifications to join Greg. Greg is what I call my subscribers. We're an army, baby. Fastest growing army on the whole internet. Don't look that up. All right, thank you, Stella, for turning on my notifications. You are truly Greg. I'll see you guys next time with a really interesting video where I climb onto the top of the Empire State Building with a little girl in my hand and swat away planes, but then I die. Bye.
This video is over now. Over now. Go find something else to watch, or just watch this video. I know we had a lot of fun, a lot of fun. But you can't stay on this end screen forever. No. This video is over now, over now. So why are you still watching this? Hey guys, before this video starts, I have a surprise announcement. I am doing a stand-up show on October 9th at Zany's in Rosemont, Illinois. I've done little bits of stand-up here and there over many years, but I've never really gotten into it until this year. At the beginning of the year, I've started going to open mic, doing little sets at other people's shows. I still don't have an hour of material yet because that takes a really long time to build up. I've got like 15 to 20 minutes. So I'm putting together a show with other Chicago comedian friends that I've met while doing this. So if you want to come, have some laughs, experience the Chicago comedy scene, then check out the link in the description. Get some tickets, and I'll see you guys there. All right, guys, I'm back with some of the most absurd clickbait on the internet. I had Robert scour the web once again for clickbait that I can't believe anyone actually falls for, quite frankly. I don't know who's clicking on this. The first example that Robert has in here is just Julia Roberts' husband gained 280 pounds and looks disgusting now. I'm looking at this man. I don't even know that he weighs 280 pounds altogether. In fact, Robert included a picture of him. He looks like he weighs as much as me. And I weigh 30 pounds. So a recent picture of Julia Roberts and her husband, who does not actually look disgusting and also appears to weigh less than 280 pounds total. Yeah, that's what you might assume, but you're not taking into account the fact that Julia Roberts' husband is actually 20 feet tall. So actually 280 pounds is kind of nothing to him. I kind of skipped over the fact that they called him disgusting looking. He looks fine. He looks normal. Of course he doesn't look disgusting. He's a handsome looking guy. There's two drastically different levels of enthusiasm in this picture, but I wouldn't say that makes either of them look nasty or vile. Guy Fieri's new wife might look familiar. This ad would not work on me at all because 1, I don't care about Guy Fieri. 2, I can tell you right off the bat, that's definitely not his wife. And 3, that guy doesn't look familiar either. I don't know. Is that Matthew McConaughey? I actually can't. Maybe it is. I can't tell. It's definitely not his wife though. But now I do kind of have the urge to look up what Guy Fieri's new wife actually looks like. Okay, well, Guy Fieri has been married to the same woman since 1995, so I don't think he has a new wife. I guess new in like relation to the history of the entire universe, maybe, but maybe I should actually look at what his wife looks like and then decide if she actually does look familiar. Mom? Holy cow, she does look familiar, dude. I guess that ad was just specifically for me. They spent 20 grand on an ad just for me to see that's like, Danny, you might want to see Guy Fieri's new wife. Sandra Bullock's son is all grown and he looks familiar. Okay. Is this like a new ad format? This is like using the phrase "I survived" in a YouTube thumbnail. Saying that somebody looks familiar is a goated clickbait strategy, apparently, for nonsense articles. Is that Keanu Reeves? I feel like that is not Sandra Bullock's son. That's definitely Keanu Reeves. What are they implying? They're probably trying to imply that like Sandra Bullock had a kid with Keanu Reeves, so her son like grew up and looks just like him or something. For some reason, in my head, the first thing that I thought of was like, they think Keanu Reeves is a time traveler? That's what they're trying to imply. But no, the first one makes a lot more sense. 21 celebs who have grown into horrible looking creatures. Good Lord, that's mean. And maybe I just don't know who celebrities are, and so that's my bad, but this is not good clickbait. I don't even know who this is. So clickbait wouldn't work on me, because I'd be like, someone I never heard of before looks even different than I never knew they did. Don't care. Oh, and Robert was nice enough to include that actually she looks like this now. So not a horrible looking creature at all. Actually, a pretty normal looking creature, if you ask me. 21 stars who have grown into horrible looking creatures. God, dude. Does this work? Does this get people to click on? I guess I need to make my titles and thumbnails meaner to get people to click on them, maybe. Maybe I'm being too nice in my titles and thumbnails. Maybe I should start copying these formats for my own thumbnails. Next video I post is gonna be like, I turned into a horrible looking creature. And it'll be a picture of me on the left
And then on the right, it's just like it's an actual horrible looking creature. It's like a swamp monster, one of those blobfish. And then I could do this one too. It could just be a close-up of my face and the title is Look Familiar? A list of the 15 most peaceful dogs. Honestly, dude, this is a good article. Solid picture, great article. I would click on this. I see nothing wrong with this one, actually. Only thing wrong with this list is that the list is not longer, actually. Show me 30 of the most peaceful dogs. Yo, I didn't even tell Robert that this video was sponsored by Sundays for Dogs, but this is the perfect opportunity to talk about Sundays. Sundays for Dogs. If you prioritize your dog's health, you know that finding a food that they both like and is healthy can be a bit of a challenge. That's why I love Sundays for Dogs. Sundays for Dogs was founded by a vet, Dr. Tori, a seasoned veterinarian and parent who wanted to create a dog brand that prioritizes health over profit. They've got clean ingredients, no synthetics. This is the turkey recipe, and here it says on the bag it's 86% turkey muscle and organs, 9% fruit and vegetables, 5% seeds and grains, and 0% fillers or synthetics. My dogs love Sundays. They gobble it down. They will even accept this as a treat. Like if I want them to do something like go sit on the couch or sit and stay, they're like, we don't need treats, Daddy. We just want this stuff. And I think it's because of how good the ingredients are. Also, it's not all dry and crunchy like kibble. This stuff is air dried, so it has a much more pleasing texture for them to eat, but it also helps preserve the nutrition in the food better. I've looked into other healthy dog foods before, but the ones that require being refrigerated or frozen just seem like a little bit too much of a hassle for me. And this is just as healthy, and there's none of that hassle. You just scoop it like regular dog food. I've even noticed some changes in my dogs after switching them to Sundays. In particular, both of their coats have gotten softer just from switching their dog food, which can happen if you switch them to a healthier food. So if you want to try out Sundays, watch your dog fall in love and witness their transformation, then click the link in the description or use my code GREG40 to get 40% off your first order. That's GREG40 for 40% off your first order. Thank you to Sundays for Dogs for sponsoring this video. Thank you to you guys for checking out Sundays. Now back to the video. You won't believe what these child stars look like now. Whoa, that's crazy. Dewey had a glow up. Well, his name is Dewey, right? Dewey? Is that right, or am I thinking of like Donald Duck's nephews? Dewey from Malcolm in the Middle? Okay, it is Dewey. But I also think Dewey is one of Donald Duck's nephews. Yes, it is. See? Dewey Duck. That'd be crazy if Dewey Duck grew up to look like this. Dewey Duck just grew up and he looks familiar. She was a star. Now she works in Detroit. Who is that? She couldn't have been that big of a star because I don't know who she is, but I guess I'm happy for her that she has a job in Detroit now. That's cool. Detlef Schrempf is no longer an NBA player. Not even close. That name is good enough clickbait on its own. Detlef Schrempf? There's no way that's a real person. If you made an article that was just called "There's a real guy named Detlef Schrempf," that would be enough for me to click on it, honestly. In fact, I need to look this guy up now. Also, I want to figure out what he is besides an NBA player. The Dewey Duck to Detlef Schrempf pipeline. Oh, he's a former professional basketball player, so we can confirm he's not a basketball player anymore. Now we got to figure out how far he is from that. What would be the furthest thing from a professional basketball player? I guess like a head of lettuce or something? It looks like he stopped playing for the NBA in 2001, so of course he's not an NBA player anymore. He's 62 years old. Wow, bro really fell off. I haven't seen him in a single NBA game lately. That's crazy. Now it looks like he mostly just works on his charity, the Detlef Schrempf Foundation. And in 2012, he won the Paul Allen Award for Citizenship, and he raised about $10 million for children charities in the Pacific Northwest, so that's great. Good for him. And is the implication that like after you retire from the NBA, you should at least do something pretty close to being an NBA player, like at least join a professional soccer team or something. Horse keeps hugging pregnant woman. When doctor looks at ultrasound, he calls the police. Calls the police on who? Is he are they implying that the baby's a horse? So then he's calling the police on the horse or on the, I guess maybe on the woman? On the baby? He's like, yo, you are not allowed to be half horse. Straight to jail with your half horse ass. Costco shoppers say this $7 generic Cialis is actually worth it. I like this one because it looks like both the man and the woman were enhanced to look completely different. Or this photo's just AI. But it kind of just looks like they both have insane face filters on. Like this is actually a young guy with an old filter on. This woman looks nothing like this. This is just a photo of two very normal looking people that is photoshopped to hell. Also, like the reflection of his glasses is just him pointing
lifting his finger like this. Yeah, this is AI for sure. A brood of worms will crawl out if you drink this at night. Is it just a glass of worms? Like, there would have to be worms already in me in order for that to happen, right? So it's gotta just be like, it's worm egg. Is this a good thing? Is it a bad thing? I like that he's pointing at one of the worms. This one's my friend. Please drink the liquid so you can free my friend. Japanese grip device could delay assisted living for millions. What does that mean? The torque ball? Oh, okay. So they're saying if you work on your grip, as you get older, perhaps you won't have to go into assisted living because you got such good grip that you can hold on like crazy. Okay, I have the actual link here. Let's take a look. How this Japanese device helped our family postpone the assisted living conversation. We tried to get my dad into an assisted living thing and he just grabbed onto my throat and wouldn't let go. And he said, no, 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 I'm not going. And this dude's got a crazy grip strength. This is a really long article. Oh my gosh. 79, Margaret had switched to pull-on clothes because she couldn't manage buttons. 3 weeks after starting Torque Ball, she called me in tears. She's like, I can't drink a glass of water anymore. Every time I pick it up, it shatters in my hands. My grip is insane. Okay, so yeah, it's just a ball that measures the torque of your grip. I got a ball that measures the torque of my grip. Okay, sorry. And it looks like this is for sale. I wonder how much it costs, this Torque Ball. Yo, $80 for the Torque Ball. All right. Okay, this was a tangent. Let's get back to the list, guys. This guy did the coolest but possibly most illegal DIY project ever. The end result, genius. Can't imagine how this would be more illegal than regular graffiti. Maybe he had to carve into it to get it to grow like that? 8-year-old starts singing with her eyes closed. Oh. It's like singing with her eyes. She's like using her eyelids as lips. But when she opens her eyes, my jaw dropped. Oh my God. I was left breathless in seconds. What could have happened when she opened her eyes? She at first had normal eyes, then she closed them. She started singing, and when she opened them, she was possessed. Her eyes were black as night, and her voice was wretched. After she opened her eyes, she was a disgusting creature. How to empty your bowels every morning. Top surgeon explains how. And here's a little picture of what it looks like when you empty your bowels. Anyone else be laying eggs in the morning? That was stupid. Let's think of a different joke. Or not. Extra large headed human species found in China's woodlands. Like fossils, or they actually found this guy? But it looks like we got the link, gang, so let's find out. Homo big heads. This is not real. Homo big heads, newfound human species roamed China's woodlands with extra large heads. Okay, so I don't even know if this article is real, but it's just talking about how they found a new species that lived 300,000 years ago in Asia, and they have notably larger heads than Neanderthals and Homo sapiens. Still think it's mean to call them Homo big heads, but whatever. I seriously can't believe what I saw. This is unreal. When you find out what these kids are jumping into, your jaw will drop. This is unbelievable. I've never seen anything like this in my entire life. Wow. They're jumping into a wood chipper. This is incredible, guys. Please share this. It's amazing. Baby ducks see water for the first time. Can you believe what they do? I like to imagine this as 2 separate sentences. Can you believe what they do? Just looks like they're drinking. There's no way this is their first time seeing water. They need water to survive. I mean, like, were they just born 9 seconds ago? I guess maybe their first time seeing a large enough body to swim in. I bet they're gonna swim. Maybe these kids are jumping into this tiny bucket of water. A Shane Dawson one, meeting a blind person awkward. So you're telling me you can't even see? That's crazy. This has 14 million views. I do think out of all these, I should copy some of these for my YouTube channel. You won't believe what I'm jumping into. Just a picture of me that says Homo Big Head. 15 most peaceful dogs, and the thumbnail's just a picture of me sleeping. All right, well, thanks for watching this video, guys. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Before this video starts, I'd like to say that this video is sponsored by Mischief. Mischief is a brand that creates and releases insane new things every 2 weeks. You've probably seen some of their drops before, but didn't even know that they were the ones behind it. I've seen their next drop that's coming up, and it is sick, and the only way to know about it is by downloading the Mischief app. So if you want to be in the know, search MSCHF on the App Store or Google Play Store, or go to mischief.com. Anyways, here's the video. What's up, Greg, and welcome back to another episode of Ditzy Gaki, the internet's most notorious ripoff of Diggy Gorgonzola. So it has been brought to my attention that the movie that I made a video about a couple weeks ago, What's Up, is actually a sequel. I did not realize this. There were a lot of things that I was confused about in that movie, and apparently it's because that movie is a sequel
to a different movie called Big and Little Monsters, which is actually a ripoff of Monsters vs. Aliens. I gotta be honest, it's kind of clever of them to just use the same characters to rip off a different movie. That's pretty genius. Like, they didn't have to like remodel any new characters or make a new set or anything like that. They can just stick all of these characters in a different movie. So today we're gonna be taking a look at Big and Little Monsters, and we're gonna see if it's any less bad than What's Up. And we're also going to see if it's any less racist. Also, I'm curious to see if any of the questions that I had about What's Up are answered in this movie, because this movie is supposed to set up What's Up. All right, let's dive in.
I'm about to dive in.
So the movie starts with Dr. Crumb being woken up. He's got a very technologically advanced room, but what else would you expect from Dr. Crumb? He's got all these little gadgets designed to wake him up and give him a good morning. He's got this little floating robot that comes to give him the news.
Express breakfast, country breakfast, breakfast with nuts, Sunday breakfast, breakfast delight.
Huh. Interesting. What a weird-ass menu. This thing is not intuitive at all. Yeah, that's right. We're getting real nitpicky right off the bat. This menu, it doesn't make any sense. Like, why not just write the names of all the breakfast items? Why do they have to have pictures of the sun that are supposed to somehow tell you what you're getting for breakfast? I mean, these icons barely even tell you what each breakfast is. Like the first one, this is supposed to be express breakfast, but it's just a picture of the sun, and I guess he's like going fast. He's just a fast sun. So I guess maybe you could infer that that's supposed to mean express breakfast, but that still doesn't tell you what express breakfast is. Like, what is in the meal? It's just a fast sun. Also, what the heck is breakfast delight? The last one.
Breakfast delight.
I think I can picture kind of what each one of these would be, except for breakfast delight, and the picture doesn't help at all because it's just a picture of a clown. It's just a regular meal like any other one of these meals, but like a clown serves it. Just a clown bringing you out a regular ass omelet.
You selected Country Breakfast. Good morning, Dr. Crumb. Yesterday's electronic news headlines. Tomorrow, Dr. Crumb will launch the first intergalactic supersonic geometric antenna.
Right off the bat, the movie's not any less racist, specifically towards Chinese people. What is with the writers of these movies and being really racist? In the last movie, they had the guy that they kept making fun of, and now in this one, the robot is making fun of Chinese people?
For crying out loud! It must be a virus. I'm sure I unsubscribed from that darn Chinese news channel.
Oh, your robot got a virus? The robot that you made and only you own got a virus? Who wrote the virus for your robot that no one else knows exists? I think you programmed it to do that just so you could be racist. It kind of seems like it.
Country breakfast will be ready in...
Oh, here we go. Now we get to see what the country breakfast is. Look at all those pots and pans in the background that were used to make this breakfast. I bet it's gonna be a pretty exquisite breakfast.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1... Country breakfast complete.
It's an egg. It's one egg. The country breakfast is just one egg and coffee, but like in a cup the size of a shot glass, just a little tiny little thimble full of coffee. That's all Dr. Crumb needs to get himself going in the morning. Is this a thing? Is there such a thing as a country breakfast that's just one egg? One hard-boiled egg? Reminds me of life out on the farm. It was a simpler life, to be sure. Every morning I would get fed one hard-boiled egg by my floating racist robot, and I would drink coffee out of a cup the size of a water bottle cap. I miss those days. That was a simpler time.
More salt!
More salt.
A little more salt, please.
A little more salt.
Apply! Junk. Yeah. Good morning, Amanda. Oh, this junky concentrated salt laser still isn't working right. It needs to be fixed right away. Who can eat breakfast like this?
So one thing I noticed right at the beginning of this movie is that Dr. Crumb seems a little bit different. He seems a little more cranky and jaded, especially towards technology. Like right here, he gets pretty pissed about his salt laser not working. I don't know why he needs a laser to put salt on his egg. I feel like a salt shaker would be just as convenient, if not more, because you don't have to like change the batteries or invent it.
So over breakfast, Amanda, Dr. Crumb, and Gunto are all talking about their big day today because this like intergalactic antenna that Dr. Crumb and Dr. Zooks have been working on for a really long time is about to be operational. This antenna is apparently supposed to help them contact extraterrestrials, get messages from aliens, all that good shit. So they're all really, really excited.
Oh boy, the antenna! We're officially late! We've got to get out of here! Guto, what on earth are you doing? Guto, give me that! I have no idea what you're doing, but this isn't one of your silly toys, you hear me?
So in addition to being pretty cranky in this movie, Dr. Crumb also hates Gunto. I don't know what happened between this movie and the next one that made him like Gunto, but in this movie, he fucking hates his own nephew. It's really weird, which was pretty shocking and devastating to me, because I happen to be a pretty big Gunto stan.
In a few moments, we'll be able to communicate with any intelligent being in the vastness of outer space!
Dr. Crumb, please! Dr. Zooks, just one more question! What about our security? We're still pretty traumatized by the images of that film showing how you fought off those terrible aliens during the infamous invasion of 54.
One thing that they keep bringing up at the beginning that's going to be important later is this alien invasion of 1954. So apparently there was this alien invasion back in the 50s that Dr. Crumb and Dr. Zoops helped stop. They got rid of all the aliens, fought them all, sent them back to space. Not really clear what they did, but that's the reason that they're such famous scientists now is because of that alien invasion back in the 50s. Remember that for later. Just tuck it back into the depths of your mind. You're gonna need it. You're gonna need to know about it later.
If you will allow me, I'd like to ask a very special young lady to help me turn on the antenna. My niece, Amanda.
Can I go with you, please? No, you stay here. You're too immature to handle a machine like this.
Do you see this? Even Amanda's getting in on the Gunto hating action. Put some respect on Gunto's name, man. Disrespectful. Wow, yeah, looks like it really took a lot of maturity to turn that machine on. Way to go, Amanda, you're so smart and mature. If only Gunto could have flipped that switch. Why they gotta do my boy Gunto like this? After this press conference, Gunto's walking around all sad because nobody let him turn on the machine. And while he's walking around, this meteorite comes from outer space and crashes like right at his feet. Just a quick side note, I feel like if something of that size really came that fast and crashed into Earth, it would probably have killed Gunto. I'm glad it didn't. I'm just saying, like, physics-wise, I'm pretty sure it would have rocked his shit. If there's any scientists watching this and want to confirm that, let me know. But it was literally burning up on its way to Earth, so I'm pretty sure that Gunto should be dead.
Wow, this is so beautiful!
Oh yeah, shit. Look at that green ball. So beautiful. Green ball. Flat green ball that is somehow not affected by light. There's no shading on this ball. It's so beautiful.
Uncle, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Is it possible for the antenna to receive alien messages through a baseball?
No, Guto. You already saw.
So you might have thought that the animation in What's Up was bad, but get ready because it seems like there are a lot of issues that they had worked out in What's Up that they were still having in this movie. For example, in this movie, there's a lot of scenes where certain characters' hair and clothes will just start vibrating for no reason. Like in this scene, Dr. Crumb's hair is just going brrrr. Why is it doing that? What's up with that? You know, maybe it's because he's so goddamn smart. Ever think of that? His brain is doing fucking front flips in his head. He's so smart that his brain just gets bored sometimes with regular life, and it's just gotta do extreme sports in his head, and it's making his hair go.
It's time to go to sleep.
Still plenty of awkward pauses in this movie, though. There was no effort to change that. I mean, I guess this movie came before that, so it makes sense that there would still be so many awkward pauses. Starting to think that this was more of an artistic choice than a mistake. That moment when you're putting your brother to sleep and you've already tucked him in. It's time for bed.
New message.
It's a message! It's a message!
Oh shit! The intergalactic antenna is getting a message. Our boys Dr. Zooks and Dr. Crumb are over the moon. They're getting their first message from aliens, so let's check it out and see what it says.
Lost sugar, mutation, danger, salty junk food, hurry, salt, repeat, no sugar.
Is there a defect? What a strange message! I can't stand machines! I hate them! What a bunch of hunks of junk! If only one of them would work right!
Yo, holy shit, dude, calm down. So mad immediately about a machine not working.
What a bunch of hunks of junk!
One that you built, by the way. So if it's not working, it's probably your fault, right? Because you didn't build it right? I gotta be honest, guys. Dr. Crumb, he's different in this movie. Dr. Crumb hits different in this movie, dude. He's a little bit wild. He's kind of off his rocker. He's a cranky little man. Imagine getting your first message from outer space. You get a message from aliens on an antenna that you built, and it doesn't make sense at first, and your first reaction is just like, what the fuck, I hate science! I hate machines! Fuck technology! I hate electricity! I'm going to go live in the woods! I'm gonna live with the squirrels forever! I swear, dude, Dr. Crumb is like one tiny little glitch away from going Amish. He's gonna go full Amish.
And what do we have here?
It's a piece of the baseball I saw hit the antenna. That's what I was trying to ask you about at dinner. Remember? I thought it could be a message from space.
Uh-oh, it looks like whatever was in that green ball, remember the sexy hot green ball from earlier? Whatever was in it, it looks like it escaped, because it's in pieces on the floor.
What do you mean it hit the antenna? But when?
Yeah, look at that. Look at her hair. It's doing that thing that Dr. Crumb's hair was doing. Just, what's going on there? She looks like she's gonna fly away. What was that, a weird sound? I gotta go!
Oh my goodness, that can't be what I think it is. We have to tell Uncle Crumb.
Tell me what? What was that noise?
This scene's weird because they're looking at whatever is outside. It's whatever came out of the green ball. They're like watching it and saying shit about it, but they're not showing it, which I guess could be like an artistic choice. Some movies do that where they're like, oh my God, look at that. And then it cuts to the next scene and you're like left in suspense. But because this movie is so lazily animated, all I can think is that they just did this to get out of animating the monster for one scene. They really got too lazy to animate like the main antagonist of the movie.
He's destroying everything!
Aren't those the same aliens you fought and defeated in 54? It's time for you to save the world again!
Sometimes Amanda moves like she's a character in a horror movie. Like she's the girl from The Grudge or The Ring or something. It's like she like speeds up and slows down at weird speeds and her hair is going bop, 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 bop.
It's time for you to save the world again!
I'm worried about Amanda in this movie, dude. First her vibrating hair and now she's moving like some kind of ghostly apparition. Can't say I like that.
I think they came from inside Goodo's bag. There's definitely 3 monsters, and I think they came from the ball that hit the antenna.
Let me have a look. Very interesting. This sound.
Oh, fuck, dude, what? He just licked that thing. He doesn't know what that is. I guess Dr. Crumb also thought the ball was really good looking. He really liked that sexy green ball. He's like, oh, fuck yeah, let me see that shit. I gotta taste it. But even Gunto didn't think the ball was that good looking. Look at him. His face says it all. He's disgusted.
Obviously, it isn't a spaceship. Organic material indicates the formation of a living outer covering inside of which these strange beings develop. In other words, we can say that your baseball here is an egg.
Oh shit, it wasn't just a regular green ball, it was an egg. Now I know why Dr. Crumb wanted to taste it. He thought that shit was a whole ass country breakfast. So Dr. Zooks analyzes the egg, finds out it came from outer space because it's got some star fragments in it. And then Gunto also turns on the news and they hear that there's monsters ravaging the city. They're at the zoo and they're eating animals and shit. It sounds actually horrifying. Even like the anchor on the news is terrified.
The wrath of destruction is terrible. In an instant, the monster mercilessly tore apart a garden.
Turn it off, Gunto.
And for some reason has run into the zoo. It's sheer madness.
Amanda and Gunto get pretty gung-ho about going to fight the monsters because they're like, well shit, we got Dr. Zooks and Dr. Crumb. They fought aliens before in the alien invasion of 1954, so we'll be good. They've got plenty of monster alien hunting equipment. But the whole time that Amanda is talking about going to fight these aliens, Dr. Crumb looks really worried and eventually pulls Dr. Zooks off to the side.
Dr. Zooks, I don't believe it's possible. This monster story must be some type of scheme that we need to get to the bottom of. They'll find out the whole lie. Monsters don't exist. We invented everything. That story about an invasion of monsters we made up was just so that the government would invest in our interplanetary communication project.
Wow, so it turns out they were phonies the whole time. Turns out they made up the whole alien invasion thing just to get money from the government. I don't know how they faked an entire alien invasion just to get money from the government. Like, wouldn't there need to be other witnesses or like buildings destroyed and stuff? Did they kill people and destroy buildings to pretend that they were fighting aliens? That's pretty fucked up.
These monsters are a fraud. They're gonna find out everything. We're done. Fried.
Oh, fuck him up, Dr. Zooks. Oh, I love that sound that he makes when he slaps him. He sounds like he's really getting his shit rocked. Yeah, his brain's really doing flips now. That's kind of a weird thing that only happens in movies, I'm just realizing. Like, in movies all the time, someone will be having like a nervous breakdown and their friend will be like, snap out of it, and slap him in the face. How many times in your life have you had a friend that was in a serious crisis? Maybe they were having like a mental breakdown and you thought to yourself, oh, I know what'll calm them down. I'm gonna slap the shit out of them. Oh, you may be having a panic attack, but get ready for a physical attack, bitch. Kick him in the face. Kill him.
But Amanda gets into everything. Whatever tweaks her interest, she wants to know everything. Dr. Zooks, my niece will find out. And when she does, she'll no longer respect me. Do you understand?
Come on, Dr. Crumb, that girl completely idolizes you!
Yo, what about Gunto? What about the boy? What the hell? Why is this dude so obsessed with Amanda? This whole movie is so disrespectful to my boy Gunto. My niece! What am I gonna do when my niece finds out? Ugh. Chill out, you weirdo.
It's not important what you did, but who you are. A dedicated scientist, an attentive uncle, and a man with character she can be proud of. Look at everything you do. Everything you think. You're a famous scientist.
Yeah, I wouldn't be that confident that she's still gonna like you. Like, sure, you're still a famous scientist. Like, we've all established that the reason for that is a big hoax. So you shouldn't even be a famous scientist. And judging by how baffled you are at technology, it still seems like even after all this time, you still suck at science. Anyway, so they have that conversation, and then Dr. Crumb goes back outside to talk to Amanda and Gunto and finds that they've left. They went to go fight the aliens on their own and are just gonna let Dr. Crumb and Dr. Zooks catch up with them.
Dear Uncle, we went ahead of you with the photoplasmolithium guns. I'm sure the plan you're putting together will work perfectly, saving us all and the whole world will be grateful again.
Amanda, you're in danger. My dear niece, in danger, and it's all my fault. What are we going to do?
What about Gunto? Hey, remember the little boy that you're to care for? You know, you got Amanda, and then your much more younger and defenseless little nephew, Gunto. Yeah, he's there too. He's gone off to fight monsters with fake guns. Do you think that that's maybe a problem too? Or are you just concerned about the niece? So Gunto and Amanda show up to the park. They find this guy selling popcorn, so Gunto starts to buy some popcorn. But then one of the aliens pops out of nowhere, and they all freak out. Dr. Zooks and Dr. Crumb pull up just in the nick of time, and they hop in the car and they make a getaway.
Good for nothing, kids! These days they walk all over you. Even an old popcorn vendor. There's no respect for the corn. When's it all gonna stop?
Why do I suddenly feel like this movie was written by a retired popcorn salesman? So they're riding along, they have a little heart-to-heart because Dr. Crumb eventually tells Amanda that the whole alien invasion was a hoax before, so they're really not as safe as they thought. Then a monster comes out of nowhere, tries to eat them again, and they end up hiding in a movie theater.
Do you think those monsters are gone?
Would you mind keeping it down? I think I heard something.
How did that work? I guess the salt shrank the monster, but like, how did the salt come out of the salt shaker like that? Like, Gunto shook it up and popped it open and the salt just came shooting out. Hey, animators, you know that salt isn't soda, right? You know that that's not how salt works? You can't just shake up a thing of salt and let it spray like that. That's not how it works. Also, Loki kind of disturbed about how pained the monster sounded as it was being salted. Like, that is some seriously haunting shit. It really seems like it's experiencing the most pain it's ever felt.
Be careful! careful! If you give that little guy any more popcorn, he'll disappear!
You're absolutely right.
I thought once they started talking, the monster would stop making that noise, or they would, you know, like reduce the volume of that monster so it wouldn't be so distracting. But nah, the sound design people were just like, fuck it. Monster giggling through the whole scene. Good luck trying to pay attention to the dialogue now, bitch. So they've caught one monster, but there's still two more. But Dr. Crumb doesn't want them to go out and try to catch more monsters because he thinks it's not safe, so he grounds them. But Amanda and Gunto decide to sneak out, and now that they know that salt makes the monster shrink, they decide to bring a bunch of little packets of nuts, like tiny little bags of nuts. They bring them along to try to fight the monsters.
Now, Gunto, hit him with the salt, quick!
Take this, you oversweetened monster! Swallow these salty peanuts!
Yo, what? That's so many nuts. How did all those nuts come out of that tiny little bag? They just rip open a tiny little, like, airplane-sized bag of cashews, and it's just endless cashews. Now that's what I call
a breakfast with nuts.
Hit him with the salt, brother! Yeah. Look, I think it's the monster's pet.
We come in peace.
Okay, so then these other aliens show up, and they're little aliens, and they tell Amanda and Gunto that apparently these big monster aliens that are running around are their pets. They're aliens from another planet, and they had these pets in little eggs, and they were flying by, and they accidentally dropped one down to Earth. So now they're gonna help Amanda and Gunto track down the monsters and feed them salt, which will help shrink them, and then they can take them back to their planet. But they also say that the opposite of salt is sugar. If the monsters get sugar, that's gonna be bad, and they'll get bigger and stronger. So they can't let them get any sugar.
Oh, I want that one right there. Double chocolate delight.
Okay, this part is really awkward, and I feel like when I just show little clips from the movie, you don't really get a sense for how awkwardly it's animated, because I'm trying to cut it down for time and make this video interesting. But I'm gonna let this part play out in its entirety so that you can really get a sense for how unnecessarily long some sequences in this movie are.
Welcome to Ice Cream Express. How can I help you?
Oh no, he got the ice cream. He got sweets. That's bad. Also, did they run out of time to model background characters? Because this person in the background is clearly Gunto, but just in the shadows so you can't see him. That's very clearly the silhouette of Gunto. But they really thought we wouldn't notice, huh? Actually, honestly, maybe it is Gunto. Everyone's disrespecting him so much in this movie, I wouldn't be surprised if he was just like, you know what? I'm gonna fuck off and just go eat ice cream by myself. At this point, I can believe it. I think Gunto needs a break from his really mean family. Anyway, eventually they catch all the monsters, and just like in What's Up, they've caught all the monsters and the day is saved. You know, now that I think about it, like even the plot is the same. There's 3 monsters that get loose and they have to go find them. So what did they change? What is different about these movies?
Thank you for all your help.
Yes, we thought for sure we'd lost them forever. We sent an SOS emergency message to advise you not to feed them anything sweet. So that was your message, not a defect? Then the antenna works. It really works. Did you hear that?
Oh, so the message they got at the beginning was right. Wow, what a poorly worded message. How are they supposed to make any sense of that? It seemed like a really critical thing that they understood very clearly what was going on, but instead they were just like,
Lost sugar! Junk food! Danger! Sugar danger!
really helpful, aliens. Good job. Anyway, that's the end of the movie. In conclusion, did we learn anything new about the universe of What's Up and Big Little Monsters? Actually, yeah, I think I did. Well, no, I guess I didn't. I didn't learn anything that I wanted to know the answer to, but I did learn things that I didn't think needed a different answer. Like in What's Up, I just assumed that Dr. Crumb and Dr. Zooks were good scientists, and that's why they had all of the cool stuff and the great technology. But from this movie, it kind of seems like everything that they have, they either fake
or got it from aliens as a gift. So that's a thing that I didn't think was gonna change in this movie, but did. Well, that's the movie. I should mention that I have some new merch available on my merch store. There's a nice yellow Greg hoodie, and then there's like a light blue and a coral Greg t-shirt. Some nice summer options for you. All right, well, with all that out of the way, guys, now it's time to talk about our sponsor, Mischief. Mischief is a really cool brand. I've been seeing their drops for a while now, and honestly, they do some really impressive stuff. They release something crazy every 2 weeks, and they'll range from like viral digital experiences to weird luxury items. The most recent one that you might have heard about is their collaboration with Mr. Beast. It was called Finger on the App. It was basically a competition amongst millions of people. Anyone could download the app, and it was a competition to see who could keep their finger on an app for the longest. There were over 1 million players. It got to #1 on the App Store, and it lasted for over 72 hours. And the grand prize was a whopping $25,000. Another funny one is Scream Club, which is a website where you can go to just scream. So if you've ever wanted to go to a website and just scream or hear other people scream, then this might be for you. You might have heard of this one because there was a pretty viral TikTok about it. Over 1 million people have gone in and screamed, and this was actually one of their secret drops. So this would be one where you would have to have the Mischief app in order to be able to get in and scream your little head off. They also have a magazine called Mischief Mag. Each issue has some really interesting stuff in there. For example, they taught you how to use Spotify to make free money, basically. And another covered how to break traffic laws, but legally. Also, I may or may not be allowed to disclose this, but Mischief Mag Volume 2 comes out in August. And it's even crazier than the first one, and the only way to get it is by downloading the app. So go ahead and download the app. Search Mischief on the Google Play Store or the App Store. People with the app get first access to all of the drops, and they also get access to secret drops that you can only get with the app. Or go to mischief.com. Again, Mischief is spelled M-S-C-H-F. Thanks to Mischief for sponsoring this video, and thank you to you guys for checking out Mischief. Again, it's a really cool company. I highly recommend checking it out. They do a lot of cool stuff. All right, now back to the rest of the video. All right, well, that's it for this video. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. If you're new here and you're not subscribed yet, make sure you subscribe and turn on my notifications to join Greg. Greg's what I call my subscribers, but more importantly, guys, we're a family. We're all blood related. We all came out of the same mommy, and we're one big happy family, and we're the strongest army on the internet, and please don't look that up. All right, I'll see you guys next time. Bye. This video is over now. Over now. Go find something else to watch, or just watch this video. I know we had a lot of fun, but you can't stay on this end screen forever. No. This video is over now, So why are you still watching now?